Hey everyone, welcome to stream. Hold on just a second. Let me just make sure we're all good. I'm just gonna wait on signal from YouTube and make sure that stream is up. Welcome guys, though. Hope you're all having a great New Year's Eve and hopefully things are going well for you guys. But yeah, welcome to stream. We're gonna be doing somewhat lengthy start by doing quite a few encounters on Regice. Probably do up to, I don't know, I'm not sure how many encounters I want to do. I think I'm going to try to get up to 500 possibly. I want to get my shiny and I'm going to try and make it happen. Whether or not it's going to is completely up to RNG. I want the shiny to be before the end of the year, so yeah, I would like it if I could get this before 2021 started. Just end the year on a bang, but whatever. Actually, I have some stuff I want to talk about regarding New Year's and my stream, like, planning and stuff in just a little bit. I was planning to start early, like, anyway, for anybody who's watching now and is, like, surprised by the time I'm on. This isn't exactly something that I had thought too little of. I'm going to be doing quite a bit today, probably. I guess we can talk about some stuff first before I get, like, heavily focused on what I'm talking about and about, like, just my plans and all these other things on my mind. There's a few things. I didn't exactly sleep great. I slept only a little bit because I knew I was going to get up and do some streaming to do, like, these extra encounters and hope for the shiny. So I got up and then decided to start because I want to make sure I can do everything I'm hoping to today. I'll probably sleep extra tomorrow. Looking forward to it. I'm going to be wasting a lot of time today. Hang on a second. I'm going to do something really quick for the stream. Just grab the URL I need off of YouTube really quick. Hang on. Let me check another thing first. Just make sure I have my audio fixed up the way I wanted it this time. But yeah, I think there was that Pokemon, like, Space Stream or whatever the hell it was, that 2021 thing that was going, like, evidently just, like, I don't know, an hour or two ago, or when it started. I think it's been going for a while. Anybody watched that? I'm guessing no. Just curious. I watched a little bit of it. I was watching it on certain streamers' channel to see, like, what they were doing and, like, watching it. It seems like they were tuning into the event. I was watching a little bit of A-Drive. I don't really care too much, but I like watching his stuff every now and then, I guess, and I checked in to see the stream, and I saw that he was, like, streaming that and making a lot of jokes about it. There was some interesting stuff that happened, but not anything too crazy. It wasn't anything that was amazing. It was... They had a thing where they showed Rayquaza on the screen, and I don't know if that was meant to be related to anything, or if that was just them goofing around with special effects. I didn't see anything for it. I heard somebody say Pokemon Emerald remake, and that sounds like it's probably not true, but I also don't know what to expect regarding that. I wouldn't expect that it's the case. I mean, if you're going to do a fucking remake right now, why wouldn't you want to go for doing Diamond and Pearl, the games that everybody's expecting to be remade for Pokemon right now, and not something like Gen 3 again? That just seems like it'd be really stupid and kind of tone deaf to what the audience wants. I don't know, just thinking that seems really, really strange as a possibility. I guess it made sense. It is a space Pokemon. It wasn't anything major. The other part I saw was they did something with, like, Pikachu. Big shocker that they involved Pikachu in a Pokemon-related thing, yeah. And it's the special Pikachu you can download from the internet, I think. I think you just connect to the internet and you can get it off the internet, and then you get a Pikachu that knows, like, 2 moves. I think it has, like, Wish and Celebrate or something. That's like, it's just to be something to celebrate 2021. I gotta be honest, the idea of another fucking Pikachu is a thing that was like the big thing to come out of this live stream. That's actually just sad and disappointing. Like, really, you try to stir up hype, try to make something that people think's gonna be cool, and then when it turns out what the reveal is and everybody's excited to see something neat, they see another fucking Pikachu that nobody really gives a shit about. It's like, yeah, great, lovely. That's exactly what everybody wanted in Pokemon right now, is another Pikachu that has a hat on or whatever, and this wasn't even a hat Pikachu, it's just a normal Pikachu too. Thought it was shiny, but then I looked and I don't think it's shiny either. It's just an ordinary Pikachu. That they went fucking really beneath the bar and did literally jack shit for this little event live stream or whatever you want to call it. It's kind of sad how little effort they put into it. I don't know. Oh well, whatever. We're gonna keep streaming and I'm gonna try and do my best. I might download the Pikachu later. I don't know. I'm gonna focus on playing and trying to get a lot of encounters done though, instead of worrying about anything else. Is everybody doing anything interesting on 20? I've seen this last day of 2020, your New Year's Eve, doing anything fun or just anything worthwhile to talk about going on. I can talk about my stream plan that didn't really go through, and we can discuss that a little bit. It's nothing crazy. I went through and yesterday, since I don't know if this is going to work, I've still got a little bit of hope of setting this up for a stream. But yesterday I was trying to set up some Mario stuff. I wanted to do like a Mario 64, set a few ROM hacks for New Year's to do something kind of nice and do something a little bit different. Of course, one of the ROM hacks I was playing doesn't want to work and doesn't play nicely with Project 64. Can't find an easy way to fix it, and I think I'm going to have to abandon using it, and I don't know if I can get another game to replace it or not. I'm going to have to look. It's Waluigi's Taco Stand is the one I was having trouble with. Out of like 3 games I was testing, I had played a 4th game before that I hadn't really liked and threw out of the mix, so I've gone through 4 games already, and I need 1 more to fit that slot. I want to do at least 3 games, hopefully, just to have plenty of stuff that I can rely on. Some of these hacks are really, really, like, short. I don't want to play anything that's going to be too short and then not have anything to fall back on, that's all. I do have something that might fit that bill. I don't know if it's going to work or not, so I got to test it. Also, I got to, like, test my volume settings. I would download the other emulator to play this ROM hack, but I also don't want to sit there and fiddle with more than one emulator and test shit on an emulator I'm not familiar with just for a single stream. Once I get more time, I'd maybe get used to using that BizHawk emulator. I've never actually utilized it, though. Oh, my nose is bothering me a little bit. I'm sorry if I'm suddenly quick to stop talking. I'm actually have to get out of my room and go okay in a minute just to get some allergy medicine so my nose doesn't feel nasty, but we'll worry about that if it continues to be a problem. Let's see, what was I talking about? We were talking about Mario ROM hacks and stuff. I haven't played too many of those actually on stream. I played a whole lot in general, but it's usually fun checking out ROM hacks. I wish I could have done, guaranteed I could do that for the stream. It would have been something nice. I've still got a backup plan, assuming my main plan for New Year's falls through. Like, I want to potentially run back to doing, like, a Smash stream, or I've also got Mario Party that I was thinking of playing if I can't get everything set up and working the way I want. So I've got a few options for different games. I also thought about, this is like a last minute thing that I thought of that wouldn't be terrible, but I thought of maybe picking up on Let's Go again, and if things work out here, I would pick up Let's Go and then play for a little while, trying to do some shiny hunting and try to do one last shiny hunt to kick off the end of the year and do something kind of fun for the way the year's ending. I feel like it would be possible to get a shiny, hopefully, just by wasting away a few hours on like a consecutive like 6-hour stream in Let's Go if I have to or something. Felt like that would have been a decent way to end the year. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a quick moment when after I get another encounter or two. My nose is bothering me really bad. I'm sorry, I have allergy problems, and I took my medicine, but I also forgot to take my nasal spray that I normally take, and my nose is tearing into me right now, so I need to go take my allergy stuff in a second that I forgot about. It won't take very long, but I'm gonna need it so it won't bother me when I'm streaming. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard to keep streaming. Is chat okay? I've seen somebody seems to be watching, but I don't see any messages passing through it. I don't know if that's the chat. it like breaking or if that's just nothing. I'm not really sure. YouTube chat sometimes acts really funny and it can be awkward trying to work around it when it doesn't want to work correctly. Let's see. Anybody do anything fun for New Year's every year out of curiosity? My New Year's every year just amounts to the same thing, being like, stay up and wait on the next year to pass and see midnight, pretty much just that. I don't really do anything else. I know some people spend New Year's at New Year's parties, but not really an... Oh, excuse me, my stomach and my throat were acting up. Yeah, not really an option considering COVID's fucking messed everything up, so there's no actual benefit to going out to some sort of party right now. It's actually worse to go and do anything like that while there's a virus. Okay, I need to go take a second or two to take my... take my nasal spray. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit tired, but still, I need to go take that because my nose is bothering me. I'm sorry to have to, stop the stream for a second to do this, but I wasn't expecting my allergies would start bothering me this quickly. It'll probably kick in really quick. I'll be back in a second. Okay, I think I'm good now. Just need to get my allergy stuff. I cannot fucking function and actually stream properly without having, any type of allergy medication. It's hard to fucking commentate when your fucking only thought is on how bad, your allergies are bothering you and how your nose is running and causing you to not be able to breathe correctly, so I kind of needed to go take care of that. Otherwise, it was going to get worse and worse. Hi there, welcome to the stream. I'm not sure what this message means, considering I'm already playing Sword and Shield. I mean, if it's about the Dynamax Adventures or Raids right now, I'm not really feeling up to that. I know that's in my description, but that's more intended to be when I'm actually doing Dynamax Adventures. I'm not going to start them unless I happen to be, ready for it. Sorry. If I wasn't busy with this, I'd probably consider it. I mean, they're fun. I will openly admit I like Dynamax Adventures, but I've been trying to get this Regice for quite some time now. I'm very frustrated with how slow it's been going since I've had to take my time with this and not got anything, and I just want this shiny hunt to come to an end today. I don't think it's going to, but I really, really desperately want this shiny to pop before 2021. It's not been too long. I got it started on a Regice earlier this month, and it took longer, but I'm still was just wanting this to be relatively fast and over with. I was hoping to get this thing by Christmas, and then nothing came out of that, so I'm a little bit upset about the fact that I've been sitting here on a target that I was hoping to get really quick and hopefully be one of my last shinies of 2020, and it's looking like it may not even happen. I don't know, it's not really that big of a deal, but it doesn't feel good either. Let's see. Trying to think all on what I've done lately. Not really anything crazy's happened. I mean, I streamed some last night, and since last night, I have had really nothing interesting happening. Wait, what is this? How to get... Can't tell if you're talking about the Pokemon I'm battling or what that is. TR. Well, like I was saying, I haven't really done anything interesting since last night. I got a few things I want to talk about in a bit, though. But before I do that... So, Nothing interesting. I'm after just a little bit of an icebreaker topic for a little bit. Before I went to bed last night, I didn't do much, but I stayed up a little bit and I was like catching up on Attack on Titan stuff, and I've been like going through season 3 because I've been trying to like get caught up to watch the fourth season, and oh my god, the show, like I swear every episode I get, it gets better and better. I love how they keep piling on like more and more interesting plot points and putting plot twists in the show. Like, you think it doesn't get any deeper or any more exciting, and yet they find so much like way to make it more interesting every time there's an episode. I can't even spoil anything, but like there was a really tragic scene on like the last shiny hunt that or not shiny, why did I say shiny? My mind's on Pokemon right now. The last thing I was watching there with like some characters, and I won't spoil what it was, but it was like a really, really tense moment in the show. It was really good. I'm loving what they did with it. How to get here? Oh, you're talking about the ruins. That's a bit of a thing that I had trouble with myself. I think you have to like... I'm gonna have to like think on how to word this. I think it's near that slope area. You can see these. I think you can see these landmarks on your map. I'm gonna have to double check, but I had to like very carefully read this, and I even Google searched where the ruins were because I couldn't find fucking any like sort of like way to figure out where to actually get to this. So had to rely on a little bit of help to figure out where to find Regice, and it's around this spot, basically. I think you can see this, and you can kind of say from here, you can go around here, and there's like a little path on the side you can go to where that shows where you can find the ruins if you pay attention and go over there. It's really easy to miss the Regice ruins. I mean, I'm going to be honest, and this is just for like anybody who's interested in shiny hunting. It's not really a big deal, but if you're interested in getting the shinies and you're not interested in doing the entire set, don't bother with Regice. I will honestly say it's not worth it. I don't personally think this is that great of a shiny hunt. I'm doing it because I intend to do all the Regis, and I want to get the set of like all 6 Regi Pokemon and shiny, so naturally I'm going after Regice so I can claim it. But if you don't want all of them and you don't have the interest, I would just say skip this. It is a bad shiny in my opinion. It's literally a slightly darker shade of blue. There's not really anything exciting about this. It's a very, very unfortunate, not that great looking shiny. If I'm being honest, I think when I look at it, I'd say probably Regirock, Registeel, and Regigigas have the best shinies out of the whole batch easily. And then the other 3 are not really that amazing. I wouldn't say Regidrago and Regieleki are super worthwhile, but I mean, if you want to have the newer Pokemon and shiny, it's worth bothering, so it's definitely something that's not a bad deal if you want to go after them, but I wouldn't exactly say it's a necessity. I'm going to do it anyway because I want to get them all. Hi there, welcome to stream. I mean, I'm not really... If you're talking about it for like a trade, I'm not interested in trading, and I'm just doing a hunt for myself. I mean, yeah. I've been trying to get this thing for a while, not really had any results on it yet. It's just been slow. Very, very... Actually, now that I say this, excuse me, it's not been too long, but it's not been very fast either, and like, it's actually kind of bothering me just a little bit how much time I'm having to fucking throw away and sink on a shiny that's going to be so minuscule and completely hard to notice compared to the others that are in this like set. Like, I'm not gonna say the other 2 I was talking about are significantly better, but at the same time, at least I can tell where Regidrago and Regieleki are different when I look at them, and I don't have to like sit down and like compare the shiny and the regular shiny, the shiny and the regular sprite. in order to actually perceive like what the color difference is. Whereas with Regice, I have to actually like take a visible double take to make sure I'm looking at a shiny Regice. Ugh. Hopefully the game will have a little mercy by the time I get to Regirock, because that's my next shiny target. I'd want to get that one really badly. Hey Wayne, good to see you. Glad you could make it. Started a little bit earlier and been going for a while. Glad you could drop by. Planning to do like quite a bit of shiny hunting today. I'm going to be on for a while. Don't know if we're going to be doing anything crazy. I mean, I'll be doing some fun stuff later in the day, but right now it's just doing shiny hunting. I could be better, I'm not gonna lie. Not terrible, but I'm not loving the fact that this like set of shiny hunts, both Regidrago took a while, and now this Regice is looking like it's dragging its feet and not really planning to turn shiny on me today. It's like, I was hoping my day today could be hopefully nice and easy, and I could get it within like few hundred at absolute most, and then I could like stop. But I don't think that's going to be how this goes. I mean, maybe if we're lucky, we'll see it pop up. But I'd have a feeling this shiny is going to either not show, or it's going to sit here and waste my time until the very end of the day, which is not what I want. Yeah. I'm excited to be celebrating New Year's again, even though it's not super exciting, but like, it's kind of nice to just have that thought in the back of your mind and be like, yes, 2020 is almost over. It's just a day left, and it's not even that. It's like only so many hours. This has been absolutely one of the worst years in a long time, and I am so happy that it's about to end. Like, I'm ready for this year to be over with. I mean, it's a little hard to be excited right now. It's not terrible, but I'm not really excited when I know that coronavirus is still lingering around and the vaccine hasn't really been distributed in like a whole lot of places yet. So that's another thing that's kind of disappointing and kind of concerning. Like, I want that vaccine as much as everybody, and I want to get my hands on it so I can get vaccinated and not have to think about this and actually live a normal life again, rather than sitting here not being able to do anything, period. I'm not really out and active very often, but I mean, being able to do anything would be better than being cooped up inside all day. Got a lot of restaurant gift cards. I think I got like one card for Christmas this year, and it was like a card for Chick-fil-A, which can't even use yet because the fact that it's not opened up in our area yet. It's supposed to open up in February, I think. I mean, I'm glad that I got it because I know I'm going to eat there, and frankly, it'll probably give me a lot of use. But I mean, a little weird having a card that I can't actually put any good use to. I don't really care to get gift cards too much as gifts. I don't find it bad, but I whenever it comes to like Christmas stuff, I prefer to get like either straight up just get a little bit of Christmas money, or on top of that, I'd rather just get like, oh, it depends. I mean, I'd like to get an actual present sometimes, and I have the option, but I don't really care much for the gift cards. I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm not going to be handing out my shinies I've collected. I've worked hard for pretty much everything I've gathered here, so shiny hunt something. I've got stuff that I thought of giving out, but right now I'm not really getting rid of it. There's a few Pokemon on my account that I don't really happen to have a lot of love for. Like, there was a Stunfisk, I got to try and grab one for breeding purposes, and it was like the, what's it, from Gen 5 or whatever, like, I think it might be hacked, actually. Let me look at it really quick, and I can show you guys what I'm talking about, because there's some really weird shit with this Stunfisk. Not only is it shiny, it came with Pokerus on it, and on top of that, let me see, how do I IV judge again? I think I have to go back out to the thing here. It's got Oh, I thought it had perfect IVs. That's interesting. But yeah, it's got all this crap. Like, it's got hidden ability, near perfect IVs, and Pokerus, and also, like, it's shiny. It feels like it's hacked by the fact that it's, like, perfect Pokemon. Only thing that's, it's, like, maybe a little off is one of the IVs isn't perfect, and even then, that doesn't exactly prove it's not time-consuming. And the name alone is really fucking stupid. It makes me think that this is probably like a hacked shiny. I'd really doubt that it's something that's legitimate. Maybe it is. Maybe it's somebody making a joke out of it. I have no idea. I found it on GTS, though, randomly. Let me see. Pokemon game. Hold on a second. I need a second to make sure I light this up. I'd try to read the chat while I'm doing this, but it's a little awkward trying to read chat and trying to do it at the same time. Just keeping my eyes peeled between two things is actually really difficult. Let me see. You wanted all the Pokemon, like shinies? I think anything. I'm mostly just interested in doing maybe Let's Go shiny stuff. I've never really had huge interest in trying to get every shiny in any other Pokemon game. I mean, I'll be honest, I've wanted to have, like, the entire, like, Pokédex plenty, but I gave up after one point when things fell apart. I told you guys about that story, how I'd lost my Soul Silver cartridge. That actually hurt a lot when I was playing through Soul Silver, nearly done with the entirety of, like, the National Dex, and then my cartridge was lost by one of my cousins who wasn't really paying attention to what they were doing, and they're really young, so of course they're not careful around the games, and never saw it again after that. It stung because I had, like, practically every mythical on that game, I think, and I felt like I was gutted inside because I lost something that had a lot of importance to me, and that was about to complete the Pokédex. I just needed to get, like, version exclusives and stuff. I had every mythical. I think I had, like, a good chunk of the legendaries. I had, like, pretty much all the hard stuff out of the way, and then I lost my cartridge. It's like, yeah, it killed me on the inside, and I stopped caring about the Pokédex after that, so it was painful. Very, very bad memory to think about. Let me see. Give me a second. I was trying to, like, talk about that story, because I know quite a few people here who haven't heard it. That's why I haven't read all the rest of your stuff. I haven't missed it yet. I just needed a bit of a time before I finished what I was talking about. Let me see. Go on to the legendary. As Ruby assist. Simple. Have you done, like, shiny hunting in Ruby? I'm curious. Like, I think it's worth talking about it either way. It's not really a big deal. Like, I've never tried really doing too much shiny hunting in older Pokemon games. I've done, like, a little bit. It's not really a worthwhile experience, in my opinion, because the fact that... But for anybody who doesn't know about, like, how the stuff works, when it comes to, like, shiny hunting in gens, I think before 5, like, I think Black 2, White 2 introduced the shiny charm, but, like, before that point, there wasn't a lot you could do. I think Gen 4 had, like, a dedicated shiny hunting method, but you were pretty much stuck at, like, 1 out of 8,000 shiny odds. There was, like, no proper method for shiny hunting before this point. There was one other, like, shiny hunting thing you could do, and that was in actually Gen 2 itself, I think, and that was how you could, like, get a Ditto that's shiny, and you could use that shiny Ditto to breed stuff, because the fact that back in the day, shinies worked a little differently, and if you bred with the shiny Pokemon, you had, like, a 1 out of, like, 64 chance of getting a shiny or something, so you had, like, a good chance to take your shiny Ditto or whatever you got, and then use that and try to pray you could get your hands on a shiny that way. It wasn't exactly a bad way to handle it, but unless you used, like, save file manipulation, then yeah, have fun trying to shiny hunt for Ditto and trying to desperately get your breeding Pokemon, because the shiny rate is literally just a flat 8,000 with no way to increase it. I mean, I'll be honest, nowadays it's worth it in Gen 2 to an extent, I'd say, for the breeding. But back in the day, I don't think breeding Pokemon in Gen 2 was actually like a very smart move because the way things ended up moving on. I mean, if you were doing it back when it was just like purely Gen 1 and 2, I guess more power to you because then there wasn't a downside to it. But as soon as Gen 3 came out, that they didn't make any type of like actual transfer from Gen 2 to 3. There was no way to bring anything from the second gen up to the third gen, so there was no way to actually get it like your shinies into Gen 3 from that. It was pretty much just like, oh, look at all these shinies you possibly collected in Gen 2 or any Pokemon you've had a good time with and you've been holding a relationship with. Now they're all going to have to be abandoned because there's no way to transfer them up into Gen 3, so it's like, yeah, all these Pokemon you worked with are just stuck on your Game Boy. Too bad. It kind of sucks how, like, over the years they got to this point where they did the whole, what's it called again? Dexit thing? Like, they worked so hard to make sure that transferring Pokemon was a thing ever since, like, Gen 3 to 4, and they never stopped letting you transfer Pokemon. And yet now they come to Gen 8, and they are more than happy to cut the Pokédex and fucking let a huge ton of Pokemon just fucking rot and never be utilized again. It's like, you went through all this trouble to make sure people could keep their favorite Pokemon, and then you fucking just went out of your way to fucking make sure that didn't happen by being lazy. Good job, Game Freak. You took the fucking lazy way out on your first home console Pokemon game. You could have been cool and made a really awesome first home console game, and you went for the easy way out. That still bothers me quite a bit. It's something I haven't got over. I know some people are more than willing to overlook it. I can't overlook that. I find that to be kind of gross how Game Freak completely fucking cut the decks without any care, and no amount of people trying to ask for like the decks to come back and trying to be as nice as possible to the devs ended up having any effect. And before you say, there were a lot of people who were like protesting and giving them a lot of shit. Like, the Pokemon community tried their hardest to be nice to Game Freak, and Game Freak wasn't budging. I don't feel like going to the point of like getting angry with Game Freak after Game Freak refused to listen to anybody was like an overreaction. People just want their favorite Pokemon to be in the game, that's all. It's even more insulting they're pretty much being sold as DLC, though. It just bothers me. There's like a lot of Pokemon that got put back in the game purely through DLC. Ugh. Okay, let me get my thing done again. I'm going to check on the messages in a second. I know I missed some stuff. Let's see. Can't lose game saves day and age like today. Stuck on game card or CD. Yeah, that's one thing that's good. I don't think you can properly back up your Pokemon, though. I know you can do... Excuse me. Nose. I'm sorry, it's true. I would mute my mic, but it's really hard to mute my mic in time to stop, like, sneezing or coughing coming through. It's literally got to be timed perfectly, so usually it ends up just fucking sneaking up on me and I can't mute it in time. Ugh, sorry about that. That is nasty. Oh, well, whatever. Let me try to see where I was at now. Ugh. Alright, yeah, you can, I think you can back up your Pokemon home data. I'm not really certain about that, but it's like, I don't know if you can actually back up the data you've got or not, and you still don't have, like, a proper way to actually back up your save file, which I fucking hate. It's really nerve-wracking actually going through a shiny living dex process and getting all these Pokemon on Let's Go, and then knowing that I'm at the fucking mercy of Game Freak, and if my save file, for whatever reason, ends up getting corrupted or something, then my entire shiny living dex is probably going to go straight down the drain if it's not saved on Pokemon Home. It's like, I want that to be saved. I have not worked for like 2 years or more on trying to put together an entire shiny dex full of Gen 1 Pokemon and getting every Gen 1 Pokemon and all the Alolan forms purely just so I can see like a save file, corrupt it, and then fucking kill my save file. It's like, if that happens, I'm just fucking done with Pokemon altogether. I don't want to lose my precious shiny living dex I've been working on. I put too much effort into it. Oh my god, this Regice won't let me just run away right now. This is one thing I don't really love about this, is I have to sit here and do this. And also, before anybody asks, I don't know if anybody cares, but like, the reason I'm putting a Regice up against the other Regice over here is just for the sake of when the shiny pops up, I can have a direct comparison, and if there's any doubt that I don't know if it's the shiny or not, I'll have this Regice out and I can like do a quick look between the two of them and compare the colors. I know there will be the shiny effect on screen, but I'm kind of worried that if I'm not paying attention, I might end up missing the shiny effect. So having out my Regice and having that little fall back and like fail safe of compare the colors is like the best other option I've got. So having this and out is just an easy way to make sure that doesn't happen. Hopefully I don't have to worry about that too much. Let me see really quick about other messages I missed. I'm going to catch up on the chat. Give me a second. Blue and red. Young really niggas. I don't think red, blue, yellow actually had shinies. Give me a second. My throat's bothering me a little bit. Fucking drainage problems. It's a common thing with allergies, but like, it always makes talking a lot worse. I don't think red, blue, yellow had like proper shinies. There is something interesting about red, blue, and yellow though that I've seen on like videos. There weren't shiny sprites because they weren't invented yet. I think shinies were properly created in Gen 2, which is funny reading up on the story of it. We can talk about that in a second, but Gen 1 was just the normal Pokemon, but evidently with how like the system was based and how they had like their previous system before they got EVs and IVs in the game, the DVs or whatever, they had your Pokemon's like shininess determined based on the stats. So apparently, I think I might be getting this wrong, but I think if you got like a perfect IV Pokemon while you were playing red, blue, yellow, you pretty much had like a shiny on your file. But since there wasn't like a shiny shiny sprites that were actually invented by that time, nobody actually would know until they brought it into Gen 2, and then they'd be able to see it shiny for the first time. Kind of a really neat thing, honestly, that you could end up getting like a really good and high V legendary, and then you bring it over to your like Gen 2 game, and you wouldn't even notice, and then when you finally like trade it over, you could notice that it's actually a shiny, and it'd be probably pretty surprising if you had like a Mewtwo or Moltres or whatever on your save file, and then you see when you're trading it that it actually had a shiny the whole time. I could imagine the idea of like bringing over a Pokemon you've been holding on to for like good chunk of your childhood, and then you find out that like you didn't even realize it was shiny. That would be amazing. Anyway, let me see. Before I continue. Yeah, I think a lot of people shared the same experience of like playing Pokemon for the sake of just playing it, not knowing about shinies. I did a little bit of shiny hunting stuff when I got older as a kid, but I didn't really have the dedication to actually sit down and do it properly. Like, I tried a few things, but I didn't know what I was doing. Like, I tried to get a shiny Charmander and Pokemon like Leaf Green or whatever, I think, and I didn't actually know like how to do the shiny hunt, so I didn't really do it. I thought you had to like look at the Pokeballs. I think when you claim Charmander you can shiny check, and I didn't really know what I was doing, so I didn't actually properly shiny hunt, and I gave up after not getting any results because I was like sitting there and getting tired of it. I didn't have enough stamina to do it properly like I do now. Like, I was not really strong enough willed to shiny hunt as a kid. Let me see. Just checking on the... see another message I didn't read. I'm gonna catch up what Wayne's saying in a second. Just give me a moment, though. What are you doing? You finished Sword and Shield? It's really just like... there's not really a lot to do here for the... like, I think most Pokemon games have some form of base... like too many words right now are not coming to me. I meant to say most Pokemon games have like a base game, and you can play through that, and then you can go through and do like collecting Pokemon or shiny hunting as like your post-game activities. Maybe there'll be like some battles you can do, but also that just like there's not a lot of like post-game content. This game doesn't really have that properly. It's mostly doing shiny hunting, and the DLC kind of added up a little bit more with that. The Crown Tundra, I feel like, is kind of how they expanded this. Like, you go through and you can collect legendaries and you can shiny hunt, so you get something you can do if you go through and do the Crown Tundra stuff, but otherwise there's not a lot. I feel like this is the like extra stuff when you beat the game. This is the post game, as you sit here and shiny hunt, or you collect legendaries, because there's a lot of them in the whole Dynamax Adventure, so you can spend a lot of time, even if you're not shiny hunting, just collecting them all. I do enjoy it to an extent. I don't really find it to be amazing, but I do enjoy shiny hunting a little bit, so I don't mind playing and doing some shiny hunting like I'm doing right now. I certainly would like to do other stuff in this too, though. Let me see. Kid, you always like buying Pokemon cards, see what was on them? I never really... My fucking fingers are bothering me again right now, of course, and I can't deal with it right now. I'm just gonna have to fucking keep playing. But yeah, I never really got into Pokemon trading cards like most people. I mean, I enjoyed the trading card game on Game Boy that I've talked to you guys about and even played on stream, but when it comes to actually collecting and, like, opening trading cards, I don't really have that same... Wait, did I actually... What am I fucking doing? I'm not even in the runes yet, and I hit the plus button. Fucking not paying attention. But yeah, like I was saying, like, I never really got the same adrenaline feel some people seem to get from opening the cards. And I enjoyed, like, messing around with them, even though I didn't know what the hell I was doing when I was younger. But that was really all there was to it. I was goofing around, didn't know how the trading card game worked, and trying to just have fun with it, so I never really got the same experience of actually properly playing the trading card game. To be honest, it's not really a big deal, though. I'd find it's not something that I get hyped or excited about. Pokemon trading card game is something I have, like, less interest in, especially compared to the main series. Like, I understand and acknowledge that it's got a niche in the Pokemon series, and, like, people enjoy collecting them. But I don't think I'll ever care about collecting the cards. I did it as a kid a little bit, and I don't think that enthusiasm for trading cards is ever going to come back for me, thankfully, because I just don't think it's worth it. I find this to be more fun because I'm actually interacting with the game and shiny hunting and collecting something that I can mess around with in my game. And whereas a card, I guess you can play with it, but I just don't care about having a card that I'm going to probably have sitting around and not doing anything with. It just doesn't feel like there's any purpose. I like how some people, like, when it comes to shiny Pokemon, get extremely defensive and then start, like, talking about how, like, oh, you can't really use shiny Pokemon for more than a collection either. And it's like, well, in newer games, they've been making it really easy to get Pokemon competitive. And it's like, I don't know, I'd rather go through and sit down and work on getting a shiny and then bottle capping it and, like, giving it the ability patch or whatever and making it as strong as possible than actually fucking sitting down and, like, throwing out a shiny. And if you ask me, like, people will make the argument that shinies aren't worth it either. It's like, shinies hold sentimental value. You can say that to, like, any Pokemon, technically, but, like, when you get a shiny in a game, you don't forget the shiny Pokemon. Usually, if you get a shiny on one of your Pokemon games, and especially through, like, a random encounter, you'll remember that shiny, and you'll want to bring it along with you. It's going to be something that you'll probably include in, like, your future games, something as part of your, want to be part of your, like, future teams, like, something to be part of the experience. I wish I could say that was something I was able to do with my stuff, but I think I've only had one random shiny prior to maybe Let's Go. I'm not sure if I had any other than that beforehand that I forgot about, but the one shiny that I found in another Pokemon game that I was playing was, like, I got my hands on a shiny Starly while I was playing through Pokemon, what was it again? I'm playing Pokemon, I think Platinum, maybe it was Diamond or Pearl, actually, I'm not certain. It's been a while since I did that. It was not any time recent. In fact, it was probably like 10 years ago. But I remembered I walked out and I saw Starly, and it was had the shiny sparkle on it, and it was brown. I was like completely shocked. I didn't know what was going on, but I immediately caught it because I knew I had stumbled onto something special, and I was very, very happy that I caught it. That Starly was basically my first big shiny that I had. Let me see, I'm going to check on the message I missed really quick. So you load buying Pokemon cartridges? Another game saves. Oh, that's interesting. I never heard of anybody like buying up like cartridges for checking stuff. That is kind of neat though, to see people's like save files when you get in used games, see what all they contain in them. Basically get a look back at somebody's like journey and memories in a Pokemon game. I remember somebody I saw on like a Reddit thing, like they opened up somebody's game they found like at GameStop or whatever, and it was like first thing they found was like a shiny Zubat somebody had stumbled onto when they had left their game. That must be really insane to just find that all of a sudden. I couldn't imagine why they abandoned it unless they got tired of the game, but like left behind a perfectly good shiny Zubat, although I guess probably not the biggest loss. Zubat is kind of one of those basic shinies where everybody seems to stumble onto it at some point because Zubat is fucking everywhere, and as a result, it's really easy to get a shiny Zubat even if you don't want it. Hey, welcome to the stream again, Riley. Good to see you there. Hopefully you're enjoying it. We're talking about like a assortment of different topics right now, discussing like Pokemon and some other stuff in general. I've had a lot that's been brought up in the chat. We're just having a good time right now. Welcome to the stream, though. Hang on a second. Let me see. There's my Pokemon cards, I think. I'll check that just a second. Give me a moment to light the lights up again. Let's see. First edition Gen 1 Charizard sold for 500k. The card, like, that's incredible, actually. I've been a little bit surprised that Pokemon cards have been, like, rapidly gaining value like they have. I'm not super surprised, but, like, it's weird to see them just, like, suddenly raise up in value. Obviously, I don't think now it's, like, a worthwhile investment, because trying to buy these, like, boxed sets and then, like, trying to open it in the desperate hope you get something rare, it's like, you're throwing money away. Most of these, like, sets themselves are probably worth more money than the actual cards inside them. I find it really weird how many people are, like, jumping on the hype train and, like, trying to buy into trading cards and, like, the vain hope they'll actually get their hands on, like, a set worth a lot of money. It's like, there have been plenty of people who've stepped out of, like, the trading card community and just been like, no, don't buy the trading cards. It's stupid risky, and there's not much, like, chance of a high return. And yet all these people are, like, quick to rush out there and buy these sets up, and it's like, I don't know, I don't think that's smart. Waste all your money on cards, and then what happens if you get, like, a bunch of different cards, but you don't find that you have any rare cards that are worth anything? It's like, then you just wasted possibly, like, a few $100 on Pokemon card sets, and you don't have anything to show for it. It's like, I couldn't justify throwing all that money at a bunch of Pokemon cards in the hope something pops up that's good. I mean, I guess if you like that gambling addiction, then I guess that's fine, but I wouldn't exactly tell somebody to go throw their money away on Pokemon cards like that. Seems like it's too much of a risk. I wonder how many people out there have been, like, collecting all the Pokemon cards and, like, trying to get, like, every new set, and, like, probably some crazy collectors out there that have had, like, every Pokemon card released by just waiting for the new card sets to drop. That would be a fucking insanely... that'd be an insanely costly hobby, I bet. Or it'd probably just take, like, a lot of time fucking researching every deck and then buying up the cards as they release. That would be just insane, in my opinion. I couldn't imagine how much effort and how hard it'd be to actually pull that off. It'd be cool to see, though. I don't think I'd ever care, though, and have to try anything like that. Let me see. Checking the messages again. Give me a second. I saw some stuff I haven't read just yet. Not anything too much, though. Inside of capturing Pokemon or trading or Trios's and Ruby and Sapphire. That was a good feature. There were a lot of features in Pokemon games that I wish returned and were just like completely scrapped over like future generations. Like how you said tree houses were something that were just thrown away and they weren't really brought back. That was something that was an absolute shame that should not have been discarded as a change, because it was a nice little way to have a little extra bonus feature that was really cool, and I think that was like a very, very good thing they did. It's sad they scrapped it and got rid of it, because it gave you a fun little side thing to do. The Pokemon contests in Gen 3 were pretty alright too, although the Pokemon contests were something I never really got very good at. I tried to like figure out how to play them, but I always ended up losing to the NPCs by like doing like one or two things wrong in the performances, and ended up getting frustrating and something that I didn't find really worth doing anymore. It wasn't terrible, it's just I couldn't do great at it. I feel like the contest thing in the like Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, and even like in some other Pokemon games, it's kind of a little niche thing that they had in there. It was cool, and I'm glad they held on to it for a while, but it's kind of sucks to know it disappeared. It was pretty neat little distraction, a fun way to mess around in the game, and then they got rid of it. Not really that big of a deal, though, but it would have been good to hold on to it for future games, just in case people wanted to do something other than battling or shiny hunting or whatever. It's like, there's not really a lot of options otherwise. And then you try it, like, in the lotto, it takes one time. Yeah, it's kind of a dangerous thing, though, to have that mindset. It's not a big deal, but it's like, it's dangerous to be like, oh yeah, this one more time, I'm going to do this now, and I'm not going to bother. And it's like, if I don't win, I'll just try one more time, and surely one of these is going to be the winner. Or, like, it's basically somewhat like that. It seems like a lot of people in the trading card, or it's like, yeah, that kind of mindset is the same mindset that ends up fucking throwing away all your money and sinking it down into the drain. Like, it's like, some people don't know when to cut their losses, and it seems like a lot of people who collect the trading cards had that problem, and they'll literally waste away all their fucking money on trying to get a little bit of, like, extra money back just so they can get these rare cards. And it's like, that kind of addiction is bad for you, and that's only going to end up hurting you in the long run. It's like, it is not a very smart move, but I mean, I'm not going to talk about it too much. It's like, most of the people who are doing this are adult, and they can make their own decisions. They want to waste their money and potentially end up not getting anything on the trading card games. That's their decision. They should know full well what they're getting into before they actually buy them, and maybe their gamble will pay off, but it's like a huge risk in the first place to even do it. Oh, man. There's some other stuff I could remember that I was going to mention when you brought up, like, the thing about, like, doing other things in Pokemon games. 'Cause there's some fun things they've slowly introduced into Pokemon over the years that I found good. I mean, I'm going to say, even though this is recent, like, I don't love how they discarded the change of having overworld shinies in Let's Go, and they didn't do that in Pokemon Sword and Shield. And that bothers me, actually. It's not a big deal, but it's like, why are they able to put them in Let's Go, but they can't put shinies in this game as an overworld thing? It's like, are you really telling me they could put all these Pokemon in the game, but they couldn't figure out how to drop another skin on them when they were walking around the overworld so people could, like, tell they were shiny when they were playing the game normally? It's like, what's the big deal that you can't get it running on this game, and yet you can do it fine on Let's Go? I don't understand that at all. I've heard, like, a few different things, and one of them I don't know if it's true, and it might not be. It might be, is it supposedly with Let's Go that Game Freak, it could, like, actually didn't, like, reskin the Pokemon for shinies, and instead of it being a reskin, they fucking did something really stupid and actually added like extra models that had like the shiny colors on them that popped up in the overworld instead of giving it a reskin. It's like, I don't know if that's true or not, but knowing Game Freak, and that actually is true, it's like, Game Freak seems really incompetent at coding. I wouldn't put it past Game Freak at all to be so fucking bad with their game code that instead of knowing how to drop a new skin on when a shiny pops up, they fucking actually put in, like, separated models for shiny Pokemon to pop up on the overworld. Ended up wasting more resources that way. It's like, if that's their reasoning for not doing it with, like, Sword and Shield, that's actually a pretty stupid way to fucking, prevent putting in, like, overworld shinies. It's like, it amazes me when I look online and I see, like, the code for Pokemon games that people find when they look in through data mines or whatever and show, like, all the Game Freak stuff they done, and I'm seeing, like, how their code's, like, really sloppy and unprofessional. It's kind of weird to see how they've gone on all this time and their setup for their games is basically something you'd expect out of an indie dev instead of proper devs who've been working on Pokemon for like 25, I think it's the 25 or 20, I think it's like 25 years now or so. Like, it's weird they still haven't got a better system worked out, and they basically fucking make everything work with duct tape and glue, for God's sake. I don't know, it's just weird to see how they code their games. What all are some features that were like in older games that I don't remember very well? I'm trying to think. I think they actually got rid of the, like, meter for friendship and, like, either this game or the last game. I know you can technically still get your Pokemon's friendship up, but I don't think they have the same thing. Well, they changed it, I should say. Like, they changed it so it's impossible to make your Pokemon hate you more, I think. I think it's gotten to the point where they've made it so now your Pokemon will keep loving you and they won't regress any in how much they love you no matter what you do in the game. And it's like, I don't know, it's a little weird how they changed something unnecessarily and just bogged it down more when the old, like, friendship meter system of Pokemon was perfectly fine. I don't know. I don't remember, like, a lot of their activities they've done in main games, and you mentioned, like, stuff other than shiny hunting or trading or, like, battling, because it doesn't seem like they gave a lot of substance to the series outside of those things. I'm trying to think if there's anything big, though. Yeah, when I stop and, like, really think about it, there really isn't a whole lot they do to, like, give you a lot of extras for Pokemon games. Like, the bonus features you get are very bare bones most of the time. The one I can think of, it's like one other that I haven't mentioned, is that there was like a fossil minigame in Gen 4. That was kind of okay, going through the little thing and trying to earn like a few fossils and like messing around with like a little wall or whatever. That was like a fairly decent and well done minigame, but yeah, they haven't done like a whole lot that's made the games significantly more interesting outside of the main stuff. It's a little bit of a shame because there's potential for a lot more too, in my opinion. Give me a second or two. Okay, here's another thing we can discuss for a little bit. Oh, my fingers are still fucking hurting, so it's a little hard to get back to where I was focused on and actually keep playing. Sorry if I went silent for a second. What's everyone's favorite Pokemon game, out of curiosity? You guys, what generation do you guys like the most? I was gonna say, I'm not sure entirely of all my favorite stuff, but I think I like Gen 2 the most. I love what they did with Gen 2. First ever proper sequel in the series, and they did a great job with it, making everything fleshed out. Kanto and Johto feel like they're very naturally connected, and all the features of Gen 2 are just really good. They made a lot of quality of life changes. It's hard to discount all the things they did in Gen 2, because they added held items. I think they refined how the IV system worked. They made shinies a thing. They gave us, like, egg Pokemon, the whole like meter for Pokemon, all these different little extras they added just to Gen 2 alone. And at the top of that, there's also a lot of great Pokemon and a lot of great, like, new designs and good music. The whole game itself feels extremely fun to play. It's no wonder it's, like, heralded as one of the best Pokemon games. It's like Gen 2 did everything right, in my opinion. I still don't completely get the nostalgia surrounding Gen 1. And not even the type of person who keeps up with, like, a lot of newer Pokemon games, and yet, at the same time, it's like, replaying Gen 1, I can definitely say it does not hold up as well as I remember it. Gen 1 has gotten, like, Gen 1 has aged, like, if you ask me, like, Gen 1 plays extremely poorly. Replaying it, like, I found that a lot of the things I'd seen in it, like, were absolutely infuriating, and it's stuff I guess I'd ignored as a little kid, because I didn't have any memory of, like, the actual problems in Gen 1. It's only after I replayed Gen 1 that I saw the problems that I forgot about as a kid. Like, for one, you've got limited box space, which is fucking annoying. You're just collecting stuff, and then you find you don't have any space to keep anything else in your inventory. So you gotta go deposit an item into your PC. It's like, that's something I don't like. That was a good change to the series, is actually letting you hold on to your items and not having to deposit shit. That was something I liked. But Gen 1, that was awful. The Safari Zone, whoever created the Safari Zone deserves a good fucking nice hard smack to the fucking face just for fucking thinking up such an infuriating system for catching Pokemon. Like, there is nothing about the Safari Zone that is actually fun. I remember I thought I liked it back when I was a kid, and then replaying it now, it's like, how did I ignore the Safari Zone at all? There's nothing fun about it. You go through, you try to catch Pokemon, and then usually you end up getting blue balled and the fucking Pokemon runs away on you. And it seems like your options to help catch it are just fucking not very good. It's like, yeah, I'll be the first to say I think the Safari Zone is really poorly done and not handled very well. I think Safari Zone could have used some extra work, and I don't know why they decided on a system that functions so different from the rest of the game and is genuinely frustrating to play. Let's see, what else was there in terms of big problems with Gen 1 that I had? I mean, obviously there's the HM problem. That's a thing that was more of an issue with general Pokemon than it was just Gen 1. I mean, the typing is the biggest complaint I can give it, no matter how I look at it. Gen 1 typing was absolutely unbalanced. Psychic type fucking destroyed everything, and there wasn't a really good counter for it. Only fucking counter were, like, ghost Pokemon. I think maybe bug Pokemon, but nothing was that strong to stand up to psychic Pokemon. They all died really easily. In fact, ghost Pokemon in Gen 1 had, like, a poison type. It was, like, extremely unbalanced. It's actually kind of weird to think they went and made the game and they ended up making a fucking Power Freak Pokemon type. I'm not even sure if they did it on purpose. Like, there's a reason why Mewtwo is the strongest Pokemon in the game and also one of the most dangerous to fight. Fucking, on top of that, like, also that, like, Abra line is absolutely terrifying in Gen 1. Shit, did I not reach the statue? Wasn't realizing I was actually away from it. There we go. Let's see, I talked about Gen 2. Gen 2 was good. There were, like I said, there were a lot of good things. I could name probably more, but I'm not going to go on and on about it. I liked the way they handled it, though. I kind of want to see them expand on the idea of having another map where they actually let you do more with the game and, like, explore more areas again. I would like to see a game that has all the Pokemon regions in it, but I don't know if that would be a good idea or not. It might actually be a bad idea, but, like, seeing something along the lines of what Gold and Silver did again would actually be really cool, but I don't think they're ever going to bother with that. it's a shame that they only did it one time with the whole adding the previous game's map into the game. Let's see, Gen 3 is really good too. I enjoyed it. Storyline was nothing crazy, but it was really good. I liked the whole plot line they had with Kyogre and... yeah, Kyogre, Rayquaza, and Groudon was actually a really, really good, interesting plot point with the whole two evil teams that are both trying to instill their... what's the right word for this? Well, they were trying to get everybody to believe in their motto as opposed to the other team. That was a fucking weird storyline, but it was so weird it worked out really well, in my opinion. Also, a lot of the Gen 3 designs were fantastic, in my opinion. I hold Gen 3 in a very, very high regard. I loved that game quite a lot, playing like Ruby and Sapphire back in the day. Very, very good game. Also, Emerald was good too. I like Rayquaza, and I find Rayquaza maybe one of my favorite of the box art legendaries. If he's my favorite, I'm not really certain, but I mean, I definitely think he's good. And his game is very good. I remember the cutscene of Rayquaza really, really well, actually, when you fight him the first time in Pokemon Emerald. How he descends from the sky and everything. Actually, I have a bit of a story that I can tell you guys. I think I've talked about it before, that I absolutely fucking kind of hate because of what I did as a kid, something stupid when I was playing. I remember when I was playing Emerald for the first time, I think I remembered encountering Rayquaza, and I had the shiny pop up on my screen. I was really young, I didn't know what I was doing though, and I remember seeing this like shiny Rayquaza, thinking that it was a glitch in my game, and I reset over it. It was only like later, like maybe a year or two later, I don't know how long, I found out that like what a shiny properly was, and realized that I actually reset it over like a shiny, and then I made a stupid fuck up. I'm pretty sure like one of my first encounters with Rayquaza turned out to be the shiny Rayquaza. I still feel like an idiot and feel like I keep beating myself up over the fact that I was somehow stupid enough to fucking think that a shiny Rayquaza was actually a fucking glitch instead of like a shiny Pokemon. All because I had no idea what a shiny was back in the time. It's actually really embarrassing to recall that. One of these days, I'm going to reclaim Rayquaza and probably get that through Dynamax Adventures. I don't know when, though. I've got a lot of other Pokemon I want to get before I go straight back to doing Rayquaza stuff, so probably going to be a while before I bother with it. Not really a big deal. I thought that'd be a thing that'd be a story that's worth telling. It's definitely a little on the painstaking side, though, and definitely something that I do not enjoy remembering because of the fact that it was just a bad moment I had, and I did something stupid in the game without even realizing it. Anybody have any fun stories they want to share relating to Pokemon, or is there nothing you guys want to talk about? Just curious. I can't think of like a whole lot of other things I've had happen, if any, in my Pokemon games that are like super noteworthy. Really, it's all been pretty basic stuff overall. I remember when I was, like, I've seen some stuff and I was, like, looking around. I think it was a shiny Pokemon somewhere. I don't remember where, or something like that. I went through and, like, a thing on Reddit or a YouTube video or something. I was seeing somebody shiny hunt, like, they shiny hunted getting, like, a Giratina on Pokemon. I believe Pokemon Platinum, they had, like, a setup. They've been doing it for, like, a year or two or something on-off, and they had a shiny in their, like, Pokemon slot in their party. And you can kind of guess how this goes. This is an infamous glitch in Gen 4. While they were playing Pokemon Platinum, their fucking game, like, froze because there's a bug in Gen 4 where if you have two shinies out and, like, the shiny sparkles happen, there's a possibility of the game crashing when it happens. And, of course, because they brought out a shiny in their slot, it ended up crashing their game and they lost Giratina. It's like, that must have been fucking gutting, going through all that trouble, and then you find that you end up, like, losing the shiny because you didn't think about a technical problem and you fucking went through and used a shiny Pokemon. Like, that must have been a really, really hard loss to accept. I feel like I would feel really upset having that happen to me. I think I've had a few shiny fails other than the Rayquaza I've mentioned, but I've only really started playing it properly with Let's Go, and most of those shiny fails are from Pokemon that ran away from the battle, I think. I think I've had a few that might have despawned, but I'm usually not too bad about avoiding shiny fails in these games. I'm very thankful that I haven't had to deal with the shiny fail in Sword and Shield yet, and I hope it stays that way, because I absolutely want this to be something where I can get all my targets without too much trouble. Let me see, shiny Dynamax, shiny Charm is one I want. Yeah, I know about that. I'm just not ready to go back and do more Dynamax Adventures yet. I wanted to collect other Pokemon first. I've done a few Dynamax Adventure stuff and got some shinies that I wanted. I got Rayquaza, or no, I got Groudon and Kyogre, not Rayquaza, and I intend to do Rayquaza at some point. I have others that I want to do, like, I want to get Latios and Latios, and I want to get Zygarde as well. Part of my goal is to collect every Gen 3 Legendary and Shiny, so that means going through all this and getting all the Regice Pokemon, so there's quite a lot to do here. If I had a shiny use Explosion or Self-Destruct. I don't think I've ever had to deal with that kind of problem happening yet. I've had some issues over the time and having, like, shiny fails, like I said, but I don't think I've ever had anything use Self-Destruct. I've had a few problems where I've had shinies get away from me in Let's Go, though, where they run away, and that's always awful and infuriating. I don't remember, like, a huge amount of experiences like this, but I've definitely remember a few of them. I'm trying to think what all have I had that's, like, actually escaped me that I can remember. The biggest one that comes to mind when I try to remember shiny Pokemon that have got away, like, one of the worst ones I can remember is that I tried to catch, like, a shiny Snorlax at one point. Went through chaining it and everything in, like, the whole Cerulean Cave. And then when I finally saw it pop up, fucking, it ended up running away from me, like, after I threw one Pokeball and it didn't actually catch it. To be precise, it was actually an Ultra Ball, but the Snorlax fucking ran off my screen so quickly and gave me so little time to actually react to it. It was kind of just one of those moments where my brain was in shock and I was, like, unable to compute what the fuck just happened for a second or two. The Snorlax just fucking ran the hell away, like, stupid quick. Also, you wouldn't think a Snorlax would be the kind of Pokemon that fucking moves fast and fucking hustles off the screen, but nope. The Snorlax was gone in the blink of an eye, which is fucking infuriating. Let's see, there's some other experience. I don't remember how many, but I've had problems before in Let's Go with Joy-Con drift, and I've had the game fucking go and end up causing Joy-Con drift while I'm trying to shiny hunt and accidentally cause me to run away from a Pokemon while I'm trying to catch it. That's one of the worst ways to have a shiny fail, because it's not even your fault. Just a controller being fucking shitty and faulty and causing you to lose your Pokemon. That's something I hate and I have trouble getting over. Something I don't find to be very good when it happens. Really sucks. I'm trying to think if I had any other stuff like this happen. I don't think so. I think most of my experiences in the game have been overall pretty good. I don't think I've had any major shiny fails outside of the ones I've brought up. And those are the only ones that I remember. It definitely hurts when you had shiny fails, though. Definitely not something that's a lot of fun. It really stings to see it happen, usually. Hopefully we can avoid that happening again. I don't think there's any worry of it right now, but I've actually heard of reports of, like, in the older games where some of these Pokemon had self-destruct and you had to be, like, really careful fighting them. I'm not sure if... Maybe it wasn't they added in those games. I'm not actually sure, but I remember seeing people, like, lose to a self-destructing Regice before. That's something I would not want to deal with, but I don't think this Regice actually has self-destruct on it, and I don't think any of the Regis in these, like, encounters here have it, so there's not any worry about it blowing itself up and killing itself. That's one of the worst ways to lose a Pokemon, though. Fucking minding your own business, doing everything correctly, and then the fucking shiny decides it's just going to fucking kill itself. It's like, yeah, great, fucking put in a lot of work, and then it fucking murders itself, and you get to fucking sit there and watch it happen. I'm thankful I don't think I've seen that happen to me yet. Give me a second or two. Okay, here's another thing that'll be good. What's everyone's favorite, like, legendary scenes in, like, Pokemon games, or, like, cutscenes, I should say, like, talking about everybody's favorite games. You guys haven't discussed it, it's fine. Like, and this is another thing that's pretty good. What's everyone's favorite for cutscenes? I don't think I've asked that before that I can remember. There's a lot of really good ones, in my opinion. I haven't seen some of the ones, like, I haven't played Pokemon Gen 6 or 7, so I don't know how those went, but I remember in Gen 4 pretty well with, I believe it was with Giratina. Like, Giratina had a fucking really, really good, like, opening cutscene. Giratina, like, dragging you into the fucking, and what's it called again? The Distortion World? Like, the way they handled the transition was really, really good. Really fucking eerie. And the way it, like, grabbed Cyrus and, like, pulled him into the fucking portal. It was actually a little bit spine-chilling. Like, they did a really good job of making Giratina have a fucking really... How did I word this? I didn't say, like, Giratina's... I meant to say it was Giratina's presence in Pokemon Platinum is done extremely well. They managed to make a fucking incredibly great Pokemon and make its like, first ever cutscene appearance or whatever in its game fucking stand out really, really well. Rayquaza was also, like I said earlier, Rayquaza has a fucking awesome cutscene for his first appearance. I don't remember any other ones off the top of my head right away. I remember the scene when you're fighting in or whatever and you have to go through and get, like, Zekrom or Reshiram is actually pretty decent. I remember that being a decent thing. I haven't, unfortunately, played Black and White 2, so I can't comment on how that is, but I've seen, like, some of the anime interpretation of it, and I'm assuming the Kyurem transformation is pretty good. I don't think they did, like, a lot of, or any, maybe, potential, like, cutscenes in Gen 1 and 2. I mean, they may have put, like, a little bit of effort into some of the Gen 2 stuff, but I don't remember there being, like, too many specialty things. I know Celebi had one where, like, a special animation when you go to try and catch it, so there's that. I know they did some stuff like the remakes, though. I don't remember those animations very well either, though. I just remember going out and catching Lugia and Ho-Oh. I'm trying to think what's my favorite box art legendary, actually. I have a lot of them that I've really enjoyed. I guess if I had to narrow it down, maybe Lugia and Rayquaza's a second, like a strong second. Rayquaza and Giratina are some of my all-time favorites. Like, they have good designs, and on top of that, they have really impressive-looking shinies. They're genuinely really good Pokemon, in my opinion. Also, yeah, like I said, they have great shinies. I don't do tier lists very often. I actually thought of doing, like, a tier list stream at some point. I don't know if it'd be worth it. Figured that might be a fun distraction if anybody has interest. Sit down and do a point where we rate, like, Pokemon shinies or something. Or I've seen some other stuff. I've seen people do, like, tier lists of, like, generation Pokemon. I don't know how I feel about doing tier lists. I wouldn't mind, but might be fun one day to sit down and do, like, a tier list of, like, oh, who has the best shinies, or who has the best Gen 1 design out of all the Pokemon, those kind of things. I don't really care about them because I feel like tier lists are usually just, like, an easy way to put out content without actually doing anything. It's kind of lazy, and I mean, I don't know if I would want to do one myself, but I mean, for that reason, I've kind of avoided doing tier lists. I don't know if I hate them, though. I don't love them. Ugh, my stomach's bothering me a little bit. This is something I was worried about, that I might have a problem while I'm in the middle of streaming, and unlucky me, knowing that I have to fucking deal with the stomach ache right now. Oh well, whatever. That's one thing I do like about Pokemon. A lot of good things to talk about, a lot of fun things to talk about. There's a lot of great, like, moments in the games. There's a lot of good Pokemon. There's, like, all these different features we can talk about. I don't really love the series, because I'm not that... I fell out with it, but I mean, I still like it overall, and there's a lot of things I enjoy talking about Pokemon-wise. Okay, here's another topic for a little bit. So, what's everyone's favorite in terms of, like... Should I word this? Everyone's favorite in terms of, like, Pokemon designs, or... We can do some talk about, like, favorite typings or whatever. I don't know what my all-time favorite is. I like a lot of the Pokemon designs. I've always had a close affinity to Charizard, though. I liked Charmander, and I've really enjoyed Charmander's, like, evolutionary line. I think he's great, and honestly, a lot of the Gen 1 Pokemon are. I find in that particular line to be one of my favorites. Actually, in general, I have a lot of love for Gen 1 Pokemon because I grew up on it. I won't say it's the best gen, it has the best stuff, because I don't think that's true, but I have like some nostalgia for it since I played it originally. It's been a while since I sat down and properly played it, but that's probably fine, because I don't want to go back to it anytime too soon right now. I feel like legendaries have really good designs. If I had to, like, name, like, my favorite grouping in Pokemon, I'm talking about, like, favorite Pokemon, I think the starter Pokemon are probably my favorite. I find starter Pokemon are always have, like, a lot of thought put into them. They're really, really good, and I find they usually look great. I'm actually upset about, like, one thing in particular that bothered me about the DLC. It's not a big deal, but I don't like how they ended up putting, like, all these legendaries in, but they put in, like, barely any starters. And as far as starters go, we only got the Gen 3 starters, and that's kind of annoying and a little insulting that they didn't want to put in any other Pokemon outside of just one extra group of starters. I mean, I'm glad they're there. Gen 3 has some of my favorite starters, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't want more of the starters to come back, because they're usually really good. It's weird, I can't say I had any, like... I don't really love the look of the Gen 6 and 7 starters. I don't know why. Something about them I don't really find to be... I don't find their designs to click with me as well as I do older ones, I guess. I don't know how else to word it, like... I think I've warmed up to the Gen 7 designs a little bit more over time, namely because of the final evolutions, but I don't really love the way they look. What do you guys usually do for, like, when it comes to picking your starters? Do you guys typically go for like a specific type every time, or do you guys go off of, like, looking at the types and then just picking based on instinct? I'm curious to hear what everyone's, like, preferences are when it comes to picking a starter Pokemon. I've always done, like, going with my favorite of the grouping, and frankly, I think going with the favorite instead of going for, like, a specific typing is better. And it's how I prefer to do it anyway. I think it makes it more sentimental and something that matters more to you. Funny, I've actually had, like, maybe one or two instances I can think of where I actually have picked, like, a fire starter on my first, like, time playing through games. Like, I think most of my times I've played through Pokemon games, I've always picked, like, grass or water Pokemon. I know I picked Charmander Gen 1, I think, and then on top of that, I believe I picked Totodile Gen 2. Maybe it was Cyndaquil. I don't remember. I definitely can't say for certain that I picked Fire, and I don't think I did. And then from that point on, from whatever reason, I never really hated the Fire Pokemon or anything, but for some reason, I always gravitated to picking, like, Grass or Water Pokemon. For the first time in, like, God knows how long, I finally picked another Fire starter with Sword and Shield, and I got Scorbunny, so that's the first one I've had in some time. Hi there, welcome to the stream. Not sure how you pronounce that. I mean, welcome to the stream, though. I guess I can just call you Todd. I don't know, whatever you prefer. Welcome, though. Let's see. What was I saying again? I think we're talking about the starters, yeah. I think I'm the same on what you're saying. I pick which whenever I like best. I guess picking by typing isn't a bad idea. If you pick by typing, you can use stuff around, like, the region. I gotta say, speaking of typing and, like, starter Pokemon, I remember, like, I didn't remember it, like, too well from my playthrough, but, like, looking online, it's actually weird looking at, like, Gen 4 and then looking over at Diamond and Pearl, because apparently, there were, like, no fire Pokemon in the Sinnoh region. Like, there were 2 fire Pokemon you could get in Diamond and Pearl, and I think they fixed it and gave more options for like, Pokemon Platinum, but as far as Diamond and Pearl are concerned, fucking your options for fire Pokemon are to go for either A, the Chimchar line, or B, you can pick to go for getting Rapidash later on and try to make use of, like, Ponyta and Rapidash. It's pretty bad how there were only, like, 2 fire Pokemon. And the part that makes it even stupider is, like, later in the game, there's a fucking Elite Four member who has, like, a fire-based team, and he only has 2 fire Pokemon. All the rest of his Pokemon are just, like, assorted other types that aren't fire types. I'm so confused how they managed to fuck up upon, like, the Pokemon distribution bad enough that they made, like, an Elite Four member for fire Pokemon, yet they only offered 2 lines of fire Pokemon initially that you could get. This is really bizarre to me. I don't know what to say about that. I think there were a lot of water Pokemon in Gen 4 as well, actually. I remember seeing quite a few water Pokemon as I played through the game. That's something I find really odd that I forgot about in Gen 3 and 4. Gen 3 was crowded with water Pokemon, and for good reason, because Gen 3 was, like, a lot of surfing and diving and shit. Everybody memes up the old review of, like, Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire from IGN. It's funny when you actually sit down and, like, look at the games and, like, compare how the games are made, like, versus other Pokemon games. Like, they went really overboard how much fucking surfing you have to do and like, Ruby Sapphire and Emerald. It feels like 90% of the game you spend surfing around on a Pokemon. It's like, even though it got memed, like, it's genuinely a pretty fair, or, like, criticism to say they put way too much fucking stuff into, like, either being underwater or just stuff you surf for. Not really a big complaint, but yeah, I remember that being a thing back in the day, too. Actually, I'm curious, how many of you guys have played Gen 3 back when it was, like, brand new? Because I remember one thing in particular from Gen 3 really, really well. I remember playing, and I remember, oops, I meant to go back to the town and heal up again. But yeah, I remember there was one thing that really was weird to me, and that was how the Regis were handled in Gen 3, which was significantly different from how it's handled here. And if for anybody who doesn't know about how Gen 3 does it, not only do you need, like, you need to get, like, I think, dive, and you have to go down these specific spots and search for shit. You have to, like, decrypt these messages while you're playing the game, and it requires you to read Braille, which is the weirdest shit. It is extremely confusing, extremely hard, and I remember I had, like, a guidebook helping me do it, and I still struggled to, like, figure out actually how to get down and reach Regice, Registeel, and Regirock. Like, the actual method of getting to them was so fucking obtuse and so fucking confusing. That's one part of Gen 3 I did not find to be very fun. That was something that was really, really bizarre in my opinion. I think you also needed to have a Relicanth in your party as well when you were going through and getting your hands on the Reggie, so you had to do that as well. That's one of the weirdest Pokemon puzzles, though. It's like, oh yeah, you have to read Braille, but because the fact you're reading Braille, it's like you're not even properly reading it, because Braille is meant to be a language for the blind, if anybody isn't aware of that. That's a pretty common knowledge thing, though, but like, Braille's meant to be, like, you touch it and you feel of, like, how the writing is. You can feel, like, the texture of the writing and feel out what letters are being formed by the and in the writing, and it's like, yeah, it's weird to see Braille in a Pokemon game and you have to do that, and it's like, you're not actually able to properly read like how you would if you were blind. It's like, that makes it even weirder looking when you sit there and look at the puzzle overall. It's honestly something I feel like they made it and they didn't think about it and they put it in the game, and it's like, they probably didn't even consider how much little kids would struggle sitting there trying to figure out how to do the Reggie puzzles. Like, it was genuinely confusing, and to the extent that it was not very well fleshed out, in my opinion. I feel like they made a really, really weird choice going with something that complicated for the legendaries. In fact, I don't know if there's any other legendary that had like that confusing of an encounter method compared to the Reggies. I mean, the Roamers fucking sucked, and I know there were some puzzles in Heart Gold, or not in Heart Gold, I meant to say just Gold, Silver, and I think they were in Heart Gold and Soul Silver by virtue of being remakes, but like there were some puzzles you could solve with Unknown, but I don't think any of the puzzles that were in Heart Gold and Soul Silver were actually like set up so you actually had to do anything crazy and you would have to collect anything that was like rare. I think it was mostly you just got Unknown and you were able to read like the Unknown alphabet and find a few messages in the chamber or whatever. It was neat, but it wasn't anything crazy. I don't actually remember what the hell the purpose of the Unknown puzzles in like Gen 2 was. I mean, they weren't bad, but I don't know what the actual goal behind getting the Unknown and reading like wall text is actually supposed to be. I mean, I guess you could just argue that there's no actual point to it and you're just supposed to collect the Unknown, but I feel like there's something there for that. I'd have to look that up again. I don't remember what the hell the Unknown puzzles actually look like. Let me see. Played Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire. Had to look up how to do the puzzle on YouTube. That's interesting. I think a friend and I were talking about this on a stream, and actually, like, he asked about whether or not they had kept the puzzle in the game, and I didn't honestly know if they kept it, and I guess they did. I'm surprised they didn't change it to make it easier, especially when you look at this, and the puzzles for how they get you to get the Reggies in this are actually really, really easy, really, really simple, and it's like, compared to how you have to do it in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, this is extremely easy. There's not really much challenge to it. Honestly, this is kind of better, though. It was a neat thing, though, back in the day. I mean, it made something more interesting than your standard legendary and made you go through something you wouldn't see in other Pokemon games. I mean, I'll at least give them a little bit of applause for thinking of something clever when it comes to giving you a way to encounter, like, all the Reggies. That was something that was pretty good. My throat, ugh. Wondering when to wait. Hold on a second. Good 10 or 5 minutes? Huh. I don't remember that very well, but then again, it's been so long that I haven't played those games in literally forever, and my memory of how those puzzles work is, like, completely just, like, gone. I don't remember the puzzles for Ruby, Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, like, very well at all. Hey, Wayne, welcome back. What's going on? Let me see what's up in the chat in just a second. from this bought 9 $60 games, all first party. That's incredible, actually. I don't think I could ever sit down and waste that much, that much money on purchases just by. I couldn't waste that much money on purchases just because I wanted games or whatever. That's a lot of money to throw away. See what does that even calculate out to? 60 times 9. Jesus, I'm looking at the like I checked this on a calculator, and according to what I just searched, 9 $60 games is like $500+ Like, that's a lot of money to burn on first party games. I'm guessing they may have had like gold points stashed up, and they may have potentially had like I'm not sure about how the ratio would be for that. Let me see what this says, but like, let's see. You get 300, right? So I guess how do I calculate this again? You need to have 6,000 in order to get exactly one game. I mean, plus tax. I'm not sure. 300, so 300 times 9, I think. Let me see if I'm not doing this wrong. You don't even, even if you were to factor in the rate of every game that you'd already bought on the eShop, that's still not enough to add up to like a free game. That's only like 2,700 games. Unless you potentially got, not 2,700, I meant to say 2,700 gold points. Bleh, my words came out wrong. But yeah, it's only enough for that many gold points. Unless you had stockpiled points, then that wouldn't really get you anywhere. But like, I'm guessing your friend must have had a lot of gold points waiting for them and probably used those to help them get games they wanted. Or maybe they could have done it through trying to get like something on, like, I think you can buy certain stuff off of websites or whatever. You could wait until sales or promos go up and get like extra, so I guess they could have done that. Yeah, you can stack your gold points, but I mean, that's one thing I don't like about My Nintendo. They make it so that if you do, you end up fucking having to be very, very cautious, and then you find that if you're not careful, your points end up expiring and end up like all going away, so you have to be really careful in order to make sure you don't waste your points. It's a real double-edged sword, and if you end up not being careful, then you end up throwing money down the drain, and you end up not actually getting anything back in exchange. Also, I hate to say this, and it's not something I want to do, but I think when I get to the 300th encounter, I'm going to have to stop the stream and take a little break. I was going to do 500 encounters all throughout the sake of, like, trying to get these, or saying trying to get the shiny. I need to go to the bathroom, and it's a stomach cramp right now, so I'm going to have to stop the stream in order to go use the bathroom and actually take care of that later, so I can't hold it in forever and stream for like 5 or 6 hours to try and get the shiny, and I know nobody wants to sit there and watch a BRB screen that could be up for 20 or 30 minutes, so I'm going to take, when it comes to, I don't know, we'll see what time it is, probably around 3 or 4-ish hours when I reach 300 encounters. I'm going to go ahead and make sure that I get AFK break. I think I'll be okay for as long as it takes to get 300. I don't think it'll be too much longer. I think I can tough it out that long. Yeah, I know you mentioned that. I've not really been able to do that. I've found that stacking gold points and My Nintendo is actually really difficult unless you happen to have like a little bit of foresight planning around what you're doing. I can't even imagine trying to save up like enough for a full game. I think I've got like one time where I had enough for a full game, but most of the time, since I have to like live from what money I get, I end up just using my gold points when I need them on like tax money on games, and frankly, it ends up working well. I mean, it's not a bad idea to take your gold points and then just pay for your games and not worry about doing any like tax money when you add your stuff to your eShop balance. I mean, I guess there's that. Let me see. Eating a big holiday meal later. Didn't eat yesterday, your stomach didn't do well. Look hungry. Yeah, I don't blame you about that. If you haven't eaten anything in a while, I mean, I know you were telling me about that. I haven't had anything to eat yet myself either, and it's, let's see, what time is it? 11:35 at my time, apparently, so I can imagine I'm going to get hungry pretty soon after I get done with what I'm doing on here, and I'm probably going to want to eat something. I might split the streams up and do, like, the remaining of the 500 I won for this shiny hunt, like, later in the day. My original goal was to sit here and do, like, 500 in, like, one point and try to get my hands on shiny Regice. The more I sit down and think about it, I think I'm better off just doing 500 total, because my goal was going to be 500, and then I came back online and tried to do another 200 Regice. But I think I'm going to fucking exhaust myself so badly that I'm not in the mood to do literally any streaming if I do that, so I'm gonna have to do my plan to split it up a little bit and then do part of it now, part of it later, and we'll try to get Regice. I think that's the only feasible way to do this today. And then there's also the matter that it's not guaranteed, but I'm planning to do something for New Year's tonight if I can get things to work out well, so I'd like to also be able to stream one more time for New Year's. That's a lot, too. That means I'll be on possibly for 3 streams in the span of one day. That's a ton of stuff I'm doing. Also, I can shiny hunt. Let me see what's going on. Just checking up on chat messages. 1 second. I won't lie, I think I'm a little bit tired because I didn't sleep a whole lot last night, so my energy is not completely with me right now. Stayed up later than I needed to, and it's taken a little bit of an effect on me. This was in Roswell, New Mexico. And for aliens. What does it say? Apparently unfortunately, they crashed there. Wait, let's see, what's this? Is alien gift shops, an alien theme. McDonald's. And then they're seeing the same inside is crazy. That's interesting, very interesting, seeing like certain places like set their town up and like dedicate part of it to like stuff like this. They claim it's for an alien. I mean, maybe it's true, maybe it's not. Nobody knows about whether or not aliens are real, because it's all really hard to say about whether or not there's actually some life form out there that we've never actually met or heard of and want to believe in it, but like still not had any proof of. I found it fascinating they made like an entire theme around the fact that they had what they believed to be an alien sighting, though I'm not going to say whether or not I would think it's wrong, because I have no way to know for sure. It's like, that's really interesting and actually really cool at the same time, even if it's a little odd, like the fact they put together all this theming based on one event. I remember something like I saw online, I was watching some video, I don't remember what, it was from Cinemasker or something. I remember as a movie that was, a movie that got reviewed on there by like James Rolfe's like little movie review thing where he does like reviews of certain movies and shows them on his like YouTube while he's talking about all the high points and the low points of it. And I can't remember what the hell the name of it was. I think it's like The Thing or whatever. Maybe it was something else. You know, the classic horror movie where there's like a giant gelatinous blob monster. It's like some weird slimy creature, and it's like eating people on a ship, and everyone's like confused and panic has no idea what's going on. Well, I remember like watching a video on this, and I recall seeing some city that's like, I think there's the same city where this was filmed or something, and I don't know if they like had like theming around it so much, but I think I remember them having like a festival like every year, and they would have like a festival based around this movie like every single year, and all the people would talk about it, and they like happened to like be really well studied up on how the movie was like made, and they talked about like facts about it. They made like little attractions you could go to where there were like things based on the movie, all these neat little things that were just like either based on the movie or the production values in it and like the stuff inside of it. It's like, I don't know why, but something about that I find really cool, actually. I like the idea of like that they took so much pride in the fact there was a famous horror movie filmed there. They like dedicated like a little like festival to it every year. That's something I find really, really interesting. I feel like this kind of stuff is always fun stuff to talk about, and usually you can find some interesting themes and you go into talking about this. I don't know a lot of cities that do these kind of like activities every year, though. It's always fun to read up on them, though. Or just watch a documentary and see some of the crazy stuff out there online. You can find some really fun YouTube documentaries if you know where to look, honestly. Let me see. I'm gonna need a second or two before I continue reading, because I, of course, have to fucking do this. Like I said, I want to read the chat, but need to keep my eyes peeled on the pattern so I don't waste extra time. Want to do Area 50... Wait, I'm not sure you said you wanted to go to or visit or what? Area 51 Army government official sitting right on top of a mountain at the entrance thing will kill. Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to try and sneak into Area 51. In fact, I remember that whole thing where people did the whole raid Area 51 thing like last year or whatever, and then it ended up with like them just like shooing everyone away from the entrance, and thankfully nobody got shot. It was just like they did some little party thing or whatever. It was really weird how like an entire group of people just suddenly up and decided they were going to try and raid Area 51. They all like flew down on the same day to like have this weird meetup. Like I've never seen anything that strange happen on the internet before. I mean, at least it ended well. It wasn't anything that was too great, but like it was interesting to see how all these people came there over something that had like no proof over it. I find it funny how people are like convinced there's aliens in Area 51. I know there's like rumors of like really weird and crazy shit happening in Area 51, but it's like not only is it locked up and really heavily guarded by like the military, on top of that, like there's a lot of like rumors that go around the internet or really around anywhere regarding Area 51. It's like I don't think they're dumb enough to leave their stuff they've got there like at Area 51 if there's actually like something in there. I'm not saying for sure there is, and I mean maybe there isn't, maybe it's just nothing, but it's like if there's actually anything there, they probably would have moved their stuff away from Area 51 purely because of the fact that like so many people have heard of it by now. It's like common knowledge to hear people claiming Area 51 is like an area where there's like constant UFO sightings or aliens supposedly show up, and it's like, well, if they caught an alien or something, they probably moved it away from Area 51. That's assuming there's actually aliens in the first place, though. There's like no actual way to know until we've actually had somebody have like a way to actually confirm it. I mean, speaking of aliens is like an odd thing, but it's also a pretty fun topic. Like, there's no knowing whether or not they're real. All we can do is hope they're real, and, well, I say hope. There's no telling if they're going to be hostile or not hostile. If they actually end up showing up, it's like, we have no way to know unless they end up proving they are real and come out on their own and prove it. It's like, I want to believe there's aliens out there, but we don't have any way to actually find out for real. The idea is infinitely interesting to me, though. I love the idea of there being more intelligent life out there than just humans, and more stuff that actually we could communicate with, and like maybe that they're actually out there and they just haven't found us, or they haven't really tried to reach out to us. Let me see. At least that's done to the public. I'm not sure what you're saying there. They need conspiracy on different governments and you don't know what to believe. Yeah, that's just the way it is, the government. You can't really trust the government too much. Like, I don't want to be sound like a conspiracy theorist, but like, even if there are points where you should trust the government, you shouldn't fully trust them, because the government, it ultimately does not have your best interest in mind. They care about whatever the fuck they want to care about, and if there's something they find the apparent and that seems that the American people shouldn't know and they want to hide it, they will absolutely hide it and not say anything about it. It's like you can't really trust anything they say 100%. I mean, I'm not gonna be fucking like these crazy people out here and saying, "Oh no, the government is evil. They don't do anything for the people. They actually hate us, and that's why they hide things." And oh yeah, they did 9/11. It's like, yeah, I don't believe that stuff. People who say that, I think, might be a little bit on the crazy side. But I do genuinely believe the government does not have its people at heart. Like, I don't think they actually give a shit what we want or what we need. I think they care more about what they want. I mean, if there was really that much care about how things were going, I don't think the Senate would have passed the fucking... They're not passed, I mean, they would have rejected the fucking... rejected the stimulus checks being approved for, like, $2,000. Like, that's an ultimate fucking dick move where they had no reason to actually reject that, and they still went out of their way to make sure they could deprive people of getting that $2,000 and leaving them with only $600. There was literally no downside in giving us a little bit of extra money, and they did it anyway because they don't want us getting the money. And it's almost like they're saying, yeah, fuck you, you're lower class than us and we don't respect you. It's actually kind of disgusting. Ugh. Fucking hate the government sometimes. I don't want to get, like, super involved in politics, but, like, yeah, it's not a fun thing thinking about that kind of crap. They had COVID for a few months in the U.S. No scares. That's something I'm not surprised about either, but that's not a good thing by any stretch. I remember, like, was it 2019 or what? I remember, like, how the virus, like, started up in, like, China, or was it, I think it's China or Japan, I don't remember which one, and, like, I remember when I was looking at this, apparently China's government was, like, actually quick to, like, silence anybody who talked about the virus or tried to, like, prove its existence. Like, there was a scientist who tried to warn people that the coronavirus was coming, and, of course, China being China and trying to maintain total control over their country and ruling with an iron fist, they basically threatened the guy and stopped him from saying anything. Like, thanks to China and what they did, it's pretty much entirely their fault that the coronavirus has managed to get out of hand and end up reaching, like, other countries. All because Chinese officials decided that, oh yeah, we need to cover this virus up instead of letting it, like, be made into actual public news and taking, like, any type of, like, what's the right word I'm looking for? Well, taking, like, any prerequisites to stop the virus from spreading to other countries. All because China was obsessed with their fucking leadership and being in a total dictatorship and, like, rule over their country. It's pretty damn awful. I feel bad for the Chinese people that have to put up with their shitty government and have to live in, like, fear of the government all the time. It sounds like living in China must be an actual hell right now. I couldn't imagine how bad it is. I don't think I would want to live there. Ugh. Hopefully it'll be under control by next year, though. I mean, we got vaccines coming. News on, like, CNN. Fox can't trust because they're paid off to say anything to make the news exciting. So, yeah, I can totally understand that. I remember, like, a lot. I hate to get into, like, politics too much, but I remember, like, all throughout Donald Trump's presidency, fucking CNN and, like, Fox News and whatever, they would always spin the news so that they would, like, spin it in Donald Trump's favor. And it was the same shit they criticized like, Barack Obama for. Like, it's pretty much just all the fucking people out there, and, like, the Republicans fucking basically jerking off Donald Trump's ego more and more. It's like, it's pretty bad how corrupted, like, media and even the news can be in general lately. It's like, oh man. I'm actually glad Donald Trump isn't the president anymore. I feel like he was making things worse and probably going to get us in a lot of deep shit if he ended up staying president. I don't want to get into, like, politics too much, but I do not trust my life with Trump, honestly. I'm not super excited about the current president either, but I mean, I have more hope than I did with Trump at least, so I'm hopeful things will work out. I find it funny how, like, looking on social media, instead of just admitting his defeat, Trump's, like, fucking throwing a temper tantrum and, like, demanding there's a recount. And I think there's already been, like, one recount, and it ended up proving that Trump lost the vote and that Biden won fair and square. It's like he's a fucking toddler who can't accept the fact that he fucking lost an election. It's actually shocking to me, just in general, that Trump managed to win the 2016 election. Trump is not the kind of person that's suited to be in a leadership position. He is the kind of person who is so self-centered and only thinks about himself. He's a terrible person to be a president. But yeah, I think I've had enough talking about politics, so I'll just leave it there. I feel like Trump is only bad for the country. At least he tried to help with the stimulus checks, I guess. That's one good thing I'll give him, though. Alright, yeah, let's change the topic a little bit, because I don't want to talk purely about Donald Trump or politics or anything, because that's not what I was intending at all. I didn't expect that I would go on this rant any. Give me a second or two. I'm gonna need a moment. Actually, anybody played anything good right now? Like any fun games? I haven't been doing a whole lot outside of my... I've been playing like Pokemon to get this shiny and some Tetris 99. I haven't really delved into many of my other games, actually. I've been looking at some stuff I might want to play. I started a casual playthrough of Kirby Superstar up on the Switch Online, actually, and I've been playing through that really slowly, making my way through it, and enjoying it overall, I'd say. It's been a long time since I sat down and played one of the older Kirby games, and I've been enjoying it, replaying Superstar, because Superstar's good. I will honestly admit, though, I got kind of lost and I got into the Great Maze Adventure stuff. Let's see. Also, I've been meaning to go back and play some more multiplayer stuff. I've been thinking about going back to Fall Guys, actually. I haven't played it in forever. I know that Fall Guys has lost popularity, but I've been having interest in playing that. I haven't played it for at least a month or two. I've kind of fallen out of playing it because the gameplay got a little bit tiring after them not updating it. Actually, does anybody else here even play it? I'm just curious how many people play it, because it's fairly popular, and it seems like popularity for Fall Guys has dropped off quite a bit. I mean, I think it's more of the fact that the Battle Royale genre, like I said prior, has kind of gotten stale, and I think people are sick of Battle Royales, even Fall Guys at this point, so nobody's bothering to play it any. I'm still upset about Super Mario Bros. 35, actually. I enjoyed playing it, and I hate the fact that it's going to be gone in like a few months. In March, it's going to be gone forever, and it's like, I don't see why Nintendo put out a limited release for it in Battle Royale game, and then they just fucking abandoned it, and then they're going to abandon it, excuse me. I'd fucking hate that. I don't like the way they did the whole thing regarding limited releases for games either. I find that to be really annoying. I wish they would stop doing that. I find that to be awful marketing. I mean, it drives sales, but I hate how they're throwing out several games left and right where it's like, oh yeah, buy it in a few months or you can't buy it, period. That is some of the most anti-consumer marketing I've ever seen. It's just genuinely infuriating and annoying to see. Let me see. What else is there I want to talk about that I haven't brought up yet? Let me see. Dropped off for the game came out. 2 other games. Among Us and Obiad took away people from Fall Guys. Yeah, I remember that. That's something I remember quite a bit. I don't think Phasmophobia's got any people still playing it too much. I mean, it's probably being played some, but I think Phasmophobia is kind of worn down a little bit. It seems like a good game for co-op and messing around and like sitting down and playing and trying to do the ghost hunting. I've never really played too many games like that. I don't play enough multiplayer games, and I don't play enough co-op games either. I need to play Phasmophobia at some point. The problem is getting a group together. That's one of the games I've had interest in this year that I've not bothered to check out. Seems like a decent experience, like going through, getting a little weird, fun little Ghostbusters-like experience and trying to find the ghost. I find that to be a good idea. I like the way it looks. I'm honestly surprised Phasmophobia got as popular as it was. I didn't expect it would take off, but I mean, definitely a good-looking game in my opinion. Maybe we'll stream it one day. It looks good. I'm not bad about playing horror games in general. Actually, I find that I suck with like dealing with like anything actually scary, so I barely ever played horror games. I'm the kind of person who gets freaked out easy and screams over literally anything, so I don't like playing horror games. Although, it's funny, most of my streams where I played horror games, I found that I haven't actually had any problems like worrying about getting scared or jump scared. I've been able to handle all the horror games I play without too much issue. I think the only one I played that got me a little bit is I played through Layers of Fear, and that game has like quite a few cheap jump scares that'll spring on you, and it's really easy to get caught off guard by those. Let me see. I'm going to talk about this some more in a second. I want to talk about this too a little bit. How many people here actually play Among Us, though, since I wanted to do a topic change? I know it's still really popular. I can't find it, like enough interest to actually pick it up. I mean, it looks good, but I don't have any people to play it with, and on top of that, I don't really enjoy social games. I'm not really great when it comes to being in a group of people or talking. I'm honestly surprised Among Us got popular more so than anything this year, though. Like, Among Us was this weird game that just came out of nowhere, and it's a 2-year-old game, for God's sake. It's like, how did this game suddenly get so much attention and get so popular just out of the blue? It's almost like this like huge popularity spike from Among Us like came out of nowhere. Like I can't tell where the hell the like actual like a surge of new people came in. I'm assuming somebody like PewDiePie must have played it or something. I don't know. Like, it's very bizarre, though, that this game that's not had any relevancy for the past 2 years has suddenly got all these people flocking to it. It's like, I've never seen a phenomenon like this happen in a game before. Yeah, I think this might be a first where a game's been, like, not actually that popular, and then, like, 2 years later, it suddenly gets all this attention. Throat's bothering me. I'm sorry. Oh, fuck, drainage problems are causing me to feel, like, really nasty, and my talking's feeling a little bit more strained because of that. Ugh. I might have to take a moment in a little bit to go get a water or whatever and try to clear my throat out by drinking some more. I don't know. I'm not feeling amazing at the moment. Ugh. Water. I'm going to try to tough it out and try to ignore it. Hopefully I'll be fine. I don't know. Anyway, where was I? I don't know. I might play Among Us. I don't know. I haven't thought of checking it out. I don't know if I have the interest in it. I'll be honest with you guys. Since I don't play it, really, like, I'm getting a little bit sick of all the Among Us videos that pop up on YouTube. They're literally everywhere, and it seems like they're always the same, like, title or something really similar. You always see somebody, like, put up an Among Us video. It's usually the same fucking title of, like, oh yeah, I made the biggest, this brain, like, 200 IQ play on Among Us, and it's like, are you really serious? Like, fucking everybody is making videos on this game, and they're all, like, the same fucking title and same shit. It's like, what makes you so special when you're dropping another fucking one of these stupid big brain IQ videos out there that are already oversaturated? I don't understand why, like, so many videos of her are still up. I know the game's still somewhat popular, but the content people have made for Among Us is absolutely not that interesting anymore. I feel like the reason Among Us has still got any popularity is purely just because the people who are streaming or playing the game are good enough to keep the commentary interesting, since they're able to make fun conversations. If it wasn't for the fact there were a lot of big YouTubers playing it, though I doubt the game would still be alive right now. It's not a bad game, just I don't find it to be something that necessarily makes any sense or does. I don't know if it deserves all the fame it got. I'm not gonna say it's bad. I just don't know if it deserved to have been like suddenly biggest game and 1 year out of nowhere. Okay, let's go back to the topic of horror games. How do you guys feel about horror games? Actually, do you guys play them very often, or do you guys not care about horror games? I don't play them super often. I'm not the kind of person who really gets into horror games. I mean, I enjoy playing them when I get a chance and I feel like I'm in the mood for them, but I've never really loved horror games. I need to look into some more that are good ones. I've not played a whole lot. Like I said earlier, I don't like them because I personally find that I get really, really squeamish and I'm really afraid of playing horror games that I get scared easy. So I don't play them very often. Let's see, what are some good ones? Ones I played, I can think on a few. Like, I've definitely played through played that Fatal Frame game on Wii, Fatal Frame Made in the Black Water, that's one. I've also played that Nightmare House 2 thing a little bit. I haven't got to finish it, unfortunately. I mentioned Layers of Fear. I've had a few that I've played. Nothing crazy. What's the scariest horror game you guys have played or watched? I'm curious to hear this one. Even if you don't play them, I think at least some, like most people have seen like some videos of horror games, and it's really easy to find interesting topics on horror games. I'm gonna be honest when it comes to like certain popular horror games. I don't think Five Nights at Freddy's is that interesting looking. I mean, the lore is good. The game itself I don't find to be that great. I'm glad the lore's fleshed out because it's kind of neat and kind of cool to read up on it, but I can't really see the huge appeal of Five Nights at Freddy's. I find the fucking weird, like, jump scare horror game where you're just trying to avoid getting attacked by, like, the animatronics to be kind of weird and maybe not something that I find to be too appealing. I don't feel like I understand, like, why people play the Five Nights at Freddy's games. It's kind of surprising it got popular to begin with. I think the only reason Five Nights at Freddy's took off is because Markiplier did, like, a video of Five Nights at Freddy's, like, a long time ago after it got released, and I think a lot of people picked up and started playing the game because Markiplier played it, and as a result, the game has gotten, like, a ridiculous amount of attention. I mean, it's not a bad series, but I think that definitely factored into whether or not it was going to be popular. Let me see. Hold on a second. Horror game that you played scared the crap out of you? Hold on a second. I need a second to get back to where I was at before I keep reading. Just I gotta make sure I focus on certain points, obviously. Played scare the crap out of you in Fear 2. One level. Wait, what did I miss again? Let me see. Oh, wait. One level scary as hell in Dark Base No Lights as a kid. That sounds rough. Really, really scary. So much the playing a lot of scary horror games. Be scary and that's your still the Fear 2 favorite game to replay. I've never played any of the Fear games. I know I've heard they're good. I might check them out one day. There's a lot of horror games I wouldn't mind checking into just to see how good they are. Fear the Alien from Alien Isolation. I see that a lot. I don't blame you on that one. I can totally understand that one. I don't really play a lot of horror games, and the Alien's like a very, very well done, and like it's a little overused, but like the Alien from the Alien series in general is fucking creepy as hell and something that's very, very terrifying to like run. Like the idea of running into it is fucking scary. And when they did Alien Isolation, they managed to pull off the whole vibe of running away from the alien really, really well. They did a good job, like, making the alien and Alien Isolation creepy as fuck. I haven't even played it myself, but I've watched, like, a lot of people who played it. And even just watching somebody play, sometimes it sends chills like down my spine watching them fucking try to run away from the alien and try to hide from it. It's fucking really clever. Even like some of the stupid tricks you'd use on other like horror monsters don't always work on the alien. Like I've seen points where people like I know it's a trope where you go into like like say you're going in a locker or whatever, you go and like hide underneath something or hide behind something in like a horror game to get away from a monster. But like honestly, I find it better in the case of Alien Isolation, how like when you hide sometimes it doesn't work out. Like I've seen like a few points in the game where you play it, and when if you run up to like a locker and you try to hide in it, the alien will like walk up to the locker and then it'll fucking open the fucking locker and kill you. It's like, I kind of want to see that kind of thing in more horror games. Like I don't feel like I want to see it too much, but I would want to see that more in general. Like it's kind of a bit of a trope at this point that when you're playing a fucking in like horror game, but almost always the monster is really goddamn stupid and they don't end up finding you. Usually they end up not looking for you and they won't notice you go into hiding. It's like, really? Are we going to continue the trend of like literally every monster in a video game being a fucking total dumbass and not actually having any intelligence? I'm not saying it's like completely a bad thing. In fact, obviously it works as like a way to get away from like a monster chasing you, but it'd be nice to see a few more horror games where there's actually intelligent monsters and you actually have to use your brain to escape them, and you can't just like go cower into a corner and get away from it. It's like, I liked how Alien Isolation actually, it made you think about what you were doing a little more, and you actually had to plan out your hiding a little bit, and you couldn't just fucking expect the alien to just go away because it was fucking persistent and very, very good at sleuthing you out. Like, I want to see that in more horror games where there's actually a little bit of challenge getting away from the monsters. Let me see. I didn't check that message until now. You're on the wrong definition and you're pissed. Yeah, I've never played it, so I can't really say about much about Fear, so I don't know what it's really like. I don't really like many horror games. Yeah, I'm the same way. I don't play them very often. There's something I find to be a pretty fun topic that's like worthy of talking about for a while, though. Horror games are usually pretty interesting and definitely worth talking about for a little bit. Actually, one I've been wanting to play for a while, I don't know how good it is. I need to play Amnesia: The Dark Descent at some point. I hear Amnesia is really good, and I know this year they finally made like another new Amnesia title, and apparently the new one's pretty good as well. I've heard the one that came before, like this one, the Machine for Pigs, or whatever the fuck that was called, that game was apparently not that good and not a very good sequel to like the original Amnesia, so I don't know. I need to check out Amnesia and play it at some point. I hear Amnesia is like a classic in terms of horror games, and a lot of people have played it, so maybe I'll do it for like a stream in the next year or two. I'd like to do most of my games like on Switch, so I'd like to play it, but I don't know if it'd actually be on a Switch or not. I don't think that's on the Switch. Game you've really ever played is Alien Isolation. I play some every now and then. I sometimes like to play them for the sake of like Halloween, because it's like, it feels fitting to play a horror game at Halloween, so the idea of playing a horror game and trying to see how far I can get on Halloween is like a pretty decent idea in my opinion. I enjoy that. What is this? I don't know what your comment is. Roar. I'm not sure what you typed there. Whatever. Oh man, I need to play more games in general. Let's see, what else was there in terms of... Oh yeah, another one I wanted to play, or I don't know if I want to play it or not. Another good horror game I remember would be Soma. I hear Soma being talked about a lot, and the general atmosphere from Soma is so unsettling. I find Soma to look really, really good. The story seems like it's innocent enough, and then you get in the game and things get really fucked up really quickly, and I like the whole thing they have going on with the robots, and I think that's like underwater or whatnot. The game is fucking weird, and Soma is fascinating. Possibly one of the more intriguing like horror games over the recent years. I really... Excuse me one moment. I'm gonna take care of some problems here. Or at least one, I should say. Forgot this done right. Get the fuck off my channel with that shit. I'm not going to sub you or just to get good shiny luck, and that's not going to work either. You have a lot of nerve coming in here and posting something shameless like that on my channel. Like, it is not okay. Just get out of here with that crap. I don't know why that guy thought I wouldn't take any action over that. Sometimes you meet some weird people on YouTube, whatever. Hey, welcome to the stream again, Roma. I've been doing some shiny hunting, talking about a lot of stuff. We talked about horror games a little bit, just talking about whatever. Oh, one other horror game I can think of that's like a really big one and a lot of people talk about. I have wanted to play it for a while. The only problem is that, like, the part of it that I don't like is it's very bad about body horror. In one horror game I want to check out, I want to look at, like, Outlast. I hear Outlast is really good. The concept is really cool, too. Like, if I look at, like, stuff in it, like, I enjoy the idea behind it, and I don't know if they're all portraying the same idea in every game, so I haven't seen, like, how Outlast 3 and Outlast 2 play it. I don't even think Outlast 3 is out yet, but I think Outlast 2 is in a different setting. Outlast 1, you literally, like, go into a fucking insane asylum, and then you have to carry, like, a video camera around you while you're trying to escape from the asylum. It's like you go there for news, and then your character, like, really quickly realizes they got in over their head and that they did something really fucking stupid. Also, when it comes to fucking body horror, I'll give you guys an idea of what happens. And real quick, the DLC for Outlast 1 is actually far worse in regards of like how bad, like, the body horror is in the main game. But there's also some bad stuff in the main game. Like, you play through the game, and then once you get through far enough, there's this fucking crazy-ass doctor that chases you down, and he fucking, I'm pretty sure he, like, saws, like all the fingers on, your, like, one of your hands off in the game. And you see your character, like, screaming and everything. It's really fucked up to watch. It's kind of one of the more really creepy and terrifying moments I've seen in, like, a horror game over the recent years. I find it to be fucking really weird to watch and not a great scene whatsoever. The other one is, there's something really fucked in the DLC, though, that I can bring up that I remember seeing from, like, somebody playing the game. League of Legends. I'm not sure what you're talking about by talking about League of Legends, whatever. I've never really played League of Legends, actually. Not really had... I think I played it back in the past, but never had a huge interest in it. Not really the kind of series that I cared about. I'm not good with MOBA games, to be honest. We can talk about that later, though. What was I saying again? Oh, yeah, the DLC. I think it's called the Whistleblower or whatever. There's, like, some character in the game. I can't remember his name. I think he's called the Bridesmaid. This guy is, like, fucking completely unhinged. This Outlast character. And then you, when you end up, like, meeting him, the most terrifying shit happens. Not only does he kidnap you and knock you out, you see something really fucked up happen. Basically, like, you see this character, like, take your character, and he tries to fucking pull, like, a saw through your... I think it was a saw or a buzzsaw. He tries to pull a fucking... I think it's a buzzsaw, like, right through your fucking private. It's like... The guy is completely insane. I think the logic is, like... Not only is he crazy, this guy, like, kidnaps people that he finds in the fucking... like, insane asylum. His logic is he tries to find a bride. Because the guy's crazy, and there's no actual women in the asylum, he takes, like, every fucking poor sap that he finds, and kidnaps and, like, basically saws their fucking privates off, and fucking, and I think they usually end up dying. You see, like, these people who end up having this happen to them, and there's, like, a fucking mountain of corpses behind you at some point, I think, too, when this guy doing this shit. It is probably one of the most unsettling, creepy things I've ever watched in a horror game. and I only saw this in like another person's playthrough. I've never played the game myself. It's like, it was fucking terrifying to watch though when like watching it on YouTube. I think I watched it on like a Markiplier video. Like, oh, I don't know about you guys. I can't handle body horror at all. Body horror is absolutely disgusting, and it makes me fucking squeamish whenever I see it. I find the idea of watching body horror and watching somebody lose a like part of their body to be like incredibly fucking terrifying, and I always hit the fucking turn my eye, even if it's like obviously it's part of like a movie, but it's like, oh, it's never fun to watch, whether it's a movie or a game or whatever. I feel sorry for all the people who've had to actually lose like limbs throughout their life through unfortunate mishaps, actually. Like, I remember hearing a story a long time ago about like some farmer or whatever working on like a tractor or a combine or whatever. I think he like fell off or something, and one of his legs got caught up, or maybe it was both of his legs. They got caught up in like the tractor or whatever. Poor guy had to like take off like his pocket knife and fucking and actually cut both of his legs off so that he didn't end up getting killed by his tractor. He ended up like leaving himself up there. He would have been shredded to death by the tractor. It's those kind of things that are terrifying. That's something I don't think I would take too well. I mean, I guess you could probably adjust to it over time, but the idea of losing a body part would fucking freak you out like really badly. Like, I genuinely find I would never want to lose a body part. I'm not sure what the worst part of your body to actually lose that's not like fatal would be. Like, obviously somebody fucking cuts your head off, then yeah, you'd probably end up dead. No fucking reason to say anything more than that, but like, I'm thinking like if between your arms and legs, I'm not sure what would be worse to lose. Probably the legs though. I couldn't imagine losing your legs and then being stuck in a fucking wheelchair for your whole life. That would be awful. I mean, it's a little better if you have had it through your whole life and you haven't had to experience that crap, but like, I feel bad for people who get stuck in wheelchairs, never get to use their legs again. It's like, that must be something that feels really horrible. You end up not able to use your legs ever again. I mean, obviously not every time you end up in a wheelchair is it like that, but like, I'm talking people who end up paralyzed more than anything. Like, I couldn't imagine how much that would suck. I guess it's not too bad nowadays. Like, you can honestly at least like get like, what are they called? Prosthetics. Like, you can get like a like prosthetic leg or prosthetic arm to replace like what you've lost. So if you lose a body part, I mean, even if it costs a lot, at least now you can replace it and you can have like another body part put there. Like, you can get one of those mechanical legs or whatever and put it over where your leg was, or you could put a mechanical hand over where your hand was. There's a lot of good things that are in our modern society now. It's like, I'm glad we've came to the point where, yeah, you can get these kind of things no problem. It must have been terrifying losing a body part, even more so back in the day when you fucking, like, back in the day when there weren't like proper medical procedures to do anything about that. Let me see. More grossed out and creeped out than it or watch the game. Yeah, it's bad. I mentioned it earlier. It's something I found myself really creeped out by too. The finger cutting was like one thing, and the character that tries to like, I don't know what the right word is, but he's forcibly changing the gender of like every man he finds in the asylum. That's even more terrifying than the fucking like other thing I mentioned earlier. That scares the shit out of me just because of how disturbing it is. The worst part of like how this is like the game is done, like how creepy it is, like you have to stop and think that like this isn't completely unrealistic for how disturbing it is. Like, even though it's not great and it's not something that's likely to happen to anybody, like, insane asylums are places where they're meant to obviously be crazy people who have like no place in everyday society. It's like, the idea that there are people out there that are actually that fucked in the head and actually think shit like this isn't okay or do this shit because of some sick, twisted problem with their mind like that. It's like, it's terrifying to think if you ended up in a scenario like that, that maybe you could actually end up running into somebody like that. That would be absolutely horrifying. Like, I would not want to meet somebody who's fucking obviously crazy. That's probably got to be one of the most, like, if I'm being honest, like, experiences that are probably scarring and fucking really scary, something you wouldn't want to experience in life. I think more than anything, getting thrown into an insane asylum would probably be one of the more terrifying things out there, because that means nobody in the asylum will actually believe anything you say. They'll treat you like you're fucking crazy, and you're locked up and then treated like you're less than human and can't really get out of the place if you get thrown in there. Like, that's probably one of the worst things that can happen to you. I'd say, like, obviously, going to jail or something if you did something wrong, which, I mean, shouldn't do anything in the first place to have this happen, wouldn't be a good idea, but, like, I'd say being stuck in an asylum is more cruel than being stuck in a jail. Like, in an asylum, it seems like you're really just gonna get treated like dog shit. I couldn't imagine how bad it must be for all the people who've actually ended up in asylums who are actually completely sane, but they ended up in there for some reason whatsoever, and then they just can't get out of there. Ugh. I guess that's partially what makes that Outlast game I talked about earlier such a good, like, game concept. The idea of being stuck inside of an insane asylum is fucking terrifying. Oh man, give me a second or two. Thinking on some stuff. Oh boy, done about 200 encounters already and still not got any shiny yet. Oh, it's been painstaking and slow. Let me see. It's funny you mentioned, I know somebody mentioned League of Legends. I don't like playing MOBA. I mentioned that earlier. I don't play Dota 2 or, what is that other one again? Hearthstone. I don't think Hearthstone's a MOBA. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I know it's like a card game thing, but I've never been into MOBA games, actually. I can't get into the gameplay. I can't understand it. Every time I played MOBAs, they confuse the hell out of me. I know they're a big genre, but the gameplay is not very beginner-friendly from what I found. Every time I play them, I'll sit there trying to learn the basics, and then end up dying on repeat while I'm trying to get used to how to make the controls work and trying to figure things out, and just end up doing complete shit, and it's like, end up giving up on playing the game. It's something where I've never really had a good experience playing MOBA stuff. I can't think of any proper MOBA games that I've actually liked. I mean, there's not a bad genre, but I feel like it's got a niche for sure. I don't feel like MOBA is the kind of thing that most people will get into very often. Obviously, some of them are really popular, like Dota 2 has like a really big following, so there's that, but still. I kind of don't know if Overwatch counts. I played Overwatch some, and I feel like I enjoyed playing Overwatch a little bit. Overwatch is actually a pretty decent multiplayer game, in my opinion. I actually like Overwatch. I haven't played it in forever, though. Excuse me, my nose is still bothering me, even though I took allergy medicine. I don't know why. I'm gonna try and tough it out anyway, though. Ugh. Actually, I'm kind of disappointed a little bit. Like, the whole thing for having, like, class-based games is pretty much completely gone. It's not a really big deal, but, like, I remember I got really, really addicted to TF2 back in the day, and I enjoyed playing it. Really good game, really good multiplayer. Community got kind of toxic, which is absolutely lame, but I mean, the class-based shooter thing with, like, the multiplayer was a very, very novel concept, and honestly a great fucking multiplayer game as a result of it. I genuinely think that it's like a really, really fun game, and I enjoyed playing it. TF2 was something else, and Overwatch kind of made that experience, like, kind of filled that same exact experience. I feel like Overwatch was a really good multiplayer game as well. Let's see. Types of games are way too many things to learn. Tried League and Smite. And got confused. Yeah, I don't blame you. I've tried multiple MOBA games and I can't understand them. I like the idea of being able to pick up a game and... See, I like the idea of being able to pick up a game and play it, though, and understand it without too much trouble. And while I don't mind playing something complicated, Dota, yeah, Dota and like League of Legends and those kind of things, like those games are usually not beginner friendly. They're usually like really, really rough on the player and make it really, really hard to pick up on anything. I don't know. I never really found myself loving the MOBA genre. I play a lot of video game genres though, and I do like a lot of stuff. Let's see, what are some really big ones and some really good multiplayer games over recent years? We already mentioned Phasmophobia and Among Us as things that got released, like, got like popularity this year though, so there's that. I never really, I'll be honest, when it comes to multiplayer, I never got into Pokemon PvP. I always found that it was too difficult because the fact when it comes to playing Pokemon, it's like you have to be well versed in the knowledge of the meta, and you have to know how to make like a good team, and you have to do EV training, IV training, as good as it can be and as fun as it looks. Like, have to actually do a lot of prep work and have to pray to God your team setup works. And if you find that you've wasted a lot of time, then you end up sitting there realizing you didn't really do anything of importance, and then you threw away like several hours, or not several hours, like a day or hours or whatever, just throwing away all your time trying to make a good team and then turning up with nothing in exchange for it. That's not something I love, really. Something that's really, really frustrating. Let me see. Tried to learn, I think you read that about League and Smite. He's like in the top free streamed game every day. It's free, as a lot of people like it. Yeah, I'm not surprised that League of Legends still got popularity. It's free, a lot of people seem to like it, and it seems like it's easier than other MOBA games, but I don't think it's like I don't think it's something that I would love, and I feel like MOBA in the whole are still like really, really hard to get into for a first timer, so I don't think many people are going to obviously pick it up if like a huge what's the word? Flux of people get it. Like, obviously there'll probably be new people picking it up every now and then, but yeah, I think the audience is probably a little bit limited on that. It is surprising that it's got like such a big audience though. You'd think after getting older that it would start losing a little bit of steam, but it doesn't seem like it's actually lost any steam yet. Actually, oh yeah, Among Us is on like the top 3. And those like Twitch lately, it's usually like the same in games like every day nowadays that are like getting popularity. Among Us and League of Legends are like probably two of the really big ones, and I think Minecraft is also kind of big right now because Minecraft is also like becoming popular over speedruns at the moment. I don't know if I'll ever care about doing Minecraft speedruns. I've talked about speedrunning before, and I kind of want to get into speedrunning, but I don't think Minecraft is the area I want to get my hands dirty in trying to play Minecraft and speedrun it. I mean, maybe one day I'll consider it. Even though my League is always streamed, always like #1 game on Twitch. Is the list is trending? Yeah, that's something that's kind of odd, to be honest. It's not really a big deal, but I mean, it's surprising how popular and how often League ends up getting like that spotlight on Twitch. I don't know. Twitch's formula is pretty interesting. I feel like they obviously boost like new releases to like up in the rankings when they come out, so that people will watch them. But like, it seems like there may be some tampering with their rankings. Like the same games always get the same rankings. It seems like. I've like I said before, I don't love Twitch. Whatever though, not really a big deal. Let's see, what am I still want to talk about? Because I feel like I want to change the topic for a little bit. I think I've got something I want to discuss in a minute. Hold on a second though. Number 2 today behind Tarkov. That's interesting. I remember for a while Tarkov was actually really popular and caught on quite a bit, and then it kind of died down. I'm surprised it got another burst of popularity again. I think somebody who's like a big like Twitch streamer or YouTuber kind of started like a server and got like a lot of attention for the game again, so probably why it's suddenly popular all over again. What kind of... I mean, I think I've seen some of it, and I remember, like, bits of it. What kind of game is Tarkov again? Isn't Tarkov, like, kind of like a Battle Royale? Not really. I think it's, like, one of those games where you play and you, like, collect stuff, and you have to, like, play really carefully and try to, like, survive against a bunch of other players. Like, I think it is basically in the same, like, area as, like, a Battle Royale game is. I've never actually played Tarkov, though. I need to check it out maybe at some point. It seems like an alright game. I think it's an FPS, and that's like right up my alley, so maybe I'll look into it at some point. I'll be honest, I never really cared a whole lot about the whole Battle Royale thing. I enjoy playing some of them, though. There's some good ones out there. I never played PUBG. I never really got into it, never really cared about it. I never really had the interest in it. I mean, I played Fortnite for a while, and I got sick of it after so much time. Fortnite's alright, but it's not a game that I feel the urge to keep going back to like some people do, and not ever play any other Battle Royale and like get stuck to it like glue. I'd rather play other games instead of just doing Fortnite. I can't dedicate myself to any one single game, frankly. Kind of know. Played PUBG, right? Z1, you'd probably like it. That's interesting. That H1Z1 thing reminded me of something. I don't think it's popular anymore, but I remember back in the day that, like, I remember that there was that DayZ mod for ARM that got, like, released. That was, like, really popular, and I think H1Z1 is, like, similar to that. I think actually, like, a little bit of the DNA of, like, how, like, DayZ plays is actually, like, based a little bit around how, like, modern Battle Royales focus. I've never actually played DayZ, actually. Like, I've had interest in it. Now I think it's dead. It was popular back in the day, and then I think it eventually lost interest. Really, really interesting to see how, like, a zombie mod for Arma got, like, a lot of attention, and then people started playing it like crazy. That was a weird time, watching people play it, and then either it'd be people who would do one of two things, so they'd be exploring, or it'd be people who fucking intentionally go around and kill people and steal their shit in the game. It was just a really, really odd time. I can't even say I understand, like, what the hype and appeal of DayZ was, but it was still fascinating to watch it and see all these different streams of it. Seems like stuff just catches on sometimes, like, no actual reason, and yet it's still really, really interesting seeing, like, how these games play. Like, Among Us is something I feel like it must have been somebody big brought it up, and obviously the pandemic helped, but, like, I have no idea how Among Us got popular. Same with same with Arma and DayZ getting popular. That was a weird thing to see back in the day. Speaking of DayZ, how do you guys feel regarding the whole subject of, like, game mods? You guys play mods very often? You guys like to do custom content in games? I do personally. I don't know if I love them. I think I mentioned it earlier. I don't remember how many people heard this because I don't know if I had said a lot about it, but, like, I was planning, if things worked out, to do some Mario 64 ROM hacks tonight. Whether or not I can, I don't know, because I had some issues running them, but I want to play some of that stuff. I love playing good, like, custom content in games. I find, like, the right amount of, like, good modding support or, like, custom maps always is, like, brings out more life in a game and makes it more exciting to play, and I love seeing what all crazy stuff the communities will do and what kind of great stuff they can make. That's one thing I like about, like, these older games. You can get through emulation pretty easy for finding the ROM. Like, for a new game, Nintendo's, like, really bad about, like, taking down any fan works, and especially, like, they'd probably take down a ROM hack, but when it comes to older stuff, they don't really care as much, and they don't push in their, like, jurisdiction too much. I've noticed, like, Kaze, for example, for the Mario 64 community, like, he's made a lot of hacks, and he makes a lot of really good hacks. I find Kaze is really, really good at making a lot of good stuff. I find those are like examples of really good custom content for games. I enjoyed checking out what kind of cool creative stuff people make for custom content too. I wish we could have like an official way to play like user created content and more cool custom stuff in more games, but it seems like that market is not very big and not very popular, even though it's still a very, very fun thing to sit down and play stuff in games like that. As far as I can think of for like games that fit this role that are like really popular, it only really comes down to being like just getting to like Mario Maker 2 and also like Dreams are like the only ones I can think of that are big level editor games that have came out in recent years. It's a shame too. The concept has been proven to work really well and be pretty good, so I mean, I genuinely think that, yeah, I'd like to see more games like that. I don't think it'll happen anytime soon. Speaking of like certain level creator games, who all here remembers that Project Spark thing Microsoft tried? I remember when that happened like a few years back. That game lasted like all of 2 days before it died out. It was neat to see like what all people came up with and posted on it, but like that game fucking was like there and deflated in such a short time span. I'm surprised how little attention it got. I'm not that surprised, but it's weird to see how they tried to make it out to be some amazing tool and then they gave up on it because nobody wanted to play it. I think it had like a custom Conker campaign in it too, actually. Like a whole thing based around Conker's Bad Fur Day. Like they tried to make that one of the selling points. I mean, the concept is good and they made it interesting. I like the idea of what they did, but obviously it didn't work out too well for them trying to make like anything in Project Spark. It didn't take off anywhere. Actually, come to think of it in terms of like differing like things Microsoft has done, why is it that every time there's like some failure from Microsoft in terms of some project they want to do, it's always somehow linked up to Conquer? Like almost every time I can think of something really bad, except maybe Connect. I can't name anything for Connect, but I remember that like they did Project Spark and that didn't catch on and go anywhere. And then later they did this fucking HoloLens thing that everybody hated and objected to, and that Young Conquer thing went nowhere. Not that it should have in the first place, but it's like, I don't get what they're doing with their franchises. It's like they don't know how to handle them. And they tried to throw out a Conquer game that had no purpose even existing and looked like a really crappy cash grab. See, I'm just checking if I missed anything. I see one message. I know about the Pikachu thing, the mystery GIF, actually. I haven't really had any urge to download it right now. I mean, can you really blame me, though? I'm in the middle of, like, sitting here doing this shiny hunt, trying my absolute best to get a Regice, and praying it'll actually show up. So, I mean, me throwing away an extra 5 or so minutes at anything might not be a good idea. Maybe when I have a little more free time, trying to download the Pikachu wouldn't be a bad idea. Although, the fact that it's just the Pikachu is very disappointing, honestly. I don't know, I thought that whole space live stream was going to be more exciting. Turned out it was just a fucking excuse for Game Freak to put another Pikachu on the game. Whatever. No point in complaining about it. Also, my stomach is seemingly calmed down pretty well. I said I was going to stop early, and now that I'm feeling better, I think I can actually keep trying to go all the way up until I hit 500 encounters, but oh boy, we're going to be in for a long session. I'm not going to let my determination waver, though. I'm going to try my best to keep fucking toughing it out and try to get through this and try to see if I can make it until either 500 or a shiny pops up. Also, I was like so fucking zoned out, I didn't even realize it. Great, we're fucking over odds again. Hopefully we're not waiting too long. I swear, game, like, please, don't make this a repeat of last year. let me have the shiny and before this year's up. I don't want to do fucking like all these encounters only to find that me going through like 500 encounters in one day turns into me actually not getting any shiny, and then I have to wait until 2021 to collect this thing. I would really be appreciative if the shiny would pop up today. I don't think it's gonna happen, but ugh. Okay, let me light this up again. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing with the whole mystery gift and a new Pikachu thing. That's really weird to me. I feel like they could have done so many other things for, like, putting in stuff in the game for mystery gift, and they chose to do another Pikachu that has, like, oh, it has 2 exclusive moves. Wow. You can learn Wish and Celebrate. Like, that's something really amazing and incredible. Like, it's a novel Pikachu. I guess you can get something where it's a Pikachu that knows moves other Pikachus wouldn't know, but I honestly do not give 2 shits about that. I remember there was like a big Pikachu cap thing going on for a little bit in terms of events, and I remember one of my friends was telling me about it. It's like, I'd never said it, but I was like thinking, like, don't bother telling me about this. I know you're only trying to like tell me and be a good friend, but I could give less of a shit about downloading a code or like getting my hands on some codes to get my hands on fucking Pikachus with different caps on them. I cannot absolutely at all be actually like bring it in me at all to care about a fucking Pikachu wearing a different cap from Ash or whatever. It just doesn't feel like it's interesting enough to actually download it. It's like, I didn't bother. I didn't think it was worthwhile, so I didn't bother getting them, and I don't really care, honestly. I'd rather spend my time doing what I'm doing in shiny hunting. I feel like getting a Pikachu with a different hat on, it's just a waste, though. Like, I have so many other things I'd rather do in-game than that. That's part of the worst part of this that's insulting, is I talked about it yesterday. Fucking they'll put a new Pikachu or something stupid that's like not really important up on the mystery gift, but they won't fucking leave the shinies unlocked for like Zamazenta or Zacian or the Galarian birds, and they're expecting us to just sit there and wait until they drop them in our hands or we can actually download them. It's like, genuinely, fuck you, Game Freak, for fucking putting shiny locks on so many legendary Pokemon. It's really fucking shitty how they continually keep shiny locking shit and they won't let us collect it. It's like, it feels like it's just a really, really lame thing that Game Freak uses only to benefit themselves. I mean, screw that. It's like, they could totally easily put these Pokemon up on Mystery Gift anyway with their shinies, and like, they could easily distribute these guys without shiny locking them. And if they do this anyway, it's like, it wouldn't devalue any of the ones that are already like shiny hunted and people had already gotten. But no, there's no option. Instead, there's just a shiny lock and nobody gets them. Only the hackers who fucking go in the game and fuck with the game files actually get to have a shiny. They have like the Galarian birds or the legendary beats. They have legendary dogs on this game. Like, that's something I find annoying and really stupid. It's not a big complaint, just something I don't like. Shiny locks in general are absolutely terrible. Let me see. Shiny hunt. I think your shiny charm is gonna shiny hunt Rayquaza and Regidrago. Good luck with that. Regidrago is not a fun one to go after. I speak from experience of trying to get my hands on Regidrago and taking a while. I mean, it wasn't too bad. It was only like under 2,500, but it was still very slow and very, very unfun. These shiny hunts for these guys are something. They're definitely the hardest in the game since they're stuck at their base odds and there's not anything you can do about it. You have to fucking utilize the shiny charm and that's it. Oh, man. I wish the battle method worked on them. It'd be really, really useful if the battle method actually had, like, impact like it did on other Pokemon. But apparently the battle method doesn't work on static encounters, so if you sit there and kill the Regis or anything like that you're bumping into, you're just actually wasting your time and nothing's happening. There's been like data mining confirming that static encounters don't have that bonus. It feels rough sitting here doing this, though. It really does. It feels like I'm throwing away a lot of time for no good reason. Also, I've been meaning to shiny hunt Rayquaza for a long time. I mean, good luck with getting it. I'd actually like the shiny a lot, and probably going to shiny hunt it at some point on my end, too. I've been waiting for a good point. I wanted to go after it when I got my other Pokemon that I've been after first. I love that shiny, though. I want to reclaim that shiny really bad. I'm still very, very upset about the fact that back in Gen 3 I had shiny failed Rayquaza. Such a great-looking shiny. Fucking hurts to see that it's something I'd had a chance at and I made a stupid fuck-up. Let me add another encounter here. Here's another question for a little bit. I mean, obviously, this isn't something I'm expecting anybody to be able to answer, say for certain, but like, what's your favorite shiny? What's everyone's like the best shiny in everyone's opinions out of like all the shinies? There's a lot of good ones. It's fun to discuss like which one's personal favorite. And I mean, it's obviously hard to pick one, but usually there's one that a lot of people are very, very like attached to. They'll stand by. If I had to say like one that I really love and that I enjoy, and one I probably would keep if I could only have like one of my shinies, I'd probably say shiny Charizard might actually be like high up on that list. Charizard is something I really like the shiny of. I think it looks really good, and I feel like I enjoy it. I mean, I'm saying this from the standpoint of not being able to shiny hunt them like easily again. Not that if you lost them and then you could re-shiny hunt them. Like if I had to stick with only one that I could use, it'd be Charizard. If it was re-hunting, yeah, I would get rid of Charizard because I could go and claim Charizard again, but I like Charizard shiny a lot, and I wouldn't want to lose it, and Charizard's one of my favorite Pokemon, so I wouldn't want to lose that amazing shiny. I just feel like the black skin on Charizard looks really good. I wasn't sure how to word that, but yeah, Charizard looks fucking badass in black, so hard not to like it. Let's see, what else is another good one? If I had to say another one that I really love, obviously I mentioned Rayquaza. I think Rayquaza has very, very slick, shiny design. That black looks fucking incredible. I wouldn't say it's my favorite, but it's definitely high up there. I think Giratina Origin Form is either one of my favorite, like that's my top favorite, I should say, excuse me, or it's definitely like really, really near it. Like, Giratina Origin Form looks fucking awesome. And then in general, Giratina's shiny colors look great. They're a little weird looking, but that shiny on Giratina, oh man, I love it. It looks fucking sick. I love the way the colors look on it. Is it odd looking? Maybe a little bit, but it's so visually pleasing. And Origin Form is already cool as hell looking. I genuinely find that shiny to be fucking awesome. I genuinely loved the way that one turned out. Funny how a lot of these were like, I think they said until 5th or 6th gen, shinies were all like computer generated. Now they went to like going and making them hand picked, so it's like, it's actually incredible that they got like such good shinies for Rayquaza and Giratina despite them being like a computer generated shiny, because they both look fucking awesome. Hang on a second, I have to check the message in the chat in a second. See what's going on. You're a little bit quiet in the chat, but I don't mind too much. I'm just doing my best to keep the commentary going. Thankfully, things are going much better than usual. Okay, give me a second or two. See what all I missed out on, any messages, anything. Matt, shiny hunt. Charizard? Pseudo Method's Charizard is your favorite Pokemon? Yeah, I wouldn't blame you. Charizard's pretty great. I love him. I remember I got mine from somebody who was helping hosting, like, dens, and I kind of wish I hadn't, but it's not really a big deal. Like, I got it from there because the fact that there wasn't any evidence they would, like, make it so you could do anything about getting G-Max Charizard at the point. Like, if I had known, I would have gone through doing the pseudo method and doing some stuff and getting, like, max soup ready for it. I've been planning to get, like, all the starter Pokemon through shiny hunting at some point. I like the way the starters look. and a lot of their starter, like the starter shinies, are really good. I remember just recently I got like a Grovyle off of like playing through Crown Tundra and doing Dynamax Adventures. I think I was hunting for Groudon at the time, maybe it was Kyogre, I don't remember which one. And then just suddenly when I checked my Pokemon at the end, I found that I had a shiny Grovyle. I was like really surprised and really happy about that. I wasn't expecting it at all, and I actually really liked the Trico line quite a bit, so seeing that I got a Grovyle shiny was actually really shocking. Absolutely incredible, though. I'm a little bit annoyed that I got a Grovyle, though, because I kind of wanted to get a base shiny and have that as well. I wanted to have, like, a Trico on my profile, but, I mean, even if I want a Trico, I can always do a hunt where I actually hatch eggs for Trico at some point and get it that way, so, I mean, whatever. Now I've evolved that guy up into a Sceptile, so I'm very happy with where my thing is right now. Having a Sceptile is great. Let's see, what all do I have in starters again? And on this game, I have actually all the Kanto starters from Just the Right Circumstances on here already, actually, in Shiny. I got the Charizard in the raid I mentioned. I got Squirtle from getting, like, or seeing I got Squirtle from, I think it was, as I egg bred it and got one eventually after trying for some time. So I got my hands on Squirtle after enough effort. I wanted to do a perfect IV Squirtle and set it up to look good, have a nice shiny. It's around the time that Isle of Armor had like the Max Soup stuff confirmed, so I was breeding for a good G-Max Blastoise and working on that. I got an HA Blastoise, all that stuff, and I got a shiny out of it and it looks really good. And on top of that, I also got I got my hands on Bulbasaur, but not through the normal means. I found when I was playing Pokemon Go randomly that I was checking my Pokemon. Suddenly there was just a fucking Bulbasaur like on the overworld map, and I decided to fucking catch it. And of course, when I look at it, it's a shiny Bulbasaur since I was checking on it. Didn't expect a thing. And then I brought it over to here because, yeah, if I saw it, why wouldn't I want to bring it over? Now I'm working on, I think I got it as a Venusaur. Probably be the next Pokemon I turn into a G-Max, actually. And that evolution cool, and the line looks cool. Yeah, I like the way the Trico line looks. All the starters, in my opinion, for the most part, have some pretty good shinies. There's a few exceptions to that, but I mean, a lot of them have good shinies. I'm thinking, I will say, I remember Blaziken has a kind of bad-looking shiny. Blaziken's shiny looks way too similar to its main normal form, excuse me. Like, the shiny is a little hard to notice at a distance, and you have to compare them to actually see how they look. Torchic looks really good. I know they fixed Combusken, and Combusken had supposedly a really bad shiny, and they made the Combusken shiny look better, but Blaziken shiny looks kind of in my opinion. I don't find Blaziken shiny to be too good. The Mudkip line is also really good in my opinion. Mudkip line has a nice shiny line to it. I like the idea of the whole thing of getting like a pink Mudkip and then evolving it up from like that and it still looking like that as like a, say a Marshtomp and a Swampert. If I'm being honest, yeah, I think the Mudkip line has some fantastic shinies as well. Gen 3 had a lot of good shiny Pokemon. Unfortunately, Blaziken was not really one of those. I will say the box art legendaries are kind of weird in their shiny, honestly. Like, I find the way they handle them to look really, really bizarre. Fucking Kyogre has pink for some reason. It's not bad, but I mean, having a pink whale as a shiny is such a strange decision to make. And then on top of that, Groudon has this weird yellow-looking color, and it looks really off-putting to an extent. I don't like the way Groudon shiny looks either. I think Groudon shiny is kind of not that great looking. It's okay, though. I do think it's good enough, and I'm glad I got a shiny Groudon from, like, working for it. Rayquaza was definitely the best one out of the main trio. Rayquaza got the good shiny, he got the black shiny, and frankly, his black shiny looked fucking amazing. In general, like, it might just be me. I feel like a lot of shinies that have, like, a black color to them end up looking really good. Charizard looks good. Rayquaza looks good. Let's Let's see, who else has actually got a black shiny that I'm not thinking of? Like, I don't know of, like, too many others, but a lot of the ones I've seen all look fucking fantastic. I can't name any others right off the top of my head. I know there's some others, but, like, yeah, there's definitely some good ones, like the shiny Primal Groudon cover. Okay, is it better? I've never actually seen those too much. I've seen, like, a little bit. I've seen, like, a Sprite thing I have, but I didn't play Gen 6 very well, so I didn't get to see that too much, or see it, really, so I never saw what those looked like proper. I know they're gone from this game, too, so can't see them here. I mean, they don't look terrible for their shinies. They're not amazing, though. It's better than any shiny where there's a fucking setup where it's literally just like they have a slight difference in the shiny and it's barely noticeable and it's not actually that good of a shiny. I'm looking at you, Regice. You know what I'm talking about. You and your fucking slightly darker shade of blue. Like, that's not a bad shiny. Yeah, it's fucking awful looking. Not the only one, but, like, there's a bunch of shinies that are like that, unfortunately. I mean, let's see. What else was I thinking of? There's another one. Oh, yeah. I don't see why people love the Appleton shiny too much. I don't think it's bad, but I feel like the Appleton shiny has, like, barely any detail to it to differentiate it from a normal Appleton. If I wanted to evolve an Applin, which I already did because I got mine as one of my earliest shinies, like, I'd go for Flapple. I mean, now I'd go for Appleton because I already have a Flapple, but I'm perfectly fine with the way my Flapple looks as a shiny. I think Flapple looks really good compared to Appleton, and I think it's a good shiny. Also, in terms of, like, shinies, I was going to say, like, I found Latios and Latios have some really good shinies. Those two look amazing, especially when you, like, compare them to all the other shinies in the generation. Obviously, I think Rayquaza may win for best Gen 3 shiny, but goddamn, Latios looks fucking amazing. I love the gold color on it a whole lot. I find it looks really good. And on top of that, Latios has a very, very nice little green color. Like, I find they complement each other really well. And then there's also the matter if you, like, line them up together and you look at them all, like, it looks really, really pleasing aesthetically to see, like, a red, yellow, green, blue for your colors. I like how the normal version of Latios and Latios, like, line up with the shiny versions perfectly. Something I find to be incredible. I wish they could do something like that with more shinies where they look really good, really different from their main thing, and since they don't always, and honestly, I'd love to see more shinies that match up with, like, other Pokemon like this, or match up with their own, like, non-shiny form. Oh, man, I'm a little bit tired. Just a little bit, but still, I'm not giving up on this shiny hunt. Jesus, I'm looking at my clock. It's already, like, see, I think it's, yeah, it's about 1 o'clock. I think I might stop by 400 encounters and then do more later tonight when I play. I don't know if I can sit down and do, like, 500 or not, like I said I wanted to. I want to, but that's a lot to do in a single session. If I take a break, I won't fucking totally kill myself from exhaustion, though, and I can actually take a little bit of time to get my energy back up. Let's see. What are all the worst shinies, actually? There's a lot of bad ones. I think on shinies that I don't like, let's see. I don't really find Chanseys to be that good. It's not terrible, but it's not great. There's a lot of bad shinies out there, like Kanto Slowpoke is barely notable. Very, very bad looking shiny, in my opinion. Does not look remotely distinguishable from its normal shiny color. I find it looks kind of crappy, honestly. Like, I feel like it's not... Excuse my throat. Oh, fuck, I think I need to get some water in a second. Ugh. Throat's bothering me more than it should be. Need that to fucking stop happening. Yeah, Slowpoke is like... It looks almost the same in its Kanto form compared to... it's like... Galarian form. It's not a very great shiny. I'd honestly say that, yeah... They could have put a better looking shiny there. Same with, like, Jinx and, like, some of the other ones that are, like, really similar to their main form. I'll have to complete your Pokédex. Alright, I appreciate that. I mean, you said Good luck. I hope I can get it. Good luck with your Pokédex, I guess. I wish I could stop myself, but I'm also needing to continue and try to get this shiny, so I'm not going to cave in until I'm ready to. I'm not going to let up that easy. I wish I could get something, though. It'd be nice to be able to finally get the shiny out of the way. Let's see, what else is a bad shiny? I'm trying to think on other ones. Mostly Gen 1 stuff that I think of, but I mean, I talked about it yesterday, too. Fucking Regidrago and Regieleki really didn't have a need to have such terrible-looking shinies where they didn't have, like, a lot of effort put into them, and nope, they just have shinies that are bare bones and too minimalistic looking. They could have done a lot more with their shinies, but hey, whatever. Not really a big deal. Try to think if I can see or remember any other ones that are really bad before I change my topic. Let's see. Bad shiny designs. Give me a second or two. Think on this. Oh, right. Zapdos and Articuno are genuinely bad for their Kanto forms. Their shinies look fucking awful. They don't look like they're very good at all. Like, there's like a slight change on Zapdos, and Articuno does not look that amazing. Instead, like a lighter shade of blue. It's not an amazing shiny since it's like too similar to its main color. It's not terrible, but it could be better. But like the bird trio from Gen 1 could use a little bit of work. Let me see. I'm gonna look something up, so I want to see some stuff before I stop and like check my next topic. I want to see what people actually have on mine for their their list of like worst shinies. I'm not sure what the worst ones are. Oh, Bidoof. I saw that and I think I forgot about that. You know, actually, seeing a bunch of things and I just reminded fucking like the evolutions or fucking potential that was just like wasted. Like Flareon, I feel like. Same with Jolteon, Leafeon, Glaceon, that might have been it, but like several of the evolutions have some really boring shinies that don't look very good. They look very similar to their main color. That's something I hate. It's like that's another thing I don't like. I mentioned before, I don't like the way when they're like too similar to their main colors. Not a big deal, but like, yeah, the evolutions are lost potential for them to do something cool with the shinies and make some better stuff. At least Espeon, Umbreon, Vaporeon, and Sylveon are, like, pretty good, I think, and I think Eevee's got a decent shiny itself, so, I mean, there's at least that, but, I mean, that's the only thing I can think of that's definitely really good when it comes to the Eevee line. Umbreon is one of my favorites. Umbreon looks great. Got that nice little, subtle little blue thing with its, like, symbols being all neon blue. It looks incredibly pretty despite being not the most detailed. It looks like it's got just the right amount of detail and just the perfect look for a shiny to be very, very good. If I do evolution hunting at all, I'm definitely going for getting a shiny of Umbreon at some point. Umbreon is fucking amazing. Umbreon looks too good. I would love to have an Umbreon shiny on hand. That would be just incredible. Espeon, I should say Espeon is a good shiny. It's not bad, but like the green on Espeon shiny looks really fucking weird and not great in my opinion. Find Espeon could have a better shiny. Okay, I'm gonna check this one more time again before we continue and not worry about it. But like, gonna need to take a probably short AFK break for a little bit to go use the bathroom and get some drinks. My throat's been acting up. I'm planning to do quite a bit of this, and I might actually try to get the 500. I don't know how I'm going to handle this, if I'm going to keep trucking on or if I'm going to give up on it, so I don't know. We'll see what happens. I want to continue and try my best, but who knows if I'll have the patience for it or not. I'll try it and do it, though. If I could just get this shiny, it'd be so much better. To just have an ending point already, but nope. Still nothing. Not a single thing to show for it. Oh well, whatever. This is the problem with shiny hunting always being a fucking grind, no matter what. Oh well. Let me see, what else do I want to talk about at the moment? Okay, here's another topic. What's everyone's favorite Pokemon anime? I remember the original one pretty well. I haven't watched too much of the newer ones. I've watched the Johto stuff when I saw it came out, and I watched a bit of Hoenn and Sinnoh. What's everyone's favorite Pokemon anime stuff? Even favorite episodes? Maybe movies too, if you want to talk about that. I need to catch up on the Pokemon anime. I hear the one for Gen 8 is apparently pretty good and not too bad, so maybe I'll watch it sometime. One thing I found really dumb about the Pokemon anime is it's like really, really stupid and really, really cheesy. It's really funny though. I do find the Pokemon anime to be something that's really goddamn good. I genuinely enjoyed watching it most of the time. I haven't watched it in a long time, I guess, because I just kind of felt like I had other things I wanted to do, and I didn't find it to be worth looking into, but I do think it's good overall, so maybe I'll catch up on it sometime. I've been watching quite a bit of anime, so I don't have a huge excuse to not check in on it anymore and not watch it, so I'd like to take point to try and actually sit down and watch some more of the Pokemon anime at some point. Very, very good overall, so I mean, I'd like to see more of it. I don't know what's the best season, though. Maybe I'll probably watch Gen 3's anime if I do, or something like that, and see what all I missed. I don't know. I mean, I could watch the whole thing, but I don't know if I want to. I'd rather just watch, like, bits of the Gen 3 stuff, I think. Maybe a little bit of the Gen 2 stuff that I missed out on, too. It's been so long. I remember when Twitch was doing, like, a marathon of, like, all the Pokemon anime. That was incredible. I wish we could see more of that kind of stuff. I enjoy, like, sitting down and marathoning shows. There's some very, very fun things to watch like that. What are you guys' favorite shows, out of curiosity? I like JoJo a lot, and I like watching a lot of things. Like, I've just got into My Hero Academia sometime recently. Like, I've watched it this year, and I've really enjoyed it. Fantastic A+ show. Really, really good. Definitely one of the better shows I've watched this year. Let's see, what else is there that's, like, good to talk about in shows? Anything I can think of. Talked about it quite a bit, though. I don't watch enough TV to really weigh in. I remember hearing about Steven Universe. I don't care about that too much, and I know Teen Titans Go gets a lot of flack, and I don't really love it. Any other shows I can think of, though? I don't watch enough TV, I guess. I mostly stick to using the internet for that kind of stuff, so I guess I don't see enough. Fun to watch, like, shows on the internet, too, though. I know there's a lot of decent quality stuff out there to check out, too, like, say, there's an H3H3 podcast. I don't know if I like it that much. I find that they're not exactly most fun to watch anymore. They seemed like a fun channel that was, like, standing up to try and fix some of the problems on YouTube, and now they're causing some of the same issues they were actually trying to avoid. It feels like they start drama sometimes. Channel's not bad, but I don't really find that I love it. Definitely one of the more unfun YouTube channels to watch now, in my opinion. Might just be my 2 cents, though. I don't know. That's another topic I haven't discussed, actually. There's a lot of good shows out there on YouTube, and there's a lot that aren't that good. Game Theory is usually interesting, but it's not, like, too stupid and too hammed up. Game Theory can be good when MatPat actually fucking uses a level head and makes fun theory videos and not just stupid ones. I do like watching, like, good food theory, cinema theory, or what, movie theory, or whatever they call it. Not theater, I mean theory, yeah, or, like, game theory. I guess I think it's film theory, they'd call it. Yeah, it's very, very good, I'd say. I enjoy watching the videos from those channels. They're pretty good. I mean, MatPat is good at making content, even if I do have to give him a little bit of flack, and I find that he's not the absolute best to watch in terms of content creators. I still think MatPat is pretty decent with what he does when it comes to his videos, so yeah, I'd say I like the way his stuff is. It's not perfect, though. What other shows are there on YouTube? Let's see, YouTube content and good shows. It's got the Waz if you want to count like that kind of stuff. That's fun too, but obviously there's the Completionist. I remember like some show, I don't remember what it was called, like a dating thing where it was like an idea was you played on like Twitch on some dating thing and you had to like pick between dating somebody going on like a first date, like a blind date, like pairing, and like try to meet somebody who's compatible with you, and then pick between like dating them or pick between like going for a raid, and it's like the winner, like the person who picked raid would get like a raid, end up giving up on love. It was kind of weird sounding. I've never actually sat there and watched it. I'd have to check on that a little bit to see like exactly what all I was thinking and see like what all actually happens in that show. It seems like a decent one. Never really watched it. I don't know of like a lot of YouTube things where there's like decent shows. I mean, I watch a lot of channels that do stuff like that. Actually, I had watched one that I forgot about. Not really a big thing. I don't even play Among Us, but I remembered recently I discovered like this channel called like Game Tunes or whatever, and they make like Among Us videos where they make like a video where it's like Among Us logic. I find those to be pretty interesting, pretty funny, and pretty entertaining. Are they perfect? Nah, they're not perfect, but they're pretty good. They're very enjoyable. Find they're usually great. I don't talk about YouTubers a lot, but there's a lot of good things to discuss about them. Jaden Animations, that's another good one. Jaden Animations always puts a lot of hard work into her videos, and they're very good, very talented person that knows how to work on some amazing videos. Always love looking at her content. I could watch her videos quite a bit. Jaden always puts like 110% into her like streams. Or streams, like her streams are one thing. I guess she streams every now and then, but like she also mostly puts her effort into like her like animation videos, and it shows she's good at doing animation videos, and her storytelling is fun to watch. I don't feel like YouTube animation videos are super big anymore, so seeing a channel like hers is something, and it's really cool actually. I enjoy watching that kind of stuff. She's definitely done some really, really good videos. I remember watching her Pokemon Platinum thing like sometime recently, then finding out how weird that ending was, and how the explanation is meant to be like she lost a run. Well, I guess that's a spoiler or whatever, though. But like that was actually shocking. Didn't find out about. Really, really neat though. She has good content. Also, the fucking way she portrays shit in her animations is great. Fucking wielding a Turtwig as a weapon. That's something I find to be really, really funny. Give me a second or two before I keep talking. There's a lot that I have on my mind, so trying to figure out what all I want to say next is something that's a little bit difficult. Actually, I got another thing I can think of that I want to bring up in a second, but I'm not going to bring up right away, just related to, like, Pokemon stuff, actually. Thinking on any other big-name YouTubers that I've watched. Like I said, I watched the Dodo. I think I watched so much of the Dodo. They make good animal videos. It's heartwarming to see all the stuff they come up with and see what kind of neat videos they make. I like their stuff. Shit, are we nearly dead again? That's not a big deal, but it's like, fuck, I didn't even realize my Regice is on the verge of fucking dying for the 2 millionth time because, of course, I can't run away easy like I want to. Let me see. What are some good, like, content creators on YouTube and, like, people who make, like, good shows or whatever? I'm not sure about that. I talked about it quite a bit. I don't know enough of them, I guess. I mean, Markiplier's funny. I like watching podcasts, too. There's some good podcasts. Oh, shit, I'm probably kind of this fuck. I made a mistake by not checking closely on how I was doing on my number. Whatever. Podcasts are fun. There's some good ones out there. Who does one? Is it Joe Rogan or whatever? I've heard of his being really good. I don't care about the whole H3 podcasts, really. I find that to be annoying. I think Nintendo started a podcast some time ago. They revived Nintendo Power in name, at least, and I think they made a podcast, like they named Nintendo Power Podcast or something like that, so I guess there's that. That's another thing I like. I like listening to podcasts. They're pretty fun. Let's see. Oh yeah, Gordon Ramsay has shows. I don't know if there's anything on YouTube. He's pretty good. Cooking shows are a good source of fun things to watch on YouTube as well. I like watching that kind of stuff. Let's see. I don't listen to them too much. Podcasts are good, though. Podcasts are nice when you want to drone out, not think about anything, and you just want to fucking relax and not have anything on your mind, I like listening to podcasts. There's definitely some good ones. Some very, very nice ones. Hang on a second. I thought I saw something for a sec. I think that's just me. Yeah, no, I don't see any difference in it. I don't think it's shiny. Thought for a second maybe I spotted something, but I was definitely wrong. There's no way. I'm gonna double check, though. It does bother me, though, considering the fact that does not look like a fucking shiny at all. That's definitely not shiny. Good. Okay. Just making sure. Alright, give me a second or two, and we'll continue. Just let me get back to where I was at and what we're doing. Give me a moment. Oh, man. Okay, one sec. I need to take care of something here before we continue. There we go. Let's see, what all do I want to talk about at the moment? What all do you guys listen to podcasts very often? I'm curious. You guys like to listen to them and like, do stuff? I'm just interested to hear this. I've thought about doing, like, cleaning while I'm listening to a podcast. I don't know if I missed one, or I'm just gonna fucking leave it and count it, but yeah. I've heard people, like, talk about doing cleaning or listening to music. I mean, I'd say listen to music, listen to podcast cleaning. I don't do that ever, I don't think, but I wouldn't mind doing that. I'm not the best when it comes to cleaning either. I need to make sure I prioritize doing it more. I certainly don't do it enough. Like, that might be a good way to handle that. That's a good question, actually. Like, what's a good way to keep yourself busy and not have your mind on, like, other things, like maybe music? I don't know. Let's see, what's another talking point I want to talk about for a moment? I got another thing I want to talk about for a little bit. What's everyone's opinion on, like, alphas and betas in games? Like, early access, I guess I should say. Obviously, alpha and beta are kind of like, you're not really meant to be accessing them, but how do you guys feel about devs that put early access stuff up? I don't really mind it. I don't think it's great. I gotta say, there's a lot of devs out there nowadays, though, that fucking go out and, like, sit there and will continually put up, like, a lot of, like early access games, and you can buy them for, like, a little extra, maybe early, depending on the dev you're looking at, and get your game, like, right away. I don't like the idea, necessarily, of being able to play a game, but having to be, like, a guinea pig to test the game. I mean, I guess it's alright. It's not terrible sitting down and playing it, and it's nice to have access to a game early, but usually early access ends up being a shit show, and the game's either not interesting or it's bug-ridden. That's another thing that's actually a good talking point to talk about for a while, is, like, games that are really buggy and really glitchy. Games that don't have any business being released or whatever, too. If I had to name one that I can think of that fits this bill too well, I'd say Big Rigs is another candidate for, like, talking about a game that never really got, like, properly finished. Like, Big Rigs is that kind of game where it feels like the game developers just slopped out a project as fast as they can, dropped it over on the internet, and then they dropped the game out in stores, and then they immediately just gave no fucks. It looks like a pre-alpha. The game looks fucking ridiculous. I think the winning text is like, "You're winner" or whatever. Also, the fucking AI in the game never lose, or not never lose, and never win. I meant to say, well, I said never lose. I meant to say they never win against you. They always, like, end up like they originally, apparently they wouldn't even move from their starting point. They would just sit there, and apparently there was an update to the game, and when they did, they just fucking made it so they move, but they'll go all the way over to the finish line, and then they'll fucking sit there and wait for the player to cross. It's like, what the fuck is this game? Certainly a weird game, that's for sure, and certain, excuse me. Very, very pathetic game, to say the least. Also, the bugs in the game are fucking hilariously stupid, honestly. There's a lot of stupid shit. Let me see. Can I find that thing I was talking about, the whole winning text? If I search "you're a winner" or whatever, it's something stupid. You guys can look it up if you want to see it. I might actually post it in here. Oh, found it, yeah. It's just like a victory screen from fucking this particular game. One of the worst games ever made, actually. Not finished and also not a very good game. Give me a second. Try copy, or kind of like moving this directly to my OBS and see if it works. Hold on a second. Yeah, let's see what happens here. Did it... Oh, I guess I didn't get it when I tried? Okay, it's not showing it. I'm gonna have to get it and download it, my bad. I think I don't know if I've tried that or not before, so whatever. Give me a second, I'll show you guys what I was talking about, though. Not really a big deal. It's fun to see buggy games sometimes, but it's usually just like a shit show. It's like, ugh. Why would you want to play a crappy game that's like not got features working correctly and just looks like dog shit? Big Rigs is like a scenario like that, in my opinion. Not a very good game. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna watch the screen before I say anything. Nothing, obviously. I've been wasting all this time and we're still getting nowhere. Okay, good. I got it. Let me move this and I can paste it into my OBS now and show you guys. That's big. Fuck, it's not what I want. Really big. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Move that out of the way. You guys should be able to see this. Your winner fucking trophy little truck over here. It looks stupid as fuck. This image from this fucking crappy game. All the entirety of Big Rigs is really trash and really stupid. Just a really poorly done game. Thought that might be a fun thing to show you guys. The goofy looking windscreen you get when you don't even do anything important. Don't know why I wanted to show that. Just did. Also, there's a lot of really stupid shit. Like when you fucking go in reverse for some reason, the truck gets faster, but it also, like, it keeps getting faster and faster and just keeps continually speeding up, and it makes this really awful noise. I remember seeing that in the AVGN video. Like, I wonder who the fuck made the game and coded it. They made it so bad that they couldn't fucking avoid making the game fucking basically ear rape the player for fucking going in reverse. It's like, that game has a lot of fucking problems that need to be looked at. So what else are some buggy ones? I feel like the easy joke is to make a Fallout or fucking Bethesda joke. It's not about those games, how they're not very good, and yeah, Skyrim is filled with bugs. I feel like if you get a Skyrim playthrough without any glitches, you're probably lucky, because those games glitch out all the fucking time. Funny to see how glitchy the Elder Scrolls games are. Thing like the fucking guards glitch out or whatever. Somebody had like a video of like a guard like getting stuck in a door, and it's fucking funny as fuck seeing the dialogue and how stupid it was paired up with the scene, honestly. I love seeing glitchy and dumb buggy shit in games. It's just usually really fucking funny. Sometimes there's points where it's actually not, but there's a lot of times where it actually turns out to be pretty good. I think my favorite type of glitch in a game is like the model freaking out. I don't know why, but seeing a model like break and stop working and like react really weirdly to what you're doing is always really fucking funny. Seeing them ragdoll model like freak out or whatever, I find that great. Let's see. What's another big game I can think of that's like got this problem? Smash Bros. Usually has some good stuff. Like, I remember that black hole glitch and some good ones in Brawl, I think. I remember Brawl had the whole bridge thing. That was really, really fun to mess around with. Something I like a lot. What else is there glitch-wise? I'd say Mario 64 and Mario Sunshine are good about that. Not bad games that are filled with glitches. Obviously, when it's not early access, there's problems and there's too many games that are released too early and end up buggy as a result of it. Honestly, though, yeah, like, I find Mario and games has some pretty good glitches. Sunshine's got some interesting tech, and Mario 64 has, like, God knows how many things, and there's plenty in, like, Mario World and the 2D games, too. It's really neat to see these glitches for pulling off speedruns. I think that's what I like about speedruns. Seeing the speedrunner pull off a glitch, redefine how like a run goes, and make it more interesting and make it where there's something cool to watch and see out of the speedrun. Seeing a new glitch get discovered in a run is actually really, really exciting. I don't know why, something about it I just really like a lot. Something I find really, really fun to see. Also, oh boy, I was hoping I could get quite a large quantity of encounters done today, and I'm still going to try and tough out the 500 I want, but I don't know if I'm going to go further beyond that or not, actually. Can't think of anything. I know some, like, decent games that have been early access, or even some bad ones you guys remember. I remember the culling was decent, and then they ruined it by making too many weird changes, and nobody liked it. That was a game that had potential to be something cool with the melee focus on it. It's kind of like a battle royale almost. I liked the culling quite a bit, and felt like the developers kind of shot themselves in the foot with it and made it where it wasn't as interesting, so there's that. The culling was alright. Culling 2 was fucking ridiculously bad looking and really shit, but I mean, can't be that surprised about it. It looks like it had none of what the original had and didn't look very interesting. It just looked like it was a terrible video game. Surprised that people actually bought it and looked into it at all. See, another interesting one, I'm thinking another game that I saw that's like really bad. I don't know if it was good for like glitches or anything. I remember playing it as funny because how stupid it was. I've never streamed it and I thought about it. Tactical Intervention was like a thing that was done, like it was Counter-Strike thing, and it was like somebody like the creator of Counter-Strike or one of the creators left Valve and they made their own version of Counter-Strike or whatever and ended up making something where they tried to like sit there and put through like a lot of effort in this like other version, and it ended up being a shit show that wasn't very good, and it was pay to win. It was like free to play, I think. It was a weird looking game. I enjoyed what I played because it was like really stupid. The animations weren't the best and the voice acting wasn't the best, but it was like the kind of bad where it was funny how bad it was. So I ended up playing it quite a bit and enjoying like what I was playing out of it, so I found it to be an alright experience. Then that reminds me of another topic we can talk about in a little bit, like bad sequels. Things that are like, you see a sequel to something and it's like really, really poorly done. What are some really bad ones, actually? Just out of curiosity, like some sequels that don't live up to the hype of their original game. Last of Us is something I hear is like, Last of Us 2 is apparently not very good. I've never played, to be honest, I can't really judge it, but I didn't like what I saw of it necessarily, and people talk about how bad the game is, so I have no idea how good it is overall. Let me see, what are some bad ones if I can remember? It's hard to think of like these right off the top of my head and think of like any amazing ones or really quick, like terrible sequels. Metroid Other M was like, I don't think I could call it a sequel or like another game where it's like had potential and Nintendo flubbed it up really goddamn hard and ended up making the making the game like really shit. Like Other M could have been something special. Same with Star Fox Zero, frankly. What else though? Disappointing game sequels. Chibi Robo, oh my god, I almost forgot. Chibi Robo has too many of those. Chibi Robo was a good game series, but it got soiled by Nintendo not knowing what the fuck they were doing with it. That's something that was disappointing. Chibi Robo had so much potential to be something good, something really cool, and Nintendo didn't know what the hell to do with it, and they ended up making it fucking get it buried with nobody wanting to play it because they wouldn't bring back the old formula. That's something that's really, really unfortunate. I wonder how many dead franchises they've got that they have dead because they haven't done anything with their franchises in a long time. It must be a lot, frankly. I bet it's quite a few. I couldn't imagine it just being like a tiny bit. I'm gonna take an AFK break after I get done, like, with this next 5 or so encounters really quick. And I'm gonna talk, I'll talk a little bit later after that. I'm gonna take like 10-15 minutes maybe so I can give myself a little bit of a point to recuperate, and I want to go and grab some water, grab some lunch really quick. I'm gonna have like lunch meat so I can eat it with my mic muted instead of worrying about cooking anything, and I wouldn't normally eat while I'm streaming, but I think that'll be an easy thing to set up, and during the meantime can use that to get myself something to eat and make myself feel a little bit better, hopefully. Hopefully get rid of this drainage problem. It's been bothering me all day long. Not feeling too great. Let's see. gonna look this up and see what people say on this. I don't remember like too many disappointing sequels. I know apparently Deus Ex Machina or Deus Ex, whatever it's called, Human Revolution was not that good. Yeah, disappointing game sequels. Let's see. Oh yeah, Banjo-Kazooie was also one I almost forgot. Yeah, Banjo-Kazooie was... Not Banjo-Kazooie, Nuts and Bolts was nothing like what the originals were, and it wasn't exactly a very great game. I can't believe I forgot about that. That one's like a big one and not a very good game. Something that's like genuinely fucking trash, and I've heard a lot of people say that they found Nuts and Bolts to not be very good. It also has like that identity crisis where it doesn't know what the fuck it wants to do, whether it wants to be partly platformer, partly a kart racer, and they don't commit to either thing, and it ends up not feeling very good to play in general. I don't know, actually, I can't say for certain it's not plays well, because I haven't played it myself, but I mean, I've heard plenty of people comment on how the game is not something that plays great. Okay, I'm going to try and tough this out with my scissor before I take my AFK break and try to get the last 5 ones. Hopefully, if I'm paying attention, I can notice there's a color difference, just in case. I don't think I'm going to need to, but just going to do this and hopefully be safe on trying to get this to work out. Another, like, big one... Oh, shit, I mentioned... What was it? Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. Yeah, everybody wanted Banjo 3. I feel like it would have been nice to have it after all these years. I wish Banjo had, like, more attention, had some better games released. Banjo is a good series. Hasn't had any proper games in a long time. Yet he still got into Smash, and he deserves the spot. I feel like that's one thing I'd like to see. Please give us Banjo for... It seems to give us, like, a new Banjo game at some point, Microsoft. I'd like it if it's on multiple platforms, and if it's not, whatever. It'd be good to see Banjo come back in full force again, but they don't want to make it. Not really a big deal, though. Obviously, I don't know if Rareware would be the best. Rareware's not their former selves. I don't think I could trust them to make a good Banjo 3 at this point. That was the worst teaser ever. Fucking tease for a fucking game, and then it never actually comes to fruition, and we end up waiting forever on Banjo 3 for no reason. We don't end up getting anything. It stung to fucking know that we ended up waiting on something that just ultimately wasn't meant to happen. Not a big deal, but still, it does not feel pleasant, I'll say that much. Yeah, it still sucks. Oh, man. Hopefully one day, there's a lot of series that I want to see more of. Speaking of, like, series that I want to see sequels to, like, Spyro and Crash would be good since they revived them. I can only hope. Insane Trilogy and Reignited Trilogy, you give me a little bit of hope that maybe that's one of their considerations to do sequels to Spyro, and Crash is like modern day sequels now, so I'd be very happy to see them do more of that. I bet Spyro 4 is going to be in the works like really soon and probably releasing on like the new systems not too far off future. I would imagine that's probably something that's got a real possibility of happening soon. Still a little angry that Crash 4 didn't get a release on Switch, though. I really wanted to pick that game up, and yet, nope. No coming to the Switch yet. Maybe not coming to it anytime soon. I would definitely pick it up if it had, but I guess maybe we'll get it next year during 2021. I hope so. I would definitely play it if they did. I think it'll be worth it. It looks like a good game. So I got the Insane Trilogy. I've been waiting for like a good discount, and I've seen a few, and I passed them up hoping for it to get lower. Maybe one day I'll get it, though. I'd like to, and I don't want to wait forever, so I'd like to pick up those games sometime. Oh, man. I hear those games, like, the Crash stuff is really goddamn hard. I hear Crash 4 is, like, really bad if you try to get all the boxes in the game. It's unforgiving, so I don't know if I'll go for 100% if I end up picking it up at any point. Seems like a good game, though. I'll probably stream it if I get it at any point. Good game, very good game. There's a lot of stuff that I've been meaning to check out that's been getting, like, moved over to different systems now, or moved on to different platforms. Like, I saw it yesterday. I don't think it was there before. Detroit Become Human was on, like, sale on Steam. I don't think Detroit Become Human has been on, like, any more than, like, maybe PlayStation. I'm not sure about that, though. I think it released on PlayStation exclusively, and then now it's up on Steam. That's cool. see a game like that. It'd be nice to see more of those kind of games go up, like, from not just Detroit Become Human, but also get, say, was it again, maybe Beyond Two Souls, or get that Heavy Rain game or something like that up on there. There's also some others, like, I know Until Dawn. I think I forgot one that I was going to mention, but I mean, whatever. Yeah, there's a lot that I'd like to see be put on different, like, storefronts you can buy. That'd be really nice. Anyway, after I do this next encounter, I'm going to take the moment to go use the bathroom, go eat for a little bit. I'll be here and probably, I can handle my controller with only one hand as long as I'm careful and play, and then I'll go wash my hands off and we'll continue with like normal, and I'll turn the BRB back off after I'm done. Although, yeah, we haven't got anything yet today out of all these attempts yet. Just sitting here throwing away hours of my time, not getting any shiny. It hurts a little bit, honestly. Feels like I wasted a lot of time and have not got a lot of return, frankly. I mean, not really a big deal, but still, it does not feel pleasant to be in the scenario right now. I genuinely hope I can pull a fucking shiny before I reach New Year's. I just want that one thing right now. You know, I said I was going to stop it and I accidentally went over. I'll go ahead and activate the panels again, and then I'll pause the game really quick so I can do the BRB. Oh, you'd think the shiny charm would help a little bit more, but nope, not really done a whole lot to make this any easier. It feels like been going over odds twice now. Not that it's a big deal, but it's annoying, that's for certain. Okay, let me pause. I'm gonna put the BRB up, and I'll be back in 10-15 minutes. Maybe it'll be a little bit. I'll probably put the BRB down, or not, or down. I'll leave my mic on mute and keep playing after I get some food or something. Anyway, BRB, and I'll see you guys in a bit. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. I needed to get an AFK break pretty badly. I needed some food in me. I mean, I wouldn't bother to stop and like eat something midstream normally. In fact, I would probably just keep playing and focusing, but when it comes to something like this, and I know I'm going to be on for 2, potentially even 3 streams in one day, it turns into a matter of like, you know, you gotta eat something, you gotta get yourself a little bit full. If you're doing a lot of like streaming or a lot of time, it's like, it's not something I want to, and I don't want to eat on stream. I just mute my mic if I have to. I just figured I would go ahead and get that out of the way. I know it's like 10 or 15 minutes of me not talking, but it's gonna help the stream out in the long run, I think. Is it necessary to do that? Maybe it's not necessary to eat on stream, but I didn't have it on my cam, and I didn't leave my microphone open. I don't have a cam I use anyway, so I don't care. I don't like using a cam. But yeah, I think things work out like this. So where were we anyway? We were talking about like glitchy games and bad games. I swear the AVGN has a like habit of digging out like really trashy games. There was another one I remembered really well. It was like some shovelware on a fucking Xbox, and it was like the weirdest thing. I remember watching the fucking video in it, and I think it was a game was a shovelware on Xbox, but it was atrociously bad. The functionality was really stupid. I think they made a joke about Bob Saget making the game. I don't remember what the fuck all this was. It was such a weird episode. It was also really funny, but the game looked awful, played awful, seemed really glitchy. Kind of things like shout out on like a storefront really quickly to make a quick buck. I fucking hate seeing games like that where they obviously don't give a shit whether or not the game's good, and they just drop it because they want people to buy it and they don't care if it actually ends up being a quality game or not. That's something I fucking hate about seeing that shit, but I mean, that's just one minor complaint, seeing fucking that kind of crap. Honestly, yeah, there's nothing more insulting than like going and trying to buy a new game for your console, and then you find a bunch of shovelware. If you end up buying the wrong game, finding a game that's like not even worth the quarter of the price you paid. I remember I was watching like a video from Scott the Woz yesterday on some shovelware stuff. Very, very interesting stuff, actually. I talked about bad games. I don't think I was particularly leaning into talking about shovelware, but I mean, it is kind of what I meant, not exactly. I was thinking more along the lines of just bad in general, like how big rigs and Desert Bus are bad. Desert Bus is its own special type of garbage. Fucking made literally to torture people, and made where you have to act like you're driving like you're actually driving a bus for 8 hours, and it's like, yeah, the idea behind this is not very good. You can't cheat the game any. You can't really do much about it. You're not paying attention, you lose. Desert Bus is that kind of game where it's like, there's no proper reason to sit there and play that unless you just really enjoy boring yourself and sitting there and playing the game. So, yeah, it's not a very great thing in my opinion. I don't find Desert Bus to be very good. Just my 2 cents. Literally, like, drive 8 hours across the fucking desert while you're not really doing anything interesting. I mean, I guess it could lead to some fun stream commentary, maybe, and that's something that's good, but I mean, outside of that, that's really it. I don't see the point of a game that makes you fucking waste 8 hours for no good reason. There's not any actual benefit to it. I don't think I've thought of actually playing it at some point. I don't know if I would want to, though. Game is fucking trash, obviously, so it'd be a waste of time to sit down and play it. That's another thing that might be interesting to talk about. What's the worst games you guys have played? I brought up bad sequels, too. We might talk about that in a second. Talk about some more worst games. I'm trying to remember. I had something on my mind. I can't remember what it was. Definitely a lot of bad ones, though. I mean, a lot of bad games out there. They're just complete and utter garbage that aren't very good. A lot of Sonic games have that problem, and they're not very fun because they aren't fucking thought out and aren't made very good, excuse me. Like Sonic Forces is one example of that for starters. You're like Sonic Lost World either, and Sonic Boom is fucking completely lost cause. There's been a lot of mishaps in the Sonic series when it comes to making actual game, like good games. There's not really been a whole lot of those, unfortunately. Other is another case of a bad game, and I hear a lot about Star Fox Zero. I have a little bit of a soft spot for Star Fox Zero because it feels like it's not completely terrible, but it's not great either. There's definitely issues with it, though, and I can agree with the general consensus that Star Fox Zero needs fixing. They're going to release it again if they ever do in the first place. I don't think they're going to bother, though. What was another one if I can remember? I mean, just a second, I'm thinking on here. I remembered something, but great. Yeah, I can't think of anything right off the top of my head, otherwise I would mention it. I've seen a lot of trash, though. Some stupid games out there that are really, really awful, just a waste of time, like the Paper Mario stuff I mentioned on the stream before. Looks bad. And, like, those games like Sticker Star and Color Splash aren't very good. I guess I'm mostly done talking about it. I can't think of any others. You want to find bad games, you can look them up on Steam real easy and find some really crap games, though. Something about seeing or playing crappy, stupid games is actually pretty funny sometimes. See how bad the games are. Gives you a laugh at how terrible it is. Alright, let's see. What's some bad sequels that I was talking about earlier? Like, disappointing ones. I've got a list that I found earlier, and I wanted to read up on it a little bit, see what they suggested, and I thought of some stuff myself. I remember Mass Effect Andromeda was like a really, really weird one, or like, I remember people didn't like it because it was too different and it was not that good looking. The models looked ugly too. It is just a weird, weird sequel from what I understood, and it didn't really look like it did much good for the series or made anything work out right. I've never played Mass Effect, so I can't really weigh on how Andromeda is. I would actually like to play it, though. I've heard plenty of good things about Mass Effect, so maybe one day we can see how that is on stream or something. I think that'd be fun, actually, to mess around with some of the games like Mass Effect that I haven't played. Something I'd like to. A lot of stuff on here. Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon's on this list, and I don't find it terrible, but I also don't find it very good either, so I don't really find that game to be great. I can admit I agree with that. I don't like it too much. It's not amazing. It's just not something that lives up to the expectations of the first one. It's a lot more boring and a lot less fun. Not really a great game, in my opinion. It could have been good, and it was not bad, but I mean, I don't know. I feel like Luigi's Mansion 3 is amazing. Just a great game compared to 2. It's not a good game at all. That's weird. This thing actually, like, reading on Luigi's Mansion, this article is claiming that Luigi's Mansion is mocked. I've never once seen anybody mock Luigi's Mansion. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, that sounds like bullshit. I've never seen anybody say Luigi's Mansion 1 is bad. Plenty of people who will come out and say Luigi's Mansion 2 is bad, and I don't even blame them for saying that, but like, who the fuck is out here hating on Luigi's Mansion? Luigi's Mansion 3, I'm glad that game was good. That's a very good game. Very, very fun game, too. Let's see. Man, there's a lot here, too. And God, I wish this would fucking end. On the other hand, it's not terrible. I'm stopping at another 170-ish encounters. So when I'm at 1700s, I'll be at 500 encounters. Then we'll do more later in the day. I think my New Year's plans are probably not going to work out as well as I'd hoped. Not that it's a big deal, but I mean, it would have been nice to do something extra and do something a little bit fun. Try to make something enjoyable for us for trying to do an extra stream. But it's not a big problem. It's not a big deal. I don't mind either way. Let's see. Why do you put God of War on a list of, like, a disappointing sequels of God of War Ascension? I don't know which one that is. Huh. Honestly, I've never really played it, so I can't rate in, like, I assume most of the God of War games are good. I've never heard any complaints about them. Interesting. Need to catch up and play them at some point. It seems like a good series, though. A lot that I need to catch up on, like a whole bunch. God of War, Gears of War, those had this very similar name acronyms, actually. Metal Gear's on here, too, for some reason, even though it's not a bad one. Peace Walker, what? That's not something I would expect, but okay. Give me a second, I'm looking through this list. I'm curious of all these. I think I forgot to count that up, but I'm looking at some apparently disappointing game sequels on this list. So I wanted to look at some of these anyway, because I was interested in discussing this topic. I'll say, okay, I see Mega Man on here, and honestly, Mega Man has a lot of problem with like some of the sub-series being really bad. Particularly the Mega Man X series kind of had a fall off around Mega Man X4, where the quality of the games took a major nosedive, so I don't love those games. Those games are kind of trash, to be honest. First four are fantastic, but last four Mega Man X games, those could use some real work. Let's see. Checking on this some stuff. Like I said, I'm just going to be checking this for a second. Give me a minute. I'm going to look at this list I found. Talking about game sequels. What are some of your, I'm curious to hear, what are your guys, like, some of your least favorite games you played, or even, like, what are your, or, like, least favorite sequels you played to games? Is what I was mostly discussing, but I mean, either one of those fits to what I was talking about earlier. I find it funny, they, like, I'm looking through this and they listed Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, and while I don't completely disagree at the same time, their reasoning is like that you don't get to fight the champion and all, like yourself as a champion, and also like you don't have the mechanics. It's like I get it, they added a lot towards Gold and Silver, but a little harsh to judge it purely for not being as good as Gold and Silver in every area. It's a good game in its own right. I mean, I do wish it had done more myself too, but I'm satisfied with what Ruby and Sapphire were. Really weird looking at these like lists, actually. Give me a second, I'm just checking now to see what's left, because I don't want to read all of this. Nothing too crazy on the list. Mostly, like, I see Ratchet and Clank, I see something Crash Bandicoot related. I already mentioned Nuts and Bolts, and I see that, and yeah, okay, all the other rest of the games I can see are kind of not really anything too interesting. A lot of games on that list. One day, maybe not, but like, one day I think I'm going to sit down and do a stream where I play a bunch of bad games and just see how they all stack up. Just a bunch of assorted bad games for the hell of it. I wanted to do something like that at least once on the channel. Never really had any aspiration to do it yet, like, it's been a matter of timing. Only problem is finding stuff, or it doesn't even have to be bad games, just finding some stuff, and like, I'd like to do more where we check out, like, games that I've never heard of or played, maybe bad games, see what they're like for the first time. I think part of it is sometimes when you play a bad game, though, you find that the game's funny and like fun enough to play just to see how terrible the game is. I feel like there's a name for that phenomenon. It's the same thing with movies. I don't know what you'd call it, though. Hey Wayne, welcome back. Good to see you. Glad you can make it back. You haven't missed out on a whole lot. I've been continuing to try and shiny hunt, trying to get this Regice. Not had any luck yet, and been talking about a lot of things. I had to take a short break because I had to go and make sure I could eat something, because I was not only feeling like I was losing stamina, but also on top of that, I'm going to be streaming a lot today. Like, I'm planning to do 2 more streams, so gonna have a busy day. If I don't have any energy, it's not going to be a very easy day to make it through all my streams without issue. I'm looking forward to this afternoon, though. I mean, I'm glad the year's going to be over soon, but I'm planning to go get some Chinese food after I get done streaming this first stream of the day, and then after that, yeah, I'll come back and get ready to set up another stream later, but I'm really looking forward to that because I haven't had any good food in a while. My SSI check just got in my bank account, so now I can finally spend some money again without worrying about running out. After I've been saving all my money on a phone. Ugh. So how's everyone's day been going so far? Just out of curiosity. Anything fun happen for anybody else? I've been not having anything great happen. It's just been the shiny hunt. No shiny, as you guys can tell, so we've been wasting a lot of time without getting anywhere. It's definitely really, really annoying. Very hungry. Need to eat much. Sick. Maybe a big dinner. That does sound like it'd be pretty nice. I mean, yeah, it feels nice to eat a lot when you don't eat anything, but I figured I'd eat something just because I feel like I need it right now. I know what you are going through, though. Never does usually feel that good to eat when you're sick. Usually there's something wrong and it's just like I don't want to, whether it's puking or sore throat or whatever. I think having a sore throat might actually be one of my least favorite things to deal with when I'm sick. I mentioned vomiting being bad, but sore throat is absolutely awful anytime it comes up. Just because the fact it fucking really messes up your whole day, or even more, like sometimes your week, or like it'll stay around for a while. Fucking can't breathe easily because you end up fucking feeling pain when you breathe too much. Can't fucking eat very fast. You have to eat slowly so you don't hurt your throat and make it feel significantly worse. You have to like do everything in moderation and try to be careful because fucking literally anything you do fucking hurts your throat and makes it feel like shit. Also, speaking of like another thing, this is something I don't really want to talk about too much, but I'm gonna bring up anyway because I feel like this is a decent topic at the moment. Like, you guys ever had that feeling like when you ever actually like bite your tongue and you sometimes bite it really hard and it fucking stings? I've had that happen to me a few times, and good God, does it hurt like hell when it happens. Fucking usually it'll leave behind like an ulcer on your tongue. And those things are the absolute worst. It's not being sick, but it's like, God, sitting there feeling it and feeling how painful they are and how they don't go away for a long time. It always sucks and it always bothers me. It feels like it's never fun to sit there and like try to put up with it and try to get it to go away. It's like you can't make the pain leave. You just have to be careful not to touch the one sensitive spot on your tongue to anywhere else in your mouth or touch it anywhere, period. I hate coughing. You can't sleep. Doing anything you do is cough and it's horrible. I don't think I've ever had anything like that happen, but I've definitely had some problems over the years. I found that I get some like I've had problems where, like, for instance, I was gonna say this. If I can remember, shit, give me a second. Forgot what I was talking about, fuck. Oh, right, it was about sleeping. I was gonna say, like, I've, over the years, I don't know when this started, if I have, like, watery eyes at all, or my eyes aren't feeling great, or have something bothering my eyes along those while I'm lying down, I cannot fall asleep at all. It's just a weird problem I've developed. I didn't have this issue originally. It just kind of happened to me at like some point when I was younger, and ever since that, it's kind of inflicted how I slept and made it a little bit more awkward sleeping sometimes. It's not too bad. Usually I can fall asleep despite it, but like it makes sleeping some nights really hard. It's like sometimes there'll be something bothering my eye that I can't do anything about. It feels like it's like aching a little bit, and then I can't go to sleep because the fucking pain won't go away, or something along those lines. Or you get like an eyelash stuck in your eye because God knows that feeling feels incredibly awkward and usually really painful. That feeling is fucking awful. Ugh. God, I could think of a lot of things I don't like about that kind of stuff. Sorry if I'm just sounding like I'm complaining, but like there's a lot on my mind right now and reminding me of some of this stuff. Pizza and Chinese sounds good. I haven't had any pizza, so I haven't had any in a while. I mean, I've had some not that long ago, but I haven't had pizza in quite a little bit at least. I enjoy eating pizza, obviously. Pizza's good. Tonight, I'll be able to at least get Chinese, because my meal for lunch was nothing substantial. I had to stop the stream and like just a little bit. I didn't actually stop it. I was just like putting the BRB up, but like had some like sliced turkey that I had in my fridge and used that to eat since I was easy enough and I could eat it with one hand and not really worry about it. And it, on the bright side of this, even though I don't feel like it's a great habit to get into at all, like I have the option to have one free hand that I could use for my controller. I could make sure I didn't have, as long as I didn't have the hand that I was eating with on the controller, I was fine, so it worked out. And I mean, I was getting hungry, so I had to do something about my appetite. That way I could actually keep going. I just can't handle long periods of streaming without any type of, like, any sustenance at all, like whether it be water or food or whatever. I can't handle those kind of things. I've seen people who do, like, 12-hour streams. I am not the kind of person who can handle that long. I don't think it even shorter at some point. It's like I still need to get like water, snack, or something to keep me going. I want bang. Not sure what that actually means, unless it's something related to McDonald's. He's eating it all 3 days. No eating? That's. I mean, if you're getting a pizza, that wouldn't exactly be a good thing if you're gonna have to like leave it and not eat it. Usually, I don't know if it's just a thing in my experiences. You guys might be able to relate. Whenever I get pizza in most places, this happens with most pizzas, the pizza is really good when it's fresh and it's easy to eat it up and like enjoy eating it, but then after you end up like waiting a day or two, if you try to eat leftovers, it kind of loses its flavor and moisture. Like it doesn't taste like it's as good. Like it feels like the pizza gets all dried out and it doesn't taste very good anymore. Like it tastes much better when you eat it like fresh, in my opinion. I find pizza that's like just coming out of like a restaurant oven that you picked up or whatever is usually the best pizza. Just my opinion. Ketos is Chinese unggood. That's a lot if you're gonna get all that. That's a lot of food. Does sound good though. Taquitos are good. Quesadillas are too. Chinese, oh my, that's a lot of really good foods actually. Goddamn. I don't know if I've had any taquitos or quesadillas in some time, especially quesadillas. I mean, taquitos, I get them every now and then. I'm in the store, and problem is the ones that I really like are kind of hard to find right now. I don't know why they're getting bought up so frequently, but the ones I prefer to eat are something I've been having trouble finding. There's some good brands, and then there's some that are not so good. I wish I could remember what the name of the ones that I buy normally are, and I could tell you guys, but I don't recall what they are. I do get a lot of TV dinners, though, and there's a lot of good ones. That's something that's, like, worth discussing to an extent, too. Like, really good TV dinners that are good to eat for meals. Let's see. I think I get... Actually, let's see. I know I get, like, say, the wings. They're from, like, that TGIF Fridays thing. I get that for, like, sometimes one of my TV dinners. I like to get those Nighthawk things. Those are good. Let's see, what else is there? I used to like Banquet a bit, but I've kind of lost my interest in eating the Banquet TV dinners. They're not really my favorite anymore. They're not really amazing. Who else is there that I can't remember? There's a bunch of different TV dinner brands out there, so remembering which ones are better than others is like actually kind of hard to do. Not like it's a really big deal. There's a lot of good ones out there. Like there's one I get, usually there's like cinnamon buns in it, and put them in your microwave and heat them up, and they're really, really tasty, actually. I don't think there's, like, an option to do it, like, not heating it, though, and cinnamon buns are pretty good when you don't actually heat them, too. Like, that's one of the few foods I feel like is something you can do no heating or heat it up really warm, and you get, like, a very, very good food out of it regardless. I always enjoy eating cinnamon buns for that reason. Let's see, no. And why to eat like a crap load of food in one sitting? I've never heard of that term before. It's interesting to me. That's literally the first time I think I've seen that. Maybe I'm wrong. I've seen like somebody make the whole when they made that joke about the gangbang, and that made it into a joke where it got into like a thing where it was like an in-joke in certain McDonald's. I mean, I'm only talking about food so much. I'm talking about it some, but I have to find topics to keep talking about, and talking about food isn't exactly bad, so, ooh. I mean, I'm stuck sitting here waiting until like 6 or so, until I can get something actually, maybe it wasn't 6, but let me see, let me check my thing here. We're at like 1550, I'll probably have another 50 done by, say, the 5-hour mark at worst, and I think we'll be done with the whole set of 500 soon, but like, yeah, I'm gonna be waiting until probably another 2 hours, and yeah, I've got to wait until at least 4-ish until I'm done with streaming, more than likely. And then on top of that, I have to wait until 5 o'clock when the Chinese place opens up so I can go get food there. Like, I'm very much like hungry as fuck myself, actually, and I want to get food because all I've eaten today is some less than filling turkey, and I don't even have any snack food around my apartment. Most of the stuff I had was all eaten up because I tried to preserve everything I had for, like, what all I could eat for the whole month. That's interesting. I've never heard of that. It's very, very neat to hear about that, though, because you're really the first person I've ever seen who's used that terminology. Interesting, though. Very interesting. Oh, man. I'm looking forward to this next year. Be a lot of things to look forward to from the... Excuse me, yeah, the fucking quarantine ending because of the vaccine, to fucking actually being able to go out and eat again. It'll be nice. Also, traveling again. I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to going to see my older brother again. I haven't seen him in a long time. It's been like a few months already, and quite a while anyway. Like, I want to see him because I'm used to visiting them every now and then, and haven't been able to do anything because of the virus, and I think some of them might have caught the coronavirus, which is awful. I fucking hate thinking about that too much. Hope he's doing good right now. I can't even talk to anybody on my phone at the moment and do anything that. It's bothering me how I've had to sit here and wait around for this year to end. This last month has been painfully slow. I'm glad it's about to end. Tomorrow I'm going to be putting all my fucking focus, and I'll probably go and get a new cell phone right away, and I'm not sure if I want to stream tomorrow, so I might not do a whole lot tomorrow after all, actually, but I'm looking forward to the rest of 2021. Yeah, like I said, I've never heard of that before. That sounds interesting, though. I've never heard of the term mukbang until now. It sounds like... I don't know what it's described as, but it just sounds kind of odd, to say the least. Actually, here's something that might be good to talk about. It's more food talk, unfortunately, but something that's actually fairly interesting to bring up. What are some, like, good specialty items on menus you guys have seen, like, stuff you can only order at certain restaurants or certain new stuff? Like, there's some good stuff out there. Hang on a second. Unhealthiest dish? Like, that you could eat a lot of? That's something that's a little hard to say for sure, because I don't actually know exactly what's my least favorite. Or not least favorite, my favorite. Maybe the fact that I eat, like, burgers a lot. I don't eat them, like, super often, but whenever I'm at a burger place, I usually will get a burger, and on top of that, like, there are some very, very unhealthy burgers, and it's very easy to get really into a burger and love eating it and just fucking gobble it down. And then when you're hungry enough, you just fucking order another burger and eat that as well. It's like burgers are one of those guilty pleasures for a lot of people, I feel like, where they're good food and it's not super healthy. It doesn't exactly do you any good, but it's also tasty. I don't have to worry about, like, a diet or anything, though, considering I am fairly thin, so never something that crosses my mind too much. Maybe nachos. I don't know. I don't eat, like, a lot of food that I find unhealthy when it comes to, like, dishes that I can think of. I eat candy and shit when I shouldn't. Like, I eat a lot of, like, dessert stuff, but I don't think I've eaten anything really crazy for, like, just my ordinary meals. I stick to pretty simple stuff. I don't know how healthy it is either, but, like, one thing I also really like to eat for meals when I have the supplies ready, I like to do, like I'll cook some pork chops and eat those, and I set it up. I'll do the basic of, like, obviously you put it in your skillet and you cook it, and then to make it a little better, I like to take, like, you know how there's, like, those Campbell soups? I mean, I like to go down to the store sometimes, since I've tried this before, and, like, get the cream of mushroom soup from there, and then you take the gravy, or not the gravy, the cream of mushroom soup, and you, like, heat it up, and then when it's done for, like, 3 hours, why did I say 3 hours? 30 minutes, goddamn, my brain is being stupid right now. Yeah, like, you take the, heat it up for, like, 3 minutes, and then when you're done with it, like, end up pouring it all in the, like, two pork chops, and oh my god, having pork chops with that, like, gravy from, like, it's not even really a proper gravy, but using the soup as a gravy, like, it actually tends to taste very, very good. Genuinely the kind of thing that I really enjoy eating. Feels like it's something that I could eat a lot of. It's very much something that's tastes fucking awesome. Probably unhealthy, though. Probably. Then also, I honestly wouldn't know what to think there. Like, I don't eat a lot. I feel like it's a stereotype you see a lot on the internet, and it's an annoying one, too. People fucking constantly going like, haha, you're fat, and it's like, no, you're wrong. You just assume I'm fat because you don't have anything better to try and throw out as an insult. I do hate that about YouTube, how YouTube's turned to the point where it's like, a lot of times in chat, there's people who just come in and try to be a fucking asshole for no reason. Not really a big deal, but still. Let me see. A normal might be obese? Yeah, I don't know, honestly. I'm not sure I'd call myself normal, even. I'm definitely fucking thinner than most people, so I know I've got a decent diet. I can definitely say I'm not fat from the way I eat, though, and the way my stomach is, so none of the obesity jokes anybody tries to make about me will never really work on me, because it's like, yeah, haha, try to make a fat joke, but you're not gonna fucking get anywhere with somebody who's not actually fat and doesn't give a shit about what you're saying to them. Let me see really quick. Just shown that the normal American... Wait, so yeah, normal American's going up each and every year. Up average, I think. You've never bought pork chops? How have you never had pork chops? They're fairly common food. You just have to go into, like, a place in, like, say, Walmart or wherever. Maybe you go to a butcher, I guess you really want to get meat and you don't know where else to get it, but, like, just go... I think you can search in, like, the beef section or whatever and, like, look around, and I think there's... You look carefully, you can find pork chops really simple. It's not hard to find pork chops. In fact, pork chops are one of those things that I eat quite a lot. I find pork chops to be a good dish. Who the fuck is playing with the like the light bar again? Please stop that. Check my participants in the chat room. If anybody new here who's toying with the light bar, then they're about to get banned. It's like, stop it. Leave it alone. Either like it or don't. Don't fucking sit there and toy with it. Not a lot of dishes that I've had that I've really, really enjoyed, though. There's a lot of good dishes to cook and that I've cooked. I had a lot of things that I've tried in general. Let's see. Actually, I talked about specialty food from, like, restaurants. There's some good stuff that I haven't talked about that I really, really enjoyed. Some foods that are absolutely fantastic from restaurants. Like, I remember back a few years ago, I don't know if they're popular still, but I remember the whole Doritos, tacos things or whatever that were being made by, like, Taco Bell. Those were pretty good. Those were enjoyable. The Dorito shell thing was actually really, really tasty. I remember going down there and ordering those like quite a lot and had a good amount of fun from. I don't know if I'm seeing it, I had a good food just eating that. It was really, really nice. Seriously, who the hell is toying with the like bar? Just stop. I don't see anybody else in the chat room, though. Hang on a second. I'm just checking one thing really fast again, but... Wayne, are you fucking with the like bar? Stop, dude, if that's you. It's usually when you, like, say this, I find there's nobody else in the chat room. Like, I'm not gonna joke around, I don't find that funny. Like, just fucking... I don't even care if you rate the video at all, but I mean, disliking the video does nothing but hurt it. I don't know why you would sit there and do this, especially when you're a regular. I never did this to any of your streams that I was on. It's kind of rude, too. I don't even know anymore. I just don't. It's like... Hold on a second. I'm going to ask this now because I said it before. I hate to be this guy, but I'm going to call it out as I see it. Wayne, I'm supposed to be one of the people that I trust in this chat room, but every time I see this kind of stuff happen with the like and dislike bar, you're the only person in the chat. Please stop messing with the like bar. It is not funny. Or is it cool to, like, start liking the video over and over again? Please take the dislike off the video. I thought you were one of the regulars I could count on that should be friendly and chat with, and I'd mess with the something like the like bar like this. I don't like new viewers coming in and then seeing this crap and thinking that I'm a bad streamer or something just because somebody wanted to fuck with the like bar. Bad enough when there's people who come on and screw with it normally, but it's not cool when somebody who's a regular comes in and does it especially. It's like, that's actually worse. And I don't see how anybody else could be doing this, because there's nobody else here. I don't see how there's any way you can try and reflect this to somebody else, please. Asking you nicely. I don't want to have to do anything. I had to ban somebody that I didn't want to ban earlier. Unless it's not you. I mean, I say somebody now, but they weren't there before. I don't know. Hi there, welcome to the stream. I'm gonna double check this. I don't know why this bothers me, but it does. It's honestly feels like somebody's toying with me, though. God damn it, why do I keep opening the wrong video? I'm looking at this stuff. Yeah, I can see it on the thing still. What the fuck? Genuinely, what the hell? Why does this keep happening? Okay, I'm gonna put this out there right now. I'm gonna say this because I'm getting fed up with this. If you don't stop, I'm going to end the stream. It's kind of a dick move to do this. Like, seriously, stop. Please. I'm asking you as a... Oh my god. I don't know if I should trust this. Because the fact there's nobody else in the chat room. That dislike isn't coming from nobody. I don't even know anymore. I don't know if I should... what I should do. I saw somebody come on the stream start toying with the like and dislike bar. Then they ended up leaving it as a dislike. Somebody's here, and somebody's toying with the like bar. I can tell. This is something that's happened too often. I'm going to say this now. I don't know if it actually is you, and I hope it isn't. This needs to stop. If I find somebody who's doing this and this continues, I'm going to ban you. I don't care who it is. I don't think it's cool to sit here and mess with the streamer like this. Like, it's not a good idea to be a jerk and then start toying with the like bar and keep fucking around with it. Ugh. I was gonna go for 500 encounters, now I'm feeling really upset though. I don't even know anymore. This is something I hate when people start doing this crap. It reminds me of that Smash stream where everything went to crap all of a sudden, out of nowhere. It's like, this doesn't just happen for no reason, surely. I don't know, I guess I'm gonna have to ignore it. Not think about it too much. Why can't I just have a stream without some fucking dislike troll coming on my video and deciding they're going to make my day worse just because they have the opportunity? Did I ever give up on a shiny hunt? No, I'm not the type of person who will give up on a shiny hunt. I am the type of person who will continually keep going until I get a shiny, so the idea of giving up is just not a good idea. I don't like the idea of throwing in the towel on a shiny hunt. I want to collect every shiny that I set out to. If I give up, then it shows that I'm weak on this matter, and it's bothering me. God damn it, I'm feeling a lot more bothered by what I'm seeing here than what I was expecting. Somebody disliking the video has really gotten under my skin. Oh well, whatever. Oh shit, I actually hit the wrong thing. Give me a second, I have to do something on my YouTube really quick. Give me a second, I just need to think here. This interrupted my entire train of thought too when I was talking, and now I forgot what the hell I was actually going on about. Let me see. I've thought of going over to Twitch. I've thought of it plenty of times, but I haven't decided that it was worthwhile. I mean, I don't know. It'd be better, but I mean, I don't know if there'd be as many people, and it might be an awkward move to Twitch if I did that. I would like to consider it, but I don't know if I can do that after all this time. I feel like YouTube is where I should stay after how much time I've spent on the platform. It's like, yeah, I want to make it so that I actually continue using YouTube and I can meet people here pretty easy. I feel like YouTube works as a platform for me, but the dislike stuff is definitely annoying to see. It feels rough when I do my best and I see a dislike, and knowing YouTube's algorithm, it's probably going to hurt my video because somebody decided they wanted to be a jerk and to fucking ruin a video just because they find it either funny to dislike or they find the video boring. It's like, it's not a very fair reason. I don't know how I feel about the like and dislike bar. I genuinely would be happy if this crap didn't happen though, especially on live streams. It's not something that makes me feel happy. I'm gonna try and take my mind off it. Back to the topic before. Taco Bell is not something I love. I think I saw that in the chat room. I find it okay. I've eaten there every now and then. I don't like eating a lot of Mexican food in general, actually. I eat it every now and then, but only so many dishes that I really eat for Mexican food. I'll eat like some of the basics. I mentioned like an enchilada. I'll eat quesadilla. I'll eat, say, what are they called again? Those taquitos are good. Yeah, taquitos or something I like. What else? I mean, yeah, there was obviously that, yeah, like, taquitos, quesadillas. Why can I never remember this when I'm trying to, the name of those. Fajitas are good. And there's probably another thing or two I'm forgetting. Like, there's a lot of good Mexican dishes I enjoy when I eat Mexican food, but I don't eat them very much. I'm also not very big on tacos. I find tacos are kind of, in my opinion. I genuinely do not eat tacos very much. They're okay, but they're not fantastic. They're not great. Tacos are kind of food. They're good enough, I guess, but they feel like slop food and not really good food. I hear they're also supposedly like fake Mexican food, so it's like, yeah, I don't know. Tacos were never my thing. They were okay, but I don't care about them that much. Let's see. people set up bots that didn't aren't disliking. I don't know if that's true or not, but I mean, I would assume that's actually not that unlikely that people would be incredibly petty and start disliking videos and trying to stir up shit for no reason on YouTube. There's some assholes on the site that think it's really fucking funny to cause drama, and they get a giggle out of, like, stirring up crap for no reason. It's not fun putting up with those kind of people either. To be honest, I wonder, because of the fact I banned somebody earlier who was being a shit and posting on here like, going, oh, well, if you sub to my channel, you'll get the shiny for sure, and it's like I banned him for being a fucking loser posting that crap, and I feel like that's the kind of scenario where somebody might have came back and disliked the video after getting called out on it. Even if they didn't do it right away, they may have came back and started messing with the like and dislike bar. It's like, really? Just really? I wish there was a way to get rid of this, though. Person. It's gonna be a YouTube video. I'll say, wait, stream. YouTube dislike, there's a one dislike. I don't know. It's sad how this is a thing that's happening right now. It's like the people will sit here and waste their time coming to a stream and disliking it to be a fucking child and fucking make an issue out of nothing and trying to act like they have power over a streamer by disliking the stream. It's like, yeah, congratulations, you've shown how immature you are and how can't handle being punished. I don't know, I'm not going to keep going on about this topic. It's like, you need to learn to take action for their, like, wrongdoings and not be a dumbass, but oh well, that's all I can say here. I don't really, like I said, I don't really care about tacos. When it comes to, like, Mexican food, I actually enjoy. I've definitely had a lot of nachos that I enjoyed. Yeah, that's something that bothers me too. There really shouldn't be a like and dislike bar if you're banned. It should be removed from the video. And yet, that's not. It's like, that's something that's stupid in my opinion. YouTube should really take it away. You shouldn't be able to have somebody who gets banned and then gets angry and then fucking comes up and rage dislikes all your videos. It's like, they get banned, they shouldn't be allowed to interact with your channel, period. They shouldn't be allowed to make any, like, type of influence on the channel. They should just be gone. I mean, I guess some of them are enough of a cunt, though, they'd find a way to get another alt account or try to get, like, a fucking, like, VPN just to fucking dislike videos, because there are some assholes out there. Oh well, not really a big deal. The other specialty stuff, I remember in another place, I talked about Rosa's on here before. Like, they're good. That's another Mexican place. They have a thing they give you called sopapilla if you order. It's like I think they have like ice cream in it, and it's like a little bit of honey, and it's also like wrapped up in a tortilla. It is one of the better dessert dishes I've had, and really, really good, like, specialty dish. I genuinely enjoy eating it. Also, pizza places tend to be good for this kind of thing, too. Go over to, like, a pizza place, and then you order, like, a specialty pizza, and there's some really good stuff there. That's something that's honestly always nice, to see, like, specialty pizzas that are usually, like, really well put together. There's a lot of good ones in a lot of places, too, so you can order something really nice. Like, YouTubers or competitor would come up. I honestly wouldn't mind a competitor coming up to hopefully make things better, maybe a little bit easier on people. That way it'd be harder for maybe some of these exact complaints I was talking about to keep happening, like people dislike trolling possibly. I don't know. Just my 2 cents. I don't know if that actually work. I try to ban IPs. That's interesting. Very interesting. I figured they would have already had I figured they would already have like an IP ban system for banning people off the internet, but I guess not. Oh well, not really a big deal. Huh. Makes you think on it, though. Let's see, other good places that have, like, specialty foods that I talked about earlier. What else is there? Oh, yeah, it's not a pizza, actually. There are some good ones, though. CC's was always great when I went back to eat. The pizza got a little bit lower quality over time, but CC's was a good buffet, had a lot of great pizza. Also, on top of that, they had some really fucking great pizza that was like dessert pizza, like it was like chocolate covered on one, some cinnamon stuff that was like pizza too, or this, they had like some of those like sugar or whatever. They had good brownies, they had a whole bunch of like sleuth of unhealthy but really good like little dessert pizzas you could get, and they had like a lot of good pizza there too. It wasn't the best pizza, it was still good though, and CC's was like my guilty pleasure as a kid. I went to eat at CC's a lot. They had kind of pizza I liked. I think part of it I liked it because I was a little kid who didn't exactly have hugely developed taste for like what kind of pizza I liked, and I didn't mind the quality as much. But CC's was actually kind of good though. CC's was definitely a place I enjoyed eating at. Kind of made me a little sad when CC's got closed down, actually. That was a good pizza chain. Very good pizza chain, and I miss it. Pizza do I eat? I mean, I'm not sure if you're talking about, like, from a pizza chain, or if you're talking, like, what type of pizza that I eat, because it could be either one, looking at the wording. Mostly when it comes to, like, normally ordering pizza from a place, actually, I think I get typically just, like, I'll get, like, a pepperoni pizza. If I like the place, I can order, like, get, like, say, what was it, I think they're, what is it, oh yeah, Supreme Pizza's good. That's another thing I like to order sometimes, and I know the place really well. Pizza buffet called the Pizza Wheel. Never heard of it. Sounds interesting, though. Sounds very interesting. I remember Pizza Inn, too. Pizza Inn was another really good place to get pizza, and it got closed down after so many years. They also had, like, some fun little things, like arcade things, and they had, like, little thing you could go to get, like, one of those little capsule toys or whatever, and gave you something you could do with the quarter, although that was a waste of money, but, like, something as a kid, it was something that was kind of cool to do, frankly, and I enjoyed it. Was it a good way to spend your money? No, I'd say not. I'd say it's not really that great of a way to spend your money at all, but it was actually a pretty fun place to be at. Some decent stuff to do there. Eating the pizza was good. Let me see. That buffet, was it like a $5 buffet or not? Are you talking about CC's Pizza or Pizza Inn or what? I think Pizza Inn might have been $5 or $10 or something. It's probably like $5. I don't remember though. CC's I think was like $3 to $5 or something. CC's was really, really cheap. CC's had very good pizza. I think there's still some open around in like certain locations, but CC's nearly went out of business and they don't have a lot of like locations left, I'm pretty sure. Last one I've been to was in San Antonio and it was good, but I remember I had one back in my hometown a long time ago, and I went out to eat there quite a bit, and it was good. Also, I really, really enjoyed eating I enjoyed eating, like, Little Caesars when I was younger, especially, like, it was, like, one in a Kmart, and they had really good pizza. Overall, now, I don't like Little Caesars very much. Little Caesars definitely are not my favorite in terms of pizza. They make some kind of low-quality pizza. The pizza chain. Pizza Hut, Papa John's, Domino's. I never heard Casey Pizza, but also, like, I'm surprised if you've ever had it, like, you'd rate Papa Murphy below like Little Caesars. Papa Murphy is very much the kind of place where you have to cook it, but it's good. It's genuinely pizza that I would not put on a low on a scale, even if it is something you have to heat up and like cook in your oven. It's not really that big of a deal. The pizza's good and it tastes great. I'd say Papa Murphy's is one of my favorites I've had over recent years. And in terms of chains, Papa Murphy has very good pizza. I don't know. I used to really enjoy eating Pizza Hut, although, to be honest, I kind of ended up, like, not eating Pizza Hut anymore. I kind of gave up on it. It was okay, but it wasn't the best pizza. It was alright. Pizza Hut was something I didn't enjoy that much. I also liked Papa John's a bit, but I didn't eat it very much. Papa John's is good. It was okay. I should have had Papa John's, like, once, and on top of that, Papa John's, like, we had it and it closed down, then they reopened like a few years ago around here, and they're doing plenty of business. Let me see. The general store that advertised on TV. I've never heard of that. I'm surprised they had pizza then. Interesting. Let's see, where was I, though? I already gave my thoughts on Little Caesar. I don't like it, and Papa Murphy's is good. Oh. Name pizza chain place that you've never been to. Wait, that can't be right, unless... Surely you've been to at least, like, Pizza Hut and, like, Papa Hut and Papa John's and Domino's. Those places are, like, all the normal pizza chains. Domino's is one I actually find to be alright. I don't love Domino's, but Domino's is, like, a pizza chain that I find to be actually bearable. Is it great? Is it the best pizza? No, I wouldn't say so. I've had better pizza from local places easily, but I find Domino's pizza to actually be pretty good. Domino's is, like, fairly cheap and fairly tasty pizza. It's actually some of my favorite in terms of, like, chain pizzas. Like, I've grown to like Domino's quite a bit. Domino's has gotten to be the place I really like a lot. Let me see. Give me a second. Style or stick? Style. I think I get deep dish when I'm getting pizza usually. That's what I prefer to get is deep dish. Deep dish is usually like really, really good tasting and honestly one of my favorite options for like the crust in my opinion. Definitely worth it most of the time when I get it. Oh boy. Of course, while I'm shiny hunting, it seems like we're going to need to go up until a little over 6 hours to get the shiny because we haven't even got to 500, not 500, yet and get the 400 encounters in 5 hours yet. Oh boy. Not a big deal, but still. Ugh. Let's see. I was talking about specialty pizzas. I've only eaten so many of those kind of things. They're good ones. CC's one I mentioned, and CC's is good. Obviously, I've talked about that and I enjoyed it. Let's see. I think I don't know how many other places. Domino's is okay, and Domino's has a lot of good pizzas. I've ordered like quite a few of their specialty pizzas out of curiosity. They have like a good Philly cheesesteak pizza that I've had before, and I really, really enjoy the taste of it. It's fucking great. There's also some Wisconsin 6 cheese or something that was really good. I ordered that one time, and I found that to be absolutely great. I mean, you might think a cheese pizza wouldn't be that great, but since it's like a blend of like 6 different types of cheese, the flavor stands out really well, and it's really, really strong. Definitely really good. Very, very awesome pizza, in my opinion. Pizza Hut is dead where you're at. Haven't seen one in years? That's surprising. Hang on a second. Let me continue where I was at before I say any more. Ugh, gosh, what a slow shiny hunt today's been. No actual good shiny luck yet. We've been wasting away in the day, sitting here trying to get anything done and yet nothing. Too many toppings doesn't do it. I wouldn't say I love to have extra toppings. I like them, but I mean, it's not the only thing I live for on pizza. I mean, I like to have more toppings than some points. Like, I prefer to get, like, pepperoni and mushrooms on a place I've never been to or something like that. Supreme pizza's usually good, too, actually. Usually I'd save that for places I've been to, though. And that 6 cheese I mentioned, that's a fucking good pizza from Domino's. There's a lot of good ones under from there, though. Some really good pizza stuff, like good little extras you can get, whether it's like a good, sure you can get a special pizza, you can get sides or dessert or whatever. There's usually some good stuff at these kind of chains. Thinking on it, I'm not sure what has my favorite, like, side dishes for pizza either. I mean, breadsticks are the common one, but breadsticks are so easy to name because literally everybody orders breadsticks with their pizza. It's like, that's basically the go-to side if you get pizza, is you grab breadsticks. Although I've gotten into eating wings, like buffalo wings, alongside pizza more over the years, and honestly, when I order buffalo wings, it's pretty good. I don't recall Domino's has buffalo wings, but the wings that I remember ordering from like Pizza Hut are actually kind of really good most of the time. It's a matter of like picking the right type of wing out and getting the right kind of sauce to go with it, and usually it tastes really good in my opinion. So yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't know if it's like Pizza Hut or Domino's. I think it was Domino's. I don't remember for sure. Like a few years back, I remember ordering some like something as a side, and it was like these garlic knots, and when I had them, I think it was Domino's. I remember getting them and like when I got back and ate them, like, oh my god, those garlic knots were so good. I remember eating them and like they were not only really warm and really tasty, but the way the garlic was stuffed in them was like so tasty. I genuinely enjoyed eating garlic knots from there. Like that was good. I don't remember which place had the garlic knots. It was good though, very good. Hang on a second, I can check the chat for messages in a second, see what I missed. Oh man. Hopefully we're getting the shiny soon. I doubt it though. You know, there's some bad shiny luck here when the game's fucking with me, and I've been going for this long, and I'm nearly at 500 encounters, and the game doesn't want to fucking surrender shiny Regice to me. How much you want to bet this fucking shiny isn't going to pop up by the end of the stream? I'm probably going to have to come back and do a little more tonight and try to see if I can get it. And even then, there's not a guarantee that I'm going to get a shiny tonight if I try. It's like very likely that I will probably get nothing to go off of. More than likely, we won't end up seeing a shiny tonight. More than likely, I'm just going to get screwed over. This fucking shiny hunt has been fucking miserably slow. Starting to look like there's potential this might end up worse than Reggie Drago, but there's still 1,000 encounters between now and then, so maybe not. Let me see. Different types of pizza, like stuffed crust. Weird pizza, like rolled pizza. Coin, but I've never heard of a. I think I've heard of it. I've never really tried a rolled pizza. I've kind of seen that sometimes. I haven't really had that. It sounds interesting, though. I've never really tried it. I think I've seen people do that on like videos, though. I've never really had the urge to. It looks good, but I mean, I don't know if I'd want to eat a pizza where you just roll it up and then fucking eat it instead of eating it normally. Probably be a lot harder to eat the whole thing that way. I mean, I don't even eat the whole thing usually, but still. I mean, let's see, actually, yeah, I have stuffed crust pretty often. Stuffed crust is fairly normal stuff and pretty good. I think Pizza Hut does that fairly common. I think Domino's might as well. I don't think it's Pizza Hut. I don't remember if I'm getting this wrong, but I remember one of the chains for a little while had like a thing where it was like, they did like a thing where you could order stuffed crust, and it would be like bacon stuffed crust, and I remember ordering it to try it, and it was surprisingly pretty good. It wasn't the best thing in the world, but it was definitely really tasty and really good in my opinion, and I enjoyed eating it quite a bit. Honestly, stuffed crust is probably one of the better things to come out of like pizza chains over the recent years. I think it's probably like a decade old by now as a trend, but like stuffed crust is definitely something that's really good in my opinion. I find stuffed crust to be absolutely fantastic. Cone pizza is something you get at a fair. Weird food you can't get anywhere else. Yeah, I know about that. Like how you can buy Dippin' Dots from a fair and you don't find Dippin' Dots in stores usually. I think it's possible to buy them like online or whatever, but even then it's like, I don't know why you would. That's another problem with like that kind of thing. End up buying and then risking it melting on the way to you unless they ship it carefully. Dippin' Dots has some good ice cream though. They do have some very good ice cream. I don't feel like I see like a lot of weird like fair carnival food too often. Then I haven't been out to the fair in some time actually, so maybe there's no point in me bothering to worry about that since I haven't really tried to eat any of that stuff. Cotton candy's good. I mean, it's easy to get sick of eating it too much though. Sit there and eat a bunch of cotton candy and then your stomach feels like it's too full because you pigged out on it. It's fucking sweet and easy to eat because of how much good it is. Oh man, makes me kind of want to go back to going to a fairground or a carnival or like another like amusement park at some point. Maybe if I can and actually like meet somebody in the next year, hopefully like I wanted to, then I can go out and actually go and, you know, fucking go to another amusement park or something. Yeah, I was talking about the ice cream. That's odd. I don't remember their flavors that well because I like barely get a chance to eat it. Dippin' Dots is good, but I mean, considering how infrequently I've had Dippin' Dots, my memory of it is definitely not that like far, or for like how many I've had. I'd say how many times I've had it, and like how their flavors are. It's good, but I mean, I don't feel like I eat it and that often. It's good when I try it. It's weird though. I don't think I've seen Dippin' Dots ever in like a store before though. I've never seen the ice cream like sitting out in any store that I've visited. I think I've seen it maybe in one place, and I'm not even sure where you actually buy it from, because I'm sure you can get it in other places, but I'm not actually sure where you can buy it. Let's see, what else is there for good stuff? Oh, you know, actually I almost forgot, this is like a common thing, I think, or somewhat common, like ice cream places are good, and especially like when you see places that have like one of those machines where you can select your ice cream and you can choose to get like a mix of flavors. That is something I really enjoy, actually. I find that's really good. Never seen it? It's pretty old, I think. Let me see when I look this up, actually, what this says. What it says when I, look it up. Dippin' Dots, yeah. Let's see. The company was founded in 1988, according to this. I don't know if that was when it started happening, but like, that's when they started making it. I'm not that surprised. That makes sense. That was before I was born, so that would be around the time. Like, I mean, they've been around for at least a good 40-ish years or something, probably. Maybe not 40. Maybe I misremembered my math. It sounded wrong when I say it, though. Let's see, wait a second. I'm not sure. Maybe I need to double check it. I think I did do my math wrong here. Give me a second. Okay, I wasn't too off base. It's 32. I mean, I was assuming 40 because I added it up from 80 to 20, like 2020, and I didn't do all my math correct there, but I mean, I had the right thought process. I just wasn't thinking everything through there. It's been around for some time, though. Dippin' Dots is pretty good ice cream. I haven't had that in a long time. I wonder how much it costs to order it. I would try, but I don't honestly know if it's a good idea to order ice cream. I'm assuming if you order ice cream, you have to make sure you order it in, like, specifically in, like, a certain vehicle or packaging or whatever, so that way it doesn't melt on you when it's on your way to being delivered for you. Otherwise, it's a giant risk of getting it. Anyway, yeah, let's talk on ice cream a little bit, actually, because I enjoyed talking about this some, and another thing I like is, like, the kind of stuff where ice cream is good because the fact, like, places where you can get ice cream and you can mix the flavors together. Hold on a second. The ice cream died earlier is never popped. What? No, you're definitely not right there. In fact, I would say you're probably in the minority who doesn't hear people talk about ice cream. I'm not going to say it's super common to hear it talked about all the time, but I feel like it's just not talked about super often. It's usually brought up when you get done eating dessert, because ice cream's that kind of thing where you'd eat it to complement like a pie or a cake usually. Or if you get like a burger or something, usually ice cream is like the go-to for eating after you get like some sort of like burger. Usually eating ice cream afterwards makes a lot of sense, actually. So yeah, I would say that's usually when you would expect to see people eating ice cream, frankly. But yeah, I like the places that give you options. I remember like places, like a lot of places that let you like sample stuff, and also They have like little things where you can squeeze it out yourself and get what you want, and a whole bunch of flavors. It's cool because then you can take it if you're really careful and like mix 2 flavors, or you could like take it and you could mix several flavors together and get like whatever you want, put like a bunch of good stuff together and blend them. I don't see many like ice cream places that do this, but the places that do, oh my god, they are great. They're some of my favorites. I love having that option. It's usually really, really good, and usually a step above like other ice cream places. I mean, I know some places will do it for certain stuff and they'll give you like a basic thing. When I talk about combining flavors, I'm not talking about the basic bitch shit where you go into like a restaurant or an ice cream place and you get like a chocolate and vanilla swirl, or you get like one of those little ice cream cones where you get like strawberry vanilla chocolate on it, because that's basic as hell. Like literally nobody should be counting that as like mixing your ice cream. Sure, it's mixing it technically, but that's literally the vanilla and for the lack of a better word, sorry. But yeah, like the vanilla basic way of like getting your ice cream and mixing it without actually trying anything. It's like, it's much better when you take other flavors and mix them together and try seeing what kind of cool combinations you can come out with and see what kind of good tasting ice cream you can get. I wish I could remember some of the ones I've had before. I know I've done some good ones. Like, I think I've had like, maybe it was like banana or whatever. I remember I've had like one that was like, I think I've had like bananas one, something, banana and strawberry or something, or having like, what else was there? A fudge flavor and something. I remember there were a bunch, like coffee flavor in one place, I think, all sorts of different things. I have to think on it to remember a bunch of them. One's like Butterfinger flavored, and there's like, let's see, they had like a bunch of fruit flavors too, and like a bunch of other stuff. Like there was all sorts of stuff. I couldn't remember all of it, but like there are a lot of good flavors that are really, really good, and I enjoyed a lot. Weird ice cream flavors. It makes sense to me. Since you birthday cake, cotton candy, coffee, chicken wing flavor. Okay, I can understand coffee flavor, but having a chicken wing flavor? What? That just sounds bizarre, and it almost sounds unreal and like it's being made up. Like, I don't doubt you're being honest, but like that does not sound like something I would expect to see out of an ice cream place at all. It's like, okay, yeah, fucking going to an ice cream place. They got fucking chicken flavored ice cream. Who would eat that? That's weird. That's really weird. Let's see. Themes or food. Like another food. Dude, like Pringles, pizza. Dude, and they managed to replicate the taste. Oh yeah, I would agree with that. That's pretty normal. I mean, it's the same with like candy and some other stuff. Like you eat like candy and you go to a store and you get like some candy. Say you get like a fruit candy or whatever those things are. You get like one that has like a bunch of different little fruits in it. Like those little things where you get those little hard, like, I say hard, they're not that hard. Like they're little, I don't know what you call them. Like they look hard. Little fruit things that you put in your mouth and you taste them. They all have like artificial flavor to them. And some of them are alright and taste closer to what their actual flavor are. And then you eat like one of those banana candies out of the thing and it's like, this does not taste like banana. It's not bad, but calling this a banana flavor is really fucking bizarre. It's like, it does not fit the name banana flavoring at all. Seen that a lot in both, with like ice cream or like general foods like candy, like I mentioned, like anything. There's a lot of things that do that though. I don't know, it depends. I've not really seen too many bad flavors of ice cream that I hate. There's some that are not very good. I've seen some place that offered like bacon flavored ice cream and it had like bacon in the ice cream. It's like, you know, I'm the kind of person who actually is okay with eating bacon on a lot of things, but I am not the kind of person who thinks putting bacon in ice cream is a good idea. It's like, I don't understand the thought process there and why you would want to do that. That just sounds like it'd be kind of gross. It's like, Yeah, no, you can eat your weird bacon ice cream if you want to. I'll just stick to eating other stuff. I think I'll pass on having something like bacon ice cream. Let's see, what else is... What are some actually good flavors that I can think of that are things I don't eat too often? I like cookies and cream is like one of the flavors I really like to eat is like an ice cream flavor. That one's always been a personal favorite of mine. More so than like chocolate and vanilla, because I find it to be just really, really good tasting and not basic. Also, chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream. Oh my god. There's a lot of ice creams that are just fucking ridiculously unhealthy and they taste fucking amazing. I mean, naturally, because they're meant to be like sweet and stuff, but like, oh, it'd be hard to narrow it down to my favorite type of ice cream. Definitely chocolate chip cookie dough is up there, though. That's one of the best ones. I'm not sure if it's like my favorite. Let's see, what else is good out there? Usually, like, fudge ice cream is pretty good, though, and like a banana split can hit the spot, too. I enjoy that. I don't eat those very often, though. Let's see, trying to think on flavors. I've never really tried the Rocky Road stuff. I know people praise that. I think Rocky Road's just like another type of chocolate, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know the flavor too well. Think what is something that I haven't had in a while or something that have been good. I've seen some very interesting flavors before though that are very, very odd. So, I mean, there's a lot of them out there. I like to eat. This is a specialty one I think I've seen at Brahms. There's been like a pumpkin ice cream that I like to get every now and then. The flavor of that is really, really good. Reminds me of like pumpkin pie when you eat into it. It's definitely very, very good. I think I just like the taste of pumpkin a lot, though. I found that pumpkin is pretty good, and a lot of the sweets that are made with pumpkin are usually really good. Like pumpkin and pie is obviously pretty good, but there's also like stuff that I've seen more and more of, like pumpkin spice cookies or whatever I've seen before, and I had some of those. Those were actually really good and really tasty. Also, I've had like pumpkin cake. It's made with like pumpkin spice or whatever, and actually good too. So there's that. Let's see. It's weird how I can't think of any others right now. Off the top of my head, it's not like different types of ice cream. It's not a big deal though. Oh, another thing I really like. I'm trying to remember. Sorry, give me a second. I had to like stop and think. Actually, shit. I was gonna mention something about the pumpkin stuff, and I don't know if there's anything else I wanted to bring up or not. I thought I had something on my tongue that I was gonna mention, but guess not. Whatever. Not really a big deal. There are a lot of good stuff though. I haven't had a lot of them. They have like pumpkin-based foods that are surprisingly good. Pumpkin ice cream is weird, but still good. Let's see. I like other stuff I like. This is, oh, shit, what was that? I've always had this problem where I forget stuff. Oh, it's about ice cream still a little bit. Actually, I like going to, like, I don't think this is that uncommon of a thing to do, but I like going over to, like, places when I want something to drink or if I feel like I'm trying to get something good while I'm ordering food at a restaurant. I enjoy getting, like, say, like, milkshakes or specialties, like sometimes stuff like McFlurries or whatever. Wasn't McFlurry? Yeah, it's thinking of the name of that Wendy's thing they have. Those are good. Different ice cream stuff that different places have are really good usually. Like Wendy's has some decent stuff, even though we don't have one in our area, unfortunately. Also, what else was there? Oh, I think Wendy's had the Frosty, maybe, that I was thinking of. And Dairy Queen has good stuff. Their Blizzards. Dairy Queen is maybe my potential favorite, maybe only behind the Sonic or something. Those are good. The like Blizzards or whatever are great. Sonic has some very, very good stuff in it. There's a lot of great quality stuff you can order from the Sonic. Like mint flavored or cinnamon flavored things. I don't know if I don't really mind mint flavored. It's not really great. I do find cinnamon to be good. I don't think I've seen a cinnamon flavored ice cream unless I'm mistaken. I mean, I've had mint ice cream and I don't really care for it. I mean, if we're gonna have some kind of ice cream, I feel like getting something that's a little better than having mint flavor would be worth it. Mint's usually not meant to be super sweet and super good in terms of flavor. It's meant to taste just like minting, and it's like, as a result, I don't find mint to be a great flavor for ice cream, in my opinion. I don't know, I guess it depends on who you ask, though. Sherbet's good, too, but I don't eat it very often. Like, I've had orange sherbet quite a bit, and it's very, very good, in my opinion. Orange sherbet is absolutely great tasting. There's some other one, if I can remember. I know lime sherbet's a thing, but I don't remember what all of the sherbet flavors are. Let me see. Maybe I can find it by Google. Orange sherbet definitely is my favorite sherbet that I can think of, though. Out of, like, the three main ones I can remember, orange sherbet is good, really good. Lime sherbet is something I've never really cared for, though. Lime sherbet's always been kind of, I guess. I don't really love sour things, and I don't really care for lime sherbet either. Let's see, what does Google turn up when I look this up? I'm pretty sure there's several different flavors. I want to see what this says. Raspberry, lemon, and lime. Okay, I didn't know lemon was one. I barely remember lemon, and see, I mean lemon on any of them, so interesting. I think I can remember this a little more now that I'm looking at it, and also, I remember seeing rainbow sherbet several times. It's mentioning it. Sherbet's alright. Is it amazing? Nah, I wouldn't say it's the best thing out there, but sherbet's good, just like normal ice cream. Sherbet usually tastes great, so I genuinely enjoyed eating sherbet. Let's see. I had something on my tongue I was mentioning. Oh yeah, yogurt's good too. I don't eat as much as I do like types of ice cream, but yogurt's good. I can eat yogurt pretty well. Yogurt's the kind of thing I feel like I'd eat more for breakfast food or whatever than eating it as a dessert, and it's not really something I would say is absolutely as amazing as eating like normal ice cream. I feel like yogurt's usually a little bit less good because it's like healthy and like it's meant to be healthy and doesn't have the same taste and flavor. I bet they probably like leave out some of the parts that you'd normally get in normal ice cream. Yogurt's okay though. Yogurt's good. Let's see. I'm thinking right now on this matter. We could talk about this kind of thing for a little bit, like even just desserts or food or whatever good kind of stuff. Like, one thing I really like in terms of stuff that I'm done with, like ice cream talk for a little bit. Like, I gotta say, drinking a smoothie is absolutely one of my favorite things to get for like a dessert kind of thing. Smoothies are really good. Smoothies just have that great texture that's easy to eat. Or not eat, I don't want to say eat, I just want to say drink, and the flavor's usually really good. They put in some fucking great stuff when it comes to like smoothies. Usually the taste is fucking fantastic, and having it blended up, oh gosh, it always usually tastes like it's fucking awesome. I like smoothies quite a bit. Trying to end dinner. Person that's New Year's and be very slow. That sounds like that's going to be kind of lame. I hope the place I'm going to eat at's not closed on New Year's. That'd be actually lame if I go down to China Star in like another... I guess it'll be about another hour-ish maybe at worst, and... Well, it's any more than an hour because I have to wait for them to have their normal opening time of like 5 o'clock, but... if I can't even go down there to eat, it's going to be lame to go down there and then find they're not open for New Year's. I hope they are, though. I want to eat some Chinese food today because I haven't had any good Chinese in a little while, and I want to eat some more since I love it, and I'd like my last meal of the year to be something I really enjoy eating, so yeah, I'd like to get Chinese and eat some of that. That'd be something that'd be a good thing to eat for my last New Year's meal. I'm sure I'm not the only one thinking about that. Stuffed custard? Oh, you're talking stuffed custard, excuse me. Like, then you're talking about the custard itself. Yeah, I've not had it too many times. I've had it a few times. I've never really enough times to actually say how good it is. I don't think I minded. I didn't find it to be amazing. Custard's alright. Custard's not perfect. What I've had of it's decent, though. I do enjoy eating it, but I don't know if it's that good. Oh, sorry, hold on a second. What's the thing? I'm not sure even about all the sell. Interesting, though. I've not been to many custard places in general. Custard's okay, but like I said, I don't have any places in my area that have it, and I mean, I don't have any businesses that have custard and sell it. I guess then you're saying you have a place nearby that sells it. I don't know. I want to go visit that Cold Stone Creamery place when I get a chance to at some point. I don't know when I'll ever get a chance to. It's a place I wanted to visit for a long time, and I have never bothered, and that's a restaurant I've never been in, if you can call it that. I know it's like an ice cream place, and I think they sell cakes too. Like Cold Stone Creamery looks really good. I've never had a chance to go there and eat though, and I feel like that's the kind of place I would probably enjoy checking out and probably ordering something from. I think Cold Stone Creamery would be a place I would want to mark on my list of places that I would want to check out in the future. Oh man. Talked a lot about dessert food, actually. Speaking of dessert foods, like stuff that some stuff that I haven't had in a long time that I enjoyed. Oh man, I'm having a craving right now. Like I want cookies in general, but like, actually I haven't had this in so long. I kind of want like gingerbread men. Those are good, really good. I haven't had that in a long time. The taste of gingerbread is like really good too. Like it's genuinely awesome, and I love gingerbread. Like, I want to get some gingerbread again. I genuinely enjoy eating gingerbread quite a bit. So, I mean, I want to get that at some point again. Maybe I'll go look and see if I can find some in another Walmart or bakery or something and see if I can get my hands on those. Those are good. Especially I don't have to sit down and actually make them, and I can just eat them. Let me see. From 3 places, also delayed up to 2 hours. My go-to meal? I don't really have a necessarily go-to item, I don't think. I normally just get whatever I'm in the mood for if I'm out at like a buffet, and I typically like to eat at buffets over eating at a regular like place I could get takeout or whatever. I mean, I don't mind, but I prefer to get in and eat a buffet as my main option, and I'll eat quite a bit. Let's see. I don't really love sweet and sour chicken. I will say the place that I eat at, that China Star place, they have like a thing where you can self-serve like the sauce for the chicken as well as get the chicken, and it's like, normally when it comes to eating there, I'll just get some of the chicken without any of the sauce on it, and ooh, it's good when you eat it even without the sauce. Like, I don't care about the sauce, and I feel like the sauce would probably make me like it less, and they got some very, very good sweet and sour chicken, I'll say that much. Chow mein's also very good. Chow mein is genuinely like a dish I really, really enjoy eating quite a bit. Chow mein is very good. There's also their beef steak that I like to get. That's pretty good. I enjoy eating that. Let's see. What else? I'll sometimes get the little cream cheese rangoon things. I don't care about eating little rangoons that much. They're okay. I don't care for the egg rolls either. Those are not something I like eating, so not really something I ever pick up. I do eat their like little biscuits or whatever they make though. Those are good. Let's see, what else? What else can I think of? The Kung Pao chicken is good. It's a little spicy, but I mean, I like that. That's another dish I really, really love. There's a lot of good dishes in the place I go to. Is it all incredible? I don't know if I'd say it's all amazing, but there's a lot of good stuff there and a lot of great food, and I think I'm probably forgetting a few dishes as well. I mean, I think I normally get like the shrimp, but I mean, it's not always easy to remember the kind of stuff I get there. They have some good food though. I genuinely enjoy going down there and eating. One thing I don't like about them, and it's not a big deal, is that they change their like menu between lunch and like dinner time, and lunchtime they have stuff like some chicken out that you can get and eat, and it's good. Love like little chicken wings, and they put those away at supper time and have some different food sitting out. A lot of their good stuff gets swapped out, and I want to eat, like, most of the different options, but if you go down at supper time, you miss out on the lunchtime foods at some points, and sometimes miss out on the lunchtime foods you go down at supper. Like, it's just have to fucking go whenever meal you want, I guess. I thought of going early today, and I decided to wait since I wanted to shiny hunt. I don't think I've been down there to eat. I think I ate, like, last month, but I've been very infrequently going this year because of the coronavirus. I do enjoy eating Chinese food, though. It's definitely good. I feel like there's something else I had eaten quite a bit of that I forget, like a good thing that I remember eating from Chinese. Well, I don't think it's at the China Star place that I've eaten at, but I know in what's it called again? I think it's called the Panda Express. That's it. I nearly got the name wrong. Panda Express has some good dishes too, and Panda Express has some good stuff like, say, honey walnut shrimp. That's very, very tasty. Hi there. Welcome to the stream. So I'm doing shiny hunting. Talking about a lot of stuff. Talked about some food stuff and some other stuff, but welcome to the stream. Not had any shiny luck today, unfortunately. It's been a very, very unfortunate slow point without anything happening. I wish I could say otherwise. I wish I could. Let's see, what else is there that I want to talk about? I've talked about food already plenty, and I think I don't know if I want to talk about more food or not. I mean, some good stuff there. Let's see, I can check the chat in a second, see what I missed out on. Okay, floor lit up. They have like a dish called General... I don't know if that's how you pronounce it or not. Oh, yeah, you spelled it wrong, I think. But, I mean, I think I know what you're talking about. General Tso's chicken. Because I recall seeing that in Walmart on multiple occasions. And on top of that, I think that's usually in their TV dinner section. I see the chicken, like, sitting around in, like, one of the things where all their Chinese food is. And personally, I've never picked it up. I never had the interest. But, I mean... maybe one day I'll check it out. I'm perfectly fine with what I'm doing right now. I think I like the idea of going out to eat because I don't know. Sometimes when you get like that kind of food, like you get like say food that's meant to be like restaurant food for like a TV dinner or whatever, like ends up being not as good as it would be if you actually ate it like authentically. If you went into like a restaurant, end up getting significantly better food. I don't mind eating TV dinners, but I mean, yeah, I'd prefer to have the option to sit down and eat actual food if I had the option that's like from a place rather than eat it out of like a TV dinner, probably. Let's see. Hi there, welcome to the stream. Oh, you're asking about the Pokemon. I'm pretty sure that's like right by the entrance to the Crown Tundra or nearby. It's not exactly hard to find a Cragnole around the DLC area. You just have to search around a little bit and look for the little snowflake Pokemon that's moving around on the overworld map. Pretty easy to locate it, honestly. Doesn't take much effort to catch it and then come into here, and then you can get Regice. Also, oh my god, I can't believe that we're sitting here at this many encounters and we're nearing 500 for today alone, and we don't have anything to show for it after all this time. We're definitely over odds. I mean, I'm glad it's not by a whole lot, but I mean, would be cool if I could get my Regice shiny already, instead of wasting away more time. Oh well, whatever, not really a big deal. Okay, let me see, what all do I want to talk about right now? I'm thinking here. I don't know, actually. Give me a second or two. I'll just look at some stuff for a moment. Can decide what I want to talk about. Oh, excuse me. Fuck, I don't know what that was. It was like a weird, nasty burp that came up out of nowhere. Oh, well, I think I'm okay now. Okay, let me see. What was I... Give me a second. That distracted me a lot. Alright, here's something for a little bit. So... how do you guys feel about, like, those, like, I guess this is, I don't know how else to word this, like, survival game stuff, like, say, like, movies where there's, like, a plot line of like a whole bunch of people, or not even a movie. It's also like game shows at some points. Like you see, like people either get put on like a island and they're forced to survive for a whole month, or they'll be put into some challenge they have to survive for a long period of time. Like, how do you guys feel about those kind of shows when it comes to like, I guess TV or whatever, even just like entertainment stuff? Really, yeah, I don't really care for it too much. I've watched a few of those and they're pretty interesting. Like, I don't remember the name of it. I saw one that was like it drops people off on like an island and they have to like live on their own on an island and like basically build up to survive for the entire time they're on the island. Also, like, I'm not saying that's not like two different things too. Also, like, I was also referring to the movies. Can discuss thoughts on both if you want to. I don't care. I haven't watched too many movies like that. I've watched a few. I remember I've seen a little bit of the Hunger Games stuff, but I've never really watched Hunger Games like properly. I've only seen like a little bit of it. Trying to beat the Pokemon Sapphire version. That sounds like a fun time. I haven't played through a mainline Pokemon game proper in a little while, and I haven't really bothered with doing too much shiny hunting, and most of the Pokemon games I played, I really just got into it around Let's Go. I mean, I've been enjoying my shiny hunting I've been doing overall in this game and Let's Go, but yeah. I'm just trying to get my, like, a bunch of shiny Pokemon that I really want, frankly. Unfortunately, it has not gone over amazingly well when it comes to how some of these hunts go. The Regice have proven to be absolutely a nuisance, and I don't know how people handle older game shiny hunts where you have to do 1 out of 8,000 in terms of shiny odds. So that feels like it would crush me. I couldn't handle the idea of sitting there going over 8,000 and still soft resetting, not getting anything, and then and later you find you're like well into the 10,000s and not seeing any results whatsoever, despite the fact that you like continually sit there soft resetting. Like, I could not manage to fucking do that myself, probably. I think I'd get a lack of patience at some point and just stop. It's not completely bad, but it's not great either. The worst part of it is when you want to hunt a Pokemon that's only available through that method, though. Like, say you want to go after Deoxys or Darkrai or something, and you want to get a shiny one. Literally, your only choice is to sit there and keep soft resetting until you get the Pokemon. It takes a lot of stamina, that's for damn sure. Also, this goes without saying, and I'm assuming you're not I don't know if you're doing it on Sapphire or, like, another game for shiny hunting, but yeah, if you're planning to shiny hunt legendary Pokemon, usually goes without saying that you should probably save the legendary Pokemon for later and try to get your, like, if you have, like, access to it in the game you're playing, obviously, try to get a shiny charm first before you go after it, because it makes the shiny hunt that much easier, even if it doesn't do too much. Oh, man. Sometimes I wonder if this is even worth it. Sit here, continually keep doing this crap and not getting any results, and fucking be on this for hours on end, literally just doing this to get a shiny. Although the feeling when you actually get a shiny to pop up is unreal and very, very satisfying, but god, the wait to actually get it is so agonizing, and honestly, I'm not sure I'd say it's worth it. It takes so long just to get the shiny Pokemon. It bothers me how long it takes. Oh well. Ugh. Let's see. Actually, I think I'm still talking about the... Yeah, I want to talk about the thing I talked about earlier a little bit more. What are some good stuff that's like survival shows or whatever? Just like good shows in general. I remember one, like a movie that I saw some time ago. I don't remember what the name was. And I think I just found it on like a specific Twitch channel that was like set up for movie streaming. Normally people would probably say like, oh, you can't stream movies on Twitch. And this channel was like partnered for the sake of like movie streams and stuff, so yeah, it wasn't a big deal. They were showing some movie where these people got like stuck off a boat and like stranded on some island, and they had to survive like some crazy people from like a military trying to kill them. It was a really, really weird and really, really interesting movie. Very, very good plot line, though, even though it's a little bit on the cheesy side. I enjoyed watching it. Actually, anybody here, I've talked about the stuff earlier. How are the Hunger Game movies? I need to check those out at some point. Are those good or are those not that great? I've been thinking about looking into that. I need to watch more shows in general. I also hear Game of Thrones is good until they started, like, messing everything up, like, in the later seasons of the TV show. I don't think that applies to what I was talking about earlier, but I mean, it's a show that's fairly popular, and it seems kind of similar in theming to the Hunger Games. I need to watch it and see what it's like. I need to catch up on a lot of shows, actually, though. There's a lot of shows that I've never watched that I've needed to. Hold on a second. One moment. I think we're good. I've thought about watching, like, the Star Trek show, actually. I've never really watched Star Trek. I've never really had any interest in it. I need to see, like, the movies first, I guess. I watched, like, the remake of the original and the remake of the second movie, but I couldn't get into those. I'm curious, anybody here actually watch Star Trek, or nobody here seen the movies? I'm curious to hear about that. So I guess you could say the same with Star Wars to an extent. I've seen at least a little bit of Star Wars stuff. Like, I've seen, like, a few things from Star Wars, but Star Trek, I've seen, like, only so much of it, really, and not a whole lot. What I've seen of Star Wars is genuinely really good. Even though there were some boring points at some points in the story, like some of them were very uninteresting. Also, if I get into Star Wars, oh boy, really, Star Wars or Star Trek, some very, very lengthy shows and, like, have some very, very lengthy movies, and God, there's a lot of lore to keep up with. That's going to be fucking very much frustrating. Ugh. I'd like to try watching that stuff at some point, though. I don't like getting into movies that have, like, really big, like, storylines or plot lines or whatever you want to call it. Like, their lore is like there's a whole bunch of lore. I usually find that to be kind of annoying and intimidating to try and get into that kind of stuff when I'm watching movies. It depends, though. For instance, I've never watched Lord of the Rings as well as, like, Star Wars or watched, like, Star Trek. That's something I've thought of watching, but I don't know if I care to ever go and watch the Lord of the Rings movies. They don't really seem like stuff that appeal to me. Harry Potter's one that I've watched, the longer running series that I've enjoyed, but I've also only seen so many Harry Potter movies. Wouldn't mind marathoning them, though, because Harry Potter movies are usually pretty good, in my opinion. I find them to be fairly enjoyable. Let's see, Harry Potter's one, Pirates of the Caribbean's another good one. I like watching, like, a lot of the live-action movies that are really, really interesting. What are some really good ones? I don't remember if I've seen Mission Impossible or not. I want to say that I might have, but I'm not actually sure. Mission Impossible seems like a good movie, though. I might actually have to sit down and watch it, and if I already have watched it, I mean, wouldn't hurt to rewatch it. That was another movie that's pretty good. National Treasure's alright. I saw that, like, a long time ago, even though it's kind of old. Jurassic Park, something I've had a lot of interest in, too, actually. I've never watched the series. The concept is particularly good and particularly interesting to me. The idea of, like, seeing dinosaurs get loose and dinosaurs alive and causing mayhem. There's some very, very interesting writing there. I've heard the series kind of falls apart over time, though, and it's been less than greatly written, so it's entirely possible that the Jurassic Park stuff is kind of not the best, even though it's gotten a lot of, like, love over the years. I don't know. I need to watch it and see. Hang on a second. I don't know if the chat's okay or not. Well, actually, I guess it is since I see a message now. Hi there. Welcome to the stream. Nice name. Rabbit Relay. I'm gonna be honest, I'd prefer if you don't. It's not really a big deal. I feel more pressured when I get, like, a raid on me. Like, I'd appreciate the sentiment, but I don't really want to have somebody raid me. I feel like I would rather just hang out with my chat and have a smaller amount of people and talk in the chat room. I mean, I appreciate the sentiment, but right now, I don't really think that's a good idea. And on top of that, I don't know. I feel like it's a little easier for me to talk to people that I'm used to seeing in my chat room. It's nothing personal. It's just that, yeah, it's a little awkward. And a lot of times there's points, I don't know if it's this way for a lot of streamers, where you see raiders come in your stream, and then after that happens, then you end up seeing it where, like, a lot of the raiders just leave and don't even say anything. They just, like, send an initial message for, like, a raid, and then they all disappear off the channel, and it's like, when that happens, it doesn't really make you feel any better about the raid. It makes you just feel like you failed at doing a good job through commentary, and I don't really want to feel like that either. I'm trying my best, and I do think that could actually happen, too. Subbed? Well, I appreciate it. I mean, it's very, very kind of you to sub. I appreciate the thought. Don't really want to see somebody... I don't really feel like I should see somebody feeling obligated to raid me, though. I feel like I'm fine without thinking about that or worrying about that. Oh, man, let me see. What else I want to talk about? I don't know if there's anything movie-wise I want to keep talking about at the moment. Actually, hang on a second. I'm curious about something. Not a big deal, but... Hey, Wayne, are you still in the chat? I'm just wondering, because you haven't said anything in a while. Not a big deal either way. Just wondering, because I saw you talking a lot, and now there's, like, no messages from you in some time. Let's see, what else can I bring up? I do want to talk a little bit more about movies before we continue moving forward with the topic, actually. Not like a whole lot of movie talk, just a little bit of movie talk. What are some good comedy movies you guys have seen? Stuff that you'd recommend that's pretty fun? I know the Cheaper by the Dozen remake thing that happened like a year, like it's probably like 10 years ago or something by now. Like, that was a decent remake that was actually pretty funny. I enjoyed that. I hear Mr. Bean movies are decent, but I've watched a bit of Mr. Bean, and frankly, the humor for Mr. Bean doesn't really strike me like most people. Like, it doesn't feel like something I really enjoy watching. Is it bad? I wouldn't exactly say it's bad, but I don't find Mr. Bean to be that kind of great movie series, in my opinion. It's just not very interesting, in my opinion. It's okay. What it does with its humor works out well enough, but it's not something I want to watch. Let's see. Good comedy movies, actually. It's a tough one to narrow down to, like, a lot of them. A lot of animated, like, shows and have, like, movies, like, they do some very good jobs with, like, their movies. I'd say a lot of comedy movies are genuinely good about that. They're animated. Like, say how... What was it? SpongeBob movie is supposedly really funny. I need to see that sometime. And I remember the Simpsons movie that I watched a long time ago. The Simpsons is fucking great. Simpsons is genuinely got a very good movie. I don't really love The Simpsons because I never really grew up with it, but I mean, I wanted to watch the movie and it was actually pretty entertaining to watch. Simpsons been on for a long time. I'm surprised that series is still up and running and not, like, completely dead by now. You would think The Simpsons would have died out after so long, but nope, probably the oldest running TV show in terms of at least cartoons, if nothing else. Definitely been on for a long-ass time. Other comedy movies. Trying to think, give me a second or two. All are some good ones, actually. Can't think of anything right off the top of my head. I remember some that are good, but not a lot that I could think of to, like, bring up anyway. Scary movie stuff is funny, it's stupid, it's parody, it's okay, but I mean, some of those are good. I don't really feel like all the parodies are good. Also, Jackass is apparently pretty funny. I've only seen, like, so much of the movies, but the Jackass movies are stupid and funny. They're not great, though. They're alright movies. I'd say they get the job done. They're there to make you get a cheap laugh out of you, and, like, after that, you're pretty much able to leave and not watch anymore or not think about it too much. It's pretty simple to just watch Jackass for a little bit and enjoy the movie, and then after that, kind of forget about it. Okay, I think I'm done with my movie talk for a little bit. I mean, I could probably talk about a few more comedy movies or whatever if I really thought about it, but I don't want to. I want to move along in the subject matter and talk about other stuff. I'm surprised how nobody seems to be in the chat or talking right now. I'm a little bit surprised that there's not anybody here anymore. Not that it's a big deal, but one person who is watching seems to be gone. Oh well, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to think about it any. I'm just going to keep playing. Take my mind off it. Let's see. I don't know what to think of right now to talk about. I need a second or two. Just bear with me. It won't be that much time. I can find something to talk about really fast. Okay, let me see what I'm in the mood to talk about. Throat's acting up right now. Lovely. Okay, here's something to talk about. How do you guys feel about like cars? You guys like cars? You not like cars? I'm curious to hear opinions on this. You guys have like a specific type of car if you're old enough to drive? I think a lot of people who are in here are old enough to drive. I don't really hate driving. I don't love it. I find it to be frustrating. I'm worried about making accidents at some points. It's like really easy to fuck up when you're driving if you're not careful. Driving's never been very easy or very fun because of that. Backing up's like my biggest problem. I can handle driving forward without too much issue most of the time, and not really anything to worry about, but trying to back up your car can be fucking disastrous if you're not careful. Had like one or two incidents where I've had, I think it was in maybe one, maybe it's two, but like I've had like at least one where I've had, where I've accidentally bumped into somebody's car or when I was backing out, and that was a fucking serious problem. Something I didn't really find to be good, obviously. In fact, it really fucking sucked. Genuinely was a bad moment for me. Oh man, let's see. I don't know, it's not all bad. I mean, I can drive fairly fine, I think, but I've had a few incidents before. It's not exactly easy. Driving a car can be scary, it's like, yeah, you're driving a giant car made out of metal. You make a fuck up and hit somebody, then yeah, they're probably gonna die, and if you hit the car, it could still do a lot of damage and possibly hurt somebody. Not a good thing to think about, and it's something you have to have on your mind, is to be careful when you're driving at all times. It's not an easy process to go through, though. Oh man, ugh. Let's see. If you guys have a car, what do you guys drive, out of curiosity? I drive just a normal car, like a Honda. I think it's an old one, like Honda from like 2004 or something, I think. Hand-me-down car, basically. I don't think I would ever want to drive a pickup or a pickup or a van. It's not terrifying, but it's not something I find to be a good idea or something I'd want to do either. Like, I find the idea of driving a bigger vehicle to be a little frightening. I don't know if I could handle it. For anybody who is here, yeah, what do you guys drive? There's a lot of cars out there. I think pickup trucks aren't exactly too unpopular, especially when it comes to being like a thing in Texas. Like, there's a lot of people who drive trucks in Texas. I could never actually imagine trying to drive a bus or drive like a big 18-wheeler or some kind of car like that. I'd feel like I'd be too scared of messing up and like scared of something going wrong and feeling like the pressure got to me. I don't think I could handle reliably doing that kind of job. That'd be too scary for me. Wouldn't be completely awful, but it wouldn't be great either. It'd be very much the kind of thing I'd be worried about messing up on. So yeah, I think I would probably not want to take a job like that unless it was a necessity. Let's see. I'm gonna check what my Pokédex says, but I think we're not gonna have any sign of it in here yet. Not yet. Nah, we got another good 40-ish encounters to go before we get anywhere, and we're not probably gonna get a shiny tonight. God, it feels frustrating. I'm throwing in everything I've got putting in up to another 500 encounters, and here we are wasting time and nothing is happening. It's bothering me that I've thrown in all this effort just for the sake of nothing good happening. I really desperately want to see shiny soon. I hope it'll happen. But if it doesn't, whatever. Let's see. Give me a second or two. Whoops. Wrong button, wrong thing. Alright, here's another topic. What's your guys' favorite, like, old games you remember? Good stuff that you remember playing back in the day? Games that you remember fondly? Talked about, like, yearly replays. If you got anything like that, feel free to mention it. Or just anything you like playing a lot. I like to go back and revisit, like, Smash games or any of the older stuff sometimes. Same with, like, Mario Party or Mario Kart. Mario Party especially makes sense because Mario Party's got, like, a lot of very different games in the series, like a lot of mini games. It's really cool to go back and check out like prior Mario Parties and play them. I mean, I had Mario Party 1 through 3 and I've played like most of the series, but I mean, still replaying them at any point is a lot of fun usually, so I enjoy going and playing Mario Party usually. I'm not sure what my favorite is. Maybe Mario Party 1, but I still don't love the fact they make you like rotate the stick like crazy and you can hurt your like hand if you're not careful doing it. Like the way they make you rotate the palm of your hand. That's something I don't like. Also, there were like a lot of spin to win mini games and the balance in the game was kind of poor compared to other Mario parties. Not terrible, not the most amazing, but it wasn't a bad game. It was just like, there were some problems, that's for sure. I kind of want to see them put, like, a best of. I know they did, like, a thing where they did, like, Mario Party, and they did, like, top 100 minigames or something. But I want to see them put a game where they have, like, all the best minigames, and also all the best board games into, like, a single game, along with, like, a whole bunch of playable characters, and then can play it, and hopefully online. That would be literally one of the best Mario parties. Like, the way they handled that minigame thing on DS was actually really fucking sad and really pathetic, or 3DS I should say. Like, Mario Party the Top 100 looked like it had a lot more potential to be something kind of cool, and turned out that it wasn't really that interesting at all. I don't know, I feel like I want to see better things out of Mario Party. You know, I was starting to think of streaming that tonight actually, but I don't know if I'm going to get around to it. I certainly wouldn't mind playing Mario Party tonight and seeing how everything goes, frankly. Might be a lot of fun to play, but I'm going to continue my shiny hunt and try to get through with this, obviously. Still nothing. And all we've got are 35 encounters before we're done for right now, at least. I'm going to try again a little bit later, but still. Hopefully we can get something. I don't know, we'll see. What is everyone's favorite Mario Party, assuming you guys play it? I also talk about, like, good party games. I already mentioned mine. Outside of Mario Party 1, Mario Party 5 is another one I find really strong. I can't name a single Mario Party game that I hate. There's a lot of good Mario Party content out there. Mario Party is just one of those series that's replayable for God knows how long, and more so when you have a lot of people around and friends. Very, very good game series, in my opinion. Very conducive to being a fun game series that honestly feels like everything works and makes sense. It's just a good time playing Mario Party. I've always enjoyed it. Let's see. I don't like 9 and 10 very much. My favorite might actually be Mario Party DS, but I didn't say that. I said Party 1. DS is just a very, very good game, whereas Mario Party Advance is the exact opposite. Not that fun, not that great, kind of a lame video game that feels like it's unsatisfying to play. I would not want to go back to that anytime soon. I might stream it, but I don't know if I'd want to play it otherwise. It was a bad, bad game, and not a very fun one. Shame the series has been kind of hit and miss, honestly. It's a good series overall. See, back to the topic of, like, old games people play. It's a good thing to talk about some games people like to play. I'm curious to hear opinions on it. I'd say, like, Super Mario RPG, I played that quite a bit. I like to play it very frequently, and that's a game I enjoy going back and replaying quite a bit, and I like to replay it when I get a chance to. I find Super Mario RPG is just a genuinely good game. Very, very fun experience. Very, very easy to enjoy. Just a great game overall. I love playing Super Mario RPG. Genuinely one of my favorite SNES games, one of my favorite games, like, in terms of RPGs, too. I love it. Square did a great job with it. I wish they could do a sequel to it eventually. I mean, say what you will about Paper Mario or Mario and Luigi, I don't count those as Super Mario RPG 2, and that's what I'm talking about, not just another Mario RPG game, and it's not like we've had another Paper Mario, it's an RPG in a long time anyway. In fact, we haven't had more than 2 of them, I don't think. Which is kind of sad, actually. Wonder what everybody thinks, like, their favorite, about, like, on the matter of, like, favorite Paper Mario game is. Mine's probably Super Paper Mario. Just a good story. Very, very well written. Very good game. Good characters, good music. There's a lot of things to like about it. The game took a lot of the RPG elements and made them feel very, very natural and very, very good in its gameplay, even though it was a little bit too easy. Still a great game, though. Very great game. Maybe I'll stream it one day if I feel up to it. I don't honestly know, honestly. Like, I'd have to think about whether or not I feel up, think I can do it. Super Smash Bros. Has been great. I've talked about, like, games I haven't played, like, a whole lot, and I play a lot of older games. Like, if I like to play, I've played every Smash game up until Ultimate, and the only one I didn't really like was Smash 4. Every time I played a new one, though, the same feeling of, like, unlocking all the characters and experiencing that joy of getting to try new stuff out, it always felt good, in my opinion. It always felt like it was something that was nice and something worth looking forward to. Smash 4 was alright at that, even though I didn't like the general gameplay too much. It's not my type of Smash game, in my opinion. Come a long way, though. Play Smash 64 and then compare it to, like, modern Smash. You can almost just have a hard time distinguishing that's like, or seeing distinguishing that it's like a same game, or not saying it's the same series as Ultimate is. Weird to think that, actually. Really weird. I didn't appreciate Smash Ultimate so much. What a great game. Really well done. Lots to look forward to in it. Like, there's a lot of characters, a lot of nice stuff done really well. There's a lot of things in it that are great. The music, the story again. There's so many things that's hard to say that it's anything wrong with it. It's just enjoyable. Sure, there's a few problems I have, like the online is a little bit laggy, but outside of that, I can't name anything really particular about it. Mario Kart's also big for me. I don't play it as much, though. I played SNES, like on the SNES when it first came out, and gotta say, definitely good playing like Mario Kart, Super Mario Kart, excuse me. I enjoyed that a lot. I don't think I've only skipped one Mario Kart game in total. I've only skipped out on playing like Mario Kart, what's it called? GP or something? The one on the Game Boy Advance. Never liked it very much. In terms of Mario Party, or not Mario Kart, it's never been a very good game in my opinion. Let's see if I can remember. Hey, I'm thinking Super Circuit, I think. I think that's it, actually. Super Circuit. I didn't like Super Circuit. Out of like all the Mario parties I played, I found it was not very good. A lot of Game Boy racing games had that problem for whatever reason. Not handheld games, Game Boy and Game Boy Advance for whatever purpose were never really great controlling. Still a lot of good games that they don't control very great. Like I said, sorry if I'm not conveying my words better. But that way, like I played F-Zero on, and I played Mario Kart. Neither one of them had good controls handling them, so I stand by what I said, even if it might be a little weird. Like, I don't think I found a good racing game on the Game Boy. DS had some good stuff, I think. It obviously had Mario Kart DS. I think we got into Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and there's a lot of, like, extra goodies to check out. A lot of good features in it that are absolutely worth it. I like Mario Kart 8. I mean, I'm not really the biggest fan of it. I think it's a good game. I played it a bit on my Wii U, and I enjoyed it, and I played it a lot more, but Deluxe is good. I haven't played Home Circuit any, and I don't intend to, so there's that. Same with Mario Kart Tour, actually. I think I could actually tolerate Mario Kart Tour if it wasn't fucking heavily gacha-based and basically forcing you to pay to win. Something I don't like about it. Feels like it doesn't belong in Mario Kart because of that, in my opinion. It's like, this is not what I expect out of Mario Kart. Feels like it's lacking Nintendo's signature quality. Oh well, though. See, my nose is bothering me quite a bit right now. I don't know why it's, like, upsetting me. It's not too big of a deal, but it's not feeling great. Let's see. Other series. I played a lot of Zelda. Zelda's good. I talked about it before on stream. The timeline is a fucking confusing mess, but I played like 99 or 90-ish% of like all the big name Zelda games and beat them all, so I've got an idea of what it's like to go through majority of them. I think there's only so many I haven't beaten, like a lot of the multiplayer ones, for instance, or stuff I haven't played. I had to look into some of that. I also have a plan to do streams of the CDI stuff, actually, at some point. When? I don't know, honestly. I'm not exactly looking too forward to it, but I've got, like, some remake things, remasters, which might fix the games up and made them easier to play, so I might skip to that. I might do the originals. God, the Philips CDI was such a weird and kind of lame console. No good selling point to it. Can't name anything about it that's actually worth talking about. Just had a lot of crappy games. Oh boy. Give me a second or two. Well, I say that, yeah, there's entire trilogy of bad Zelda games on it. At least the cutscenes are funny. I like those. And there's Hotel Mario. Bad, but still funny cutscenes. I wonder how Nintendo even got into that deal in the first place. Seems like all their deals they made regarding that stuff backfired on them. They made a deal with Sony, and they ended up getting their ideas stolen. They made the PlayStation, and on top of, on that, like, I mean, Philips messed up using the Mario AI, and I want to say Mario AI, I'm going to say Mario, what's the right word for it again? Mario license and the Zelda license. They were given like the ability to make those games, and they managed to make some terrible fucking video games out of it. It's like, yeah, good job. You fucking had one job and you made terrible video games. I don't know. At least they're funny. Let's see. What else is there that I want to talk about? Hey, Wayne, welcome back. Good to see you're back. I don't know what happened, but I mean, I'm glad you came back. Nearly done, thankfully, but I mean, it's not over yet. I'm glad you're here to keep talking, though. It's been very, very lonely. Nothing really interesting going on in the meantime. I've been talking about whatever. Keeping... Look at my stream guy. Fucking allergies, man. They feel fucking awful. I hate them. Hold on a second. Singing. I don't know what that's a singing register mail. So that says, I don't know. I have to check what it says in a second. Unless it's signing. I actually think that's something I obviously missed a message. I'll have to check it in a second. That's what I missed. Let's see. You had to get a package at the door and you pancakes. That's what it says. USPS FedEx driver So I think it's PS5. Did I read that wrong? Is that supposed to say pancake? Because that sounds weird. Pancake. I don't know. Maybe I read that. Maybe I did read that wrong. But yeah, I haven't had anything ordered in a while. It's because I haven't really been wanting to, and plus my apartment needs. I need to spruce it up a little bit more. I've been making an effort to keep it cleaner, but not been super busy trying to clean it. Also, I think if I hate to say this because I don't want this to come to this, but I'm possibly, I thought I had read that wrong or I just typed out wrong or whatever. I was right about that, it seems, but yeah, like I was saying, like, let's see, where was I again? Excuse me. Oh yeah, if I don't get the shiny by after the first, I'm going to take a slight break from this. I need a resting point if I'm not going to get this thing on January 1st. I mean, I would hope we can get it today and be done, but seems like the game is not really looking to play friendly here and is looking to make my life significantly harder than necessary, so seems like we may not see anything tonight in terms of how unlucky we're getting. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. Maybe we'll get something for the night's done and I'll end up with a shiny Regice after all, but I'm not counting on it. I hate how slow it's gone. Let's see, just thinking for a second. Actually, I'm looking at my clock. It's like 8 hours away from New Year's now. Really crazy to think about that. It's like, does not feel real that the year's finally starting to end. Just a little bit longer, and it's finally over. This misery will be done. Let me see. Hang on a second, I'm checking on another thing really fast. Okay, let's see here. Here's another topic for a little bit. What are some, like... Oh, my nose, I don't know why, but it's getting significantly more annoying. My nose is, like... I'm actually feeling congested, and I'm getting, like, fucking snot that's, like, coming up. It's not like it's really bad and enough to take a pill, but, like, it interrupts my talking. It's up in my... It bothers me, like, when I'm trying to speak, and making it really hard to keep my focus and concentration while I'm streaming right now. It's bothering me, and yet I'm planning to come back online for another session of playing games later. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna handle streaming later, though, if my nose is doing this to me and fucking messing with me the entire time I'm trying to play. Not a great feeling, honestly. Anyway, I can hopefully try to ignore that now. So, here's a good question. What do you guys like to play for party games? I'm gonna be honest, and I talk about, like, party games. I know some people label Smash as a party game. I don't think it's a party game, in my opinion. Can you bring it to a party and have people play it? Yeah, you can have people playing it at a party and enjoying it, but I mean, that's not what I'm referring to by party game, necessarily. Same with how you wouldn't really call Mario Kart a party game. It's more of a racing game, obviously, and a kart racing game at that. Those are both games that are really, really good when you have people around, though. Both really, really good icebreakers to get people interested in playing a game and then enjoying it. What do you guys play for party games, or even at parties, out of curiosity? If you're allowed to, like, a get-together for a family or whatever. I'm just curious to hear opinions on that. I don't actually know if I have, like, a lot of stuff that I play too often on my Switch for that purpose. It's sometimes Smash that ends up being the go-to game that I play a little bit of. Maybe a little bit of playing some Mario Party if I really feel up to it. Let's see. Splatoon doesn't have enough people to support for doing, like, an entire group of people, so that's obviously off the charts of, like, something to do for a party game. I don't look into them too much. There's some good ones, though. There's a lot of good multiplayer games on Switch in general. I need to, like, if I can ever get enough people together, I'd like to play New Super Mario Bros. U and maybe play through Mario Maker or something more in like a multiplayer. I haven't touched up on playing Mario Maker multiplayer like very often actually. It's definitely pretty good though. It's not too bad. It's a pretty enjoyable experience. Let's see what else is there though, really? Well, what do you guys play for your multiplayer craving stuff? Honestly. Yeah, I feel like I'm the same for... I like story in games. I like to play single-player stuff. I'm not really big on playing, like, multiplayer stuff too often. I like to play it every now and then, but I don't play it super often. Most of my games I have are definitely things that I played in single-player and not the other way around. Give me a second, actually. I'm not sure why I want to check this, but I'm going to see if I got anything on here that I can think of that's actually good for that. I'm not going to take more than a second or two. I wasn't planning to bother, but I mean, why not? There's not that much time left. Maybe I don't have that many multiplayer games after all. I don't see that many. I mean, I got Mario Kart, obviously, and Mario Party. I had less than I thought. I don't think I've ever played Mario Tennis with, like, anybody else on my Switch, so I don't think I can talk about that one either. ARMS is, like, it's not a great party game in my opinion. It's a good fighting game. I'd say, yeah, I guess it might be a good party game. It works a party game, but yeah, ARMS is actually pretty good for playing like that. I feel like ARMS is a fantastic fighting game in my opinion. I enjoy ARMS quite a bit. Very much a good game in my opinion. That's a game I can get used to playing multiplayer on plenty, and I think works in that kind of situation. ARMS is fun, and it's got the right goofy gameplay to work with like a good group of people. Only problem is you might have to wait a little bit to actually sit down and play it properly. These are good single-player games you can play for hours. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. There's a lot of good single-player stuff on Switch. Probably there's people who've been like a small active community of people who play it fairly frequently, so I'd imagine there's still people who actually play ARMS to like a fair extent on the game. It's probably same people playing it and keeping the community alive every now and then, so I would assume there's at least some people playing it still. Probably not a whole huge ton of people, though. Those online toxic. Yeah, I can sort of see that. I can see there's a lot of games where there's like a problem with people being toxic, or the game's communities are really toxic and it's not really too fun. Smash has a very bad problem with that. I think one of the more chill games I played multiplayer, not even on the Switch, is Gmod. Gmod's pretty good for that. Also, like, playing Minecraft is okay in multiplayer. Playing a lot of online stuff on my, like, Steam is actually pretty good. I enjoy checking out, like, some of the games I've got on there, and some of the cheaters I've got on there, like, any multiplayer is pretty good. Portal's also very good, too. Portal 2 and, like, Portal 1 are both good, but Portal 2 is, like, a very good multiplayer experience. Having the option to, like, go in and then play with 2 people and mess around with co-op, of course, and I've seen a mod for having, like, 4 players, so I'm assuming you could probably make some really fun shit happen via Portal multiplayer. Damn it, did I seriously miss the fucking thing I was going over, like, twice? I had to take my glasses off earlier because my ears were aching, and I was having some pain from, like, wearing my glasses so long, so fucking ended up taking them off, and nah, I guess I need them again, even though I was trying to do it I didn't need to hurt my ears. I think I'm okay. I think it'll be fine for doing like 8 encounters or 7 encounters, so I think I'll be okay, but still kind of game. That's true. It does depend on the game you're playing. Left 4 Dead's also good. Being a Left 4 Dead, I think most of the people in here probably played it to an extent. I think you've said you played Left 4 Dead, Wayne. I think I've seen you stream it like maybe once or twice. Like, anybody here planning to pick up that Back 4 Blood game from the Game Awards? I've been wanting to, like, I've been wanting to look into it and play it, and I signed up for, like, the alpha, but I signed up a little bit late, so I didn't get to try it. But there were some points in it that I didn't like they made, like, it where it was a continue system, and if you fuck up too many times, you end up losing and having to restart, and personally, I'm not big on that. I kind of feel like game overs and continues absolutely should be like a thing of the past, and that games nowadays shouldn't be bringing continues into games. Like, just let us play and enjoy the games. There's a lot of good ones. I genuinely like a lot of online multiplayer stuff, but I don't like anything that continues that much. What is this? How many Left 4 Dead clones? I can easily name around 20. Why so many? That's okay, that's interesting. I mean, I've only seen so many Left 4 Dead clones. I know there's some out there, but I can't name that many. I mean, if I had to name any, I can think of a few I've seen on Steam, though, right at the top of my head. I've not seen, like, a whole lot, though. Like, for starters, I remember seeing that Blood and Bacon game on Steam. Really stupid game where you kill pigs, and it's literally a clone or mod of, like, Left 4 Dead, and it's just, it's nonsense. It's not something I'd like, remember the plot of, or remember enough to talk about. I think the game's, like, 50 cents on Steam, so you want to check it out. It's actually relatively cheap, unless I misremembered. Let me see. I can probably look it up and tell you guys what the price is just by looking really fast. See what Steam says. Is it really just like 50 cents still? Oh, it costs $1 normally, and it's on sale for 50 cents again. And yeah, it's a fucking really garbage Left 4 Dead clone. It's kind of stupid looking. Only 50 cents for basically what amounts to a bunch of trash. It's not terrible looking, but I mean, it's not great looking either. Weirdly, it has like a lot of positive reviews. I don't even know how to feel about that. I've only seen like 2 or 3 Left 4 Dead clones that I can remember, actually, and of all the time I've played like a bunch of them. Easy concept to replicate. I've not seen like a bunch. I wouldn't even count Back 4 Blood as like an actual clone game. I'd say Back 4 Blood is more like spiritual successor to Left 4 Dead, since Valve hasn't made anything in a long time. They've hinted at it. They've not done anything. Seems like people took it in their hands to make their own Left 4 Dead for getting a Left 4 Dead 3. That game, I wouldn't say is a clone so much as it feels like it's practically the closest we'll have to Left 4 Dead 3 for a long time, I bet. I think the only one I can remember otherwise, there's not, I don't know how many there are, there might be more that I've never heard of, but like, when I look at like other Left 4 Dead clones, I remember one called Vermintide, and there's like 2 games. Like, Vermintide is literally just Left 4 Dead with rats, and doesn't really look too good, honestly. Not a terrible game, but doesn't look great, in my opinion. It very much does not look like the kind of game I'd want to play, and like a crappy, honestly, yeah, crappy, a ripoff of Left 4 Dead. I don't feel like that Vermintide thing is very good. I think a lot of people, like, praise it. I don't feel like Vermintide's something I would want to pick up, though, and I know there's 2 Vermintide things out there. Kind of Switch, can't remember the name. Had glaring issues? That's interesting. I've never heard of any Left 4 Dead ripoffs on the Switch, actually. Like I said, I don't feel like I'd count Back 4 Blood to be a clone so much as it is. It's made by practically the same devs who made Left 4 Dead, so it makes sense they would have a game that's very similar. It's Turtle Rock Studios, who made like the original one while they were working with Valve, and then they disbanded after like, aren't they disbanded after Left 4 Dead 1, or they disbanded after Left 4 Dead 2, but they disbanded, and now they've made their own version of Left 4 Dead, since Valve is showing they don't have the urge to make another Left 4 Dead right now. I don't really blame them. I mean, I'm glad they're doing something. If Valve won't, then maybe somebody will, and hopefully somebody will get the ball set in motion for Half-Life 3 to come out in the next decade, too. We definitely need Half-Life 3 to hurry up and happen already. It's been way too long since Half-Life 2 and all of its games, like Half-Life 2 Episode 1 and 2 came out, so yeah. We need to get Half-Life 3 already. It's been way too long. Continue the fucking cliffhanger ending already. We've been waiting forever. Ugh. Let me see. I think we're out of luck. We've done 1700. I've wasted time getting fucking all these encounters, and of course, there's no shiny right now. Just my luck I'd waste all this time and then nothing would pop up for me, while I've spent my time doing 500 Regice encounters. God damn it. All that for nothing. Okay, let's go over and heal. I'll go back into the cavern and then, or let's say the ruins, and I guess tonight, instead of doing anything special, because I don't think we're going to be able to, I have a feeling that we're just going to be doing shiny hunting and probably not even be lucky enough to get shiny Regice. Whether or not I'm wrong, I don't know. I hope I am. I desperately want this game to prove me wrong and to pop the shiny on me, but I think we're going to end up in a scenario where we don't see a shiny pop tonight. I think we're going to see a scenario where we end up not getting shiny Regice until sometime in January. That pisses me off. I put all my effort I could into doing this, and I haven't got a shiny yet. I wasted all of like nearly 6.5 hours doing shiny hunting today, and I'm not done yet, so lovely. We're gonna come back on and get to 2,000 encounters today, I guess, and then once we're done with that, that'll be the actual stopping point. It's still disappointing this crap happened, then we didn't get a shiny, though. I feel like the game is fucking laughing at me right now. Okay, let's save by the statue. You see, I'm gonna 3. Valve hates it. I don't even know. Valve seems to be very, very weirdly afraid of making any game with 3 in the title. I feel like Half-Life maybe will get it eventually. I hope so, because I feel like Half-Life it had a lot of build-up, and people want the fucking end of the series and want to see fucking... And Half-Life finally have it in the last game. Or just to see the story get continued and not be stuck. Like, I feel like Half-Life 3 is going to happen eventually. It seems like Valve's afraid to continue an ending they made, and they won't fess up and, like, just admit they need to make it, and they put themselves in a really stupid spot with their game development where they end on a cliffhanger and don't know how to take care of the ending. Whatever. Maybe one day, hopefully we'll see Half-Life 3 get teased in the next couple of years. Anyway, I will go ahead and end stream here, and I'll be back later. I don't know what time just yet. I am going to say we'll try to start at, I don't know, let's target maybe 7:30. I think I could do 7, but I think I'm going to say 7:30, so yeah. We'll do 7:30 tonight, maybe, and I'll be back in 7:30 CST, and that'll be the starting point for round 2 on this shiny Regice hunt. And we can pray to God we hopefully get this fucking shiny Regice then. Anyway, like I said, that's the end of the stream. Hope y'all have a great day or night, and I'll see you guys again really soon, since I'll be streaming again in another couple hours. Bye, everybody. Take care. See you guys for New Year's.